Chapter 1297. What right do you have to reprimand someone from the Devil Armor race? The Devil Armor Divine Scripture. Crosa called out the name of the technique with an ugly expression. For that Devil King to be cultivating the Devil Armor Divine Scripture was a complete surprise. It was an extremely profound scripture of the Devil Armor race. A regular member of their group would have no right to cultivate it. This indicated that their enemy had an extraordinary status. Did I misunderstand something? Wang Ting was stunned. His expression turned weird. Young brat, which clan are you from? Crosa asked. Who knows what clan I'm from? Indeed, he misunderstood. Wang Ting felt even stranger but acted calm on the surface. I can't tell you. Crosa turned green with anger. This fellow is looking down on me. This was tantamount to looking down on the noble Brull family. The Brulls were an ancient vampire family of noble blood. Other vampires couldn't compare. What does he think he is? His expression quickly switched to indifference. There was a strong malicious intent in his eyes as he stared at Wang Ting. He then sniggered in a low voice. Ha ha! So what if you cultivated the Devil Armor Divine Scripture? You're just a Devil King. Do you think you can fight against me? Come and try. Wang Ting looked at the dark apparition while revealing a hint of contempt in his voice. Come on, get angry! Roar. As expected, Crosa became insanely furious. He roared and a frightening bloody aura exploded from his body. Die! Boom! Crosa turned into a beam of blood-red light and dashed towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting blinked. A corner of his lips formed a smile, and the constellation dark force in his body exploded. He dashed out. Boom! 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 A fight ensued. The small space couldn't withstand their attack. The stone walls, although made by the obelisk scale dragon beast, weren't that sturdy and shattered soon after. Boom! Wang Ting and Crosa crashed into each other after coming out of the debris. They flew above the mist and soared into the sky. Many dark apparitions were attracted by the commotion. They stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. What is happening? They're fighting! They must be mad. How dare they fight here? Are they looking for death? The Sirs won't forgive them. A huge explosion erupted amongst the crowd below. Some were snorting, mocking, and some were frightened. All of them felt that the pair of creatures were crazy. The obelisk scale dragon beast didn't move, seemingly uncaring about the two little things scuffling close by. In its perspective, they were like two ants fighting. Boom! 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 Explosions kept on resounding in the air. More and more apparitions were attracted. Even the high-tiered ones in the building were alerted and flew out to sea. A few powerful apparitions floated about. There were also vampires, devil moths, giant apparitions, devil armor races, and others. Based on their auras, they were at least mid-tier devil emperors. There were more than 10 of them. Hey, Jeffred, that's one of your race, said a big and muscular apparition, hovering with arms crossed. He was around 5 meters tall and looked as scary as a giant. He was talking to a devil armor dark apparition. Ha ha ha, that little guy is not bad. The latter was also large, approximately 4 meters tall and covered with black armor. A red glow flashed in his eyes as he laughed heartily. He can fight with a low-tier devil emperor while still being a devil king. When did this talent appear in your race? Said another apparition. It was a black skeleton that spoke with a hoarse voice as he moved his jaws up and down. There was a blue ghostly flame burning in his empty eye socket. That vampire is from the Brull family, right? Why can't he take down a devil king from the devil armor race? How embarrassing! A devil moth flapped her wings and a colorful powder was scattered, producing a beautiful effect. The apparition looked exactly like a pretty lady of the human race, except for the tentacles on her head, which looked a little strange. Humph! A powerful vampire snorted, showing an ugly expression. He then raised his fair palm and pushed forward. The other mid-tier devil emperors blinked, but none of them took action. Wang Ting suddenly felt a strong gale made with force rushing over from behind. He wanted to resist, but he suddenly thought of something and chose not to. All he did was gather his dark force on his devil armor to make it tougher. He executed the devil armor divine scripture once more, a glaring black light covering him. The energy had almost turned into matter. Boom! Almost instantly, the vampire elder formed a dark red palm that landed on both Wang Ting and Crosa. They started plummeting to the ground. Boom! Two dull thuds were heard and dust flew up into the air. Haha, as expected, they got hit. I knew they were goners. They must be stupid since they chose to fight here. Many creatures saw Wang Ting and Crosa getting slammed on the ground and were gloating. The dust settled, revealing the situation below. Crosa had gone below ground. Only a large hole could be seen. On the other hand, Wang Ting was standing normally, but the ground below his feet was cracked like a spiderweb. Many apparitions were left dumbfounded when they saw this. This fellow from the devil armor race was able to remain standing after being hit by a mid-tier devil emperor. Crosa climbed up from the hole. He wasn't heavily injured, but he looked miserable. His expression turned worse when he saw Wang Ting. Bastard, interesting, said a mid-tier devil emperor hovering above, surprised by the outcome. A devil king able to withstand an attack from a mid-tier devil emperor. This fellow from the devil armor race has some ability. The mid-tier devil emperor vampire who had taken action furrowed his brow. A devil king was able to resist my attack. It was an embarrassment, in front of all the dark apparitions. The mighty vampire's gaze was icy. He stretched out a hand and manifested a giant claw with his dark force. Then, he used it to attack the armored junior. Boom! The giant claw rushed down with an explosion. A gust of wind was formed due to the powerful force, sweeping up the dust and sand on the ground. Wang Ting's expression changed as he cursed. F***K. This vampire elder is despicable. Why did he attack again? Worse, he only targeted him this time, ignoring his vampire junior. F***K, how biased. Bastard. He had already held back much of his power. If not, he could have dispelled the attack with his current ability, and avoid being slammed on the ground. He didn't expect the other party to be that narrow-minded, attacking him a second time just because he was in better condition than the vampire counterpart. He would teach him a good lesson on how to be a proper human. No, it should be a proper dark apparition. What to do now? Should I act or not? Wang Ting was stuck in a dilemma. That attack wasn't enough to kill him, but it could injure him seriously. This wasn't his idea. However, the vampire elder would keep on attacking if he put up any resistance. It would be hard to end things if that happened. Wang Ting decided not to move in the end. He was betting on his devil armor senior to act. He had displayed enough talent, so he believed that the latter wouldn't stand idle. On the other side, Crosa looked at him disdainfully, waiting to see how he was injured by the giant black claw. Boom! An explosion was heard. The giant black claw finally landed and clutched our disguised hero tightly. Dust flew everywhere. All the dark apparitions were staring into the dust cloud. Humph! The vampire elder emperor frowned, then turned to look at the devil armor peer hovering on one side. Jeffred! Xueluan, don't you find it embarrassing to fight with a devil king? Jeffred asked calmly. Humph, I'm just teaching the fellow a lesson, Xueluan replied in a serene tone. What right do you have to reprimand someone from the devil armor race? Jeffred asked angrily. What if I want to? The vampire elder squinted and stared back. Let's have a duel and see if you have the ability, said Jeffred with gravitas, hovering in mid-air and rubbing his hands with a smirk. Xueluan's face turned black. He snorted but kept silent afterwards. The dust below scattered and Wang Ting could be seen again. There was a giant black armor covering his body, bigger and tougher than the one he had manifested before. Obviously, it wasn't his doing. Xueluan's attack didn't hurt him. The attack was dispersed. Wang Ting walked out of the larger devil armor and looked at the sky. It looked like his bet had paid off. Jeffrey looked down at Wang Ting and said calmly, "Young lad, follow me." Wang Ting remained silent. He shot a cold glance at the vampire elder and left with the armored senior. Zulin's expression looked distorted, but he couldn't do anything to Wang Ting now. He felt exasperated, so he could only shout at Crosa, "Follow me." Crosa, star. O.P. Chapter 1298 Low-Tier Darkland. There were 3 levels in that building. The higher you went, the lesser the dark apparitions and the higher their status. The 3rd level was where mid-tier devil emperors and above would move around. Right then, in a room on the 3rd level, Jeffrey, the mid-tier devil emperor, was sitting on a stone chair in a dimly lit room. He was sizing Wang Ting up amidst the shadows. His voice was laced with indifference. "You're quite bold." "Thank you for the compliment," Wang Ting replied calmly, standing in a lower part of the room with a composed expression. Jeffrey was stunned for a moment, not expecting that reply. He snorted and continued, "Do you think I'm praising you? You're not?" Wang Ting pretended he didn't understand, scratching his head. "This fellow looks like an idiot." Jeffrey felt at a loss. He stared at his junior and wondered if the latter was pretending, or if it was true stupidity. "Do you know that the ruckus you created is enough to kill you many times over?" he said coldly. "Sir, you can't blame me. I only acted because that vampire wanted to kill me," Wang Ting complained while playing innocent. "Why did he want to kill you?" Jeffrey asked. "I called him a scumbag," Wang Ting replied truthfully. "This fellow is quite honest." Jeffrey felt the corners of his lips twitch as he stared at the young fellow. He was having trouble finding words. "You called them scumbugs. They would definitely try to kill you." But he found it refreshing for some reason. He didn't like the vampires, always acting proud as if they were truly powerful. Jeffrey said, "Cough, you're able to fight against a low-tier devil emperor while still being a devil king, giving face to our race. For this reason alone I want probe further into the matter. Just this once." "Thank you," Wang Ting replied. The elder nodded and asked, "Oh right, what's your name? Where did you come from?" "Here it comes." Wang Ting's heart pounded furiously. There was no hesitation, as he had already created an identity for himself. "Sir, my name is Justin, and I came from the Abyss World." "Oh, the Abyss World? That's a low-tier place. Looks like you don't have a noble status," Jeffrey exclaimed in surprise. He didn't suspect anything. A low-tier world? Wang Ting muttered in his heart. The Abyss World I went to was a low-tier world? Back then, the highest level of dark apparitions he would meet were devil lords. Compared to devil kings and devil emperors, those entities were indeed small fries. This was enough evidence to know that it wasn't a high-tier world. Still, the idea left him astounded. There was a question in the air. Is the Abyss World a planet or an independent plane? Unfortunately, he didn't have the answer to that question at the moment. Good thing it was enough to fool the Dark Elder questioning him. He wouldn't have passed this filter if he hadn't gone to the Abyss World and knew some things about it. Just then, Jeffrey opened his mouth and said, "Nevertheless, your talent is not bad. Work with me. You can be the leader of an elite guard team first." The leader of an elite guards team. Wang Ting was stunned. He had done all that to catch the eye of the higher-ups among the dark apparitions, but never expected to land such an important position. Being a team leader of elite guards sounded extraordinary. Am I going to rise through the ranks in the Darkland? Indeed, an outstanding person would always be in the limelight, no matter where he went. How irritating! "Justice," Jeffrey suddenly called. A devil armor apparition walked into the room and went down on one knee. He asked respectfully, "Sir, what are your orders?" "Take this fellow to your group of elite guards and give him a small leader position," Jeffrey said. Justice was surprised, but he didn't ask. He nodded and said, "Of course. Go ahead." Jeffrey waved a hand. Justice was about to leave. Sir? Wang Ting suddenly stopped and asked, if I meet them again, can I keep calling them scumbugs? Jeffred. Justice gave Wang Ting a weird look. He knew of Wang Ting's antics, almost getting beaten to death but standing fearlessly. He even dared to badmouth some vampires. This guy is something else. If I can't, I won't do it, Wang Ting offered, feeling disappointed. Why should we be afraid of the vampires? Jeffred replied indifferently. I understand. I'll curse them again when I see them, Wang Ting said with a sinister smile. Once the young one left, Jeffred laughed. Interesting. Justice and Wang Ting stepped out of the building and went to where the elite guards were stationed. Justice asked as they made their way over, Justin, are you related to Sir Jeffred? Related? Wang Ting was stunned. He shook his head and replied, No, I'm just an ordinary fellow from the devil armor race. I have no status or identity, nor do I come from a powerful bloodline. This can only mean one thing. Sir feels that you're a talent that can be groomed, Justice exclaimed in surprise. My talent is not bad. Wang Ting nodded. Justice! What a shameless fellow. Ha ha ha, Justin, do a good job. The elite guards are personally handled by Sir. You will be in close contact with him. He'll promote you if you perform well and gain merits, Justice said. It's what I should do, Wang Ting replied like a diligent worker. That's right. Justice patted Wang Ting's shoulder and stopped. He then looked ahead and said, We're here. Their base was within the forest, shrouded in black mist. A large number of devil armor apparitions were gathered there. Wang Ting and Justice's arrival caught their attention. One of the armored creatures approached them and greeted Justice politely, Sir Justice. Jared, this is a leader personally appointed by Sir. Prepare a team for him, said Justice, going straight to the point. Directly appointed. Jared was dumbfounded. He glanced at Wang Ting and nodded in a hurry. Okay, I'll make the necessary arrangements. I'll be taking my leave now. Justice patted Wang Ting's shoulder. You can find me if you have any questions. Thank you. Wang Ting nodded. Justice turned around and left. Chapter 1299, The Must-Kill List. Jared saw everything and paid more attention to Wang Ting. Justice was Captain Commander of the Elite Guard. He was always by the side of the Devil Emperor and held a high status. That amount of care meant that Wang Ting was seen in high regard. All kinds of thoughts flashed in his mind as he asked politely, What is your name? Sir, my name is Justin. Wang Ting said. Your name? Are you serious? Jared was stunned for a moment. He felt that there was something wrong with the name. I'm very serious, Wang Ting replied solemnly. My apologies. I was just a little curious. Jared shook his head. Right, you don't have to address me as Sir. I'm just a small captain temporarily helping Jared manage Elite Guards matters. Sure, Captain Jared, Wang Ting replied. The captain smiled with relief, seeing that Wang Ting didn't disrespect him despite being admired by the higher-ups. I will gather everyone. You can select 50 of them to make your team. Soon after, he gathered all the devil armor apparitions in the open space. They lined up neatly. Wang Ting looked at them and his eyes flickered. There were more than 1,000 of them who were devil kings at least. Based on Jared's briefing, those apparitions were the elites of the whole devil armor race. There were more of their ordinary kindred elsewhere. That was quite a frightening number. Besides, there were more apparitions from other races. Their numbers wouldn't be much lower in comparison. They were all gathered in their respective areas. Wang Ting estimated the number of elite apparitions from all races and could come up with a rough number. His heart felt heavy with what he found. So many. There were too many apparitions gathered there. Humanity was clueless about this. It would be a catastrophe if all of them appeared at the same time. Furthermore, there was also that dark behemoth. This implied that the creatures had a plan. They were definitely not having a picnic down there. Everyone, this is Captain Justin, who has just been personally appointed by our sir personally. If any of you wish to be part of his team, please step forward." Jared's voice pulled Wang Ting back to reality. The group of elites exchanged glances and looked at Wang Ting while discussing softly. "Sir appointed him personally. Is he from a noble family? I know him. He fought a low-tier devil emperor out there, and they were evenly matched. He's strong. He was able to end in a tie. No wonder he was appointed as a captain. I want to join Sir Justin's team." "Me too, count me in." Soon after, there were several apparitions stepping out to express their interest in joining. The process was smooth, and there was no dissatisfaction within the rank. Dark apparitions respected the strong, and Wang Ting's strength left them with no doubts. After all, many of them had seen him in action. The strength to fight evenly with a low-tier devil emperor was not something to sneeze at. Just like that, Wang Ting became a small captain of the Devil Armor race's elite guards, marking a successful infiltration into the enemy's inner ring. It took him less than half a day to make a name for himself amongst them. If General Cameron and the others knew about it, their eyes would have popped out of their sockets. However, Wang Ting's dark force would be exposed if they really found out. After all, such an infiltration job wasn't something doable with ordinary means. By then, even if General Cameron didn't act on it, others in the military would try their best to keep him lurking inside enemy ranks. Years after years, Wang Ting couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Night fell, but it didn't make much difference in a forest shrouded by black mist. It was the time for dark apparitions to go out and hunt. A large number of dark apparitions moved out to look for food. On the other hand, the advanced rank apparitions were still in the building. There wasn't any movement. Wang Ting took advantage of this opportunity, leaving a clone outside, hiding it well. It would deliver a message to headquarters during the day. From the looks of it, he would have to stay among the dark apparitions for a while. General Cameron and the others could think he was dead already if no news were relayed. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Wang Ting spent that period in the dark apparition's nest. Aside from being sent out on patrol the second day, there was nothing else to do. The devil mind apparition never showed up, as if having vanished completely. Wang Ting knew he couldn't wait for much longer. He had already figured out the apparition's patrol schedule and was both confident and ready to take action. He was going to sneak into the building on the back of the obelisk scale dragon beast. He had not gone to many areas of the building. Thus far he managed to find that there were indeed devil mind dark apparitions residing, located somewhere on the 3rd floor. The devil mind race was special. Many apparitions were very secretive and unwilling to mention them whenever he probed for information, as if they were a taboo subject. Fortunately, Wang Ting found out what he needed to know. By then he stopped posing as a devil armor creature. He found a place and switched to pose as a vampire. He then went to the 3rd floor and approached the location he had found. Based on what the other apparitions said, none of the different races could casually enter the devil mind race's turf. They could risk being eaten directly by them if discovered. That was why our hero had to be careful. He walked in the dark passage silently, concealing his aura as he hid in the darkness using his disguising skills. Luke's talent for disguise couldn't be underestimated. Combined with the apparition's concealing skills, an ordinary creature would be incapable of detecting him. After walking for several meters, he finally saw a few figures coming out of the darkness, then walking to another passage. They didn't notice Ting's presence. The latter's pupils shrank, bewildered by the people he saw. Those figures were basically humans, not dark apparitions. Wang Ting was even familiar with 2 of them. One of them was Moira, while the other was the devil mind dark apparition he was chasing before. Wind element fairy. No wonder. Wang Ting finally understood why the fellow was so fast. That apparition was occupying the body of a wind ranger. Sure enough, it's the devil mind race. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, immediately activating his eyes of essence to confirm the true identities of those figures. They weren't humans. They were all apparitions occupying human bodies. Even Moira had been possessed. Wang Ting felt a familiar soul origin inside her body. It was the devil mind dark apparition he had captured once. No wonder they wanted to kidnap Moira. It was to provide that creature with a body. Luckily, our hero could sense that Moira's soul was still intact. That meant that she was still alive. It also looked like the apparition wouldn't eat her for the time being, as her soul was surprisingly powerful. Digesting her soul would take a very long time. Huh! Suddenly, the apparition hijacking the wind element fairy's body stopped and looked behind. Wang Ting jumped in fright. Was I discovered? What's wrong, Brumberg? Asked the fellow occupying Moira's body, somewhat confused. Brumberg hesitated. I felt like someone was watching me from behind. A devil mind dark apparition laughed and said, Ha ha ha, must be your imagination. This is our territory. Who could spy on you here? The apparition controlling Moira added, Brumberg, do you think that every bush and tree is an enemy after spending some time with the humans? Akbar, you're too relaxed. You wouldn't have been captured by humans if you were otherwise. You would still be inside that human laboratory if I hadn't not rescued you. Brumberg shook his head. I will definitely kill that human. Akbar's face showed a contorted expression. By the way, have you obtained any information about that human? That arrogant fellow must be eradicated as soon as possible, said another apparition. I have already reported it to Sir. His name will definitely be added on the must-kill list, said Brumberg with a cold gleam in his eyes. My strength will rise to a whole different level once I absorb the soul in this body. Then, I will occupy another powerful body. I must kill that human personally, Akbar declared. You got lucky. I didn't expect that such a weak body would have such a powerful soul, Brumberg said regretfully. Ha ha ha, it was a blessing in disguise. Akbar laughed. Speaking of which, we've been preparing for so long. When is Sir going to strike? Asked another apparition. The devil ovum was just retrieved, but its origin has vanished. We have to replenish the ovum's origin if we want to attack, Brumberg replied. The humans were too stupid to think that everything would be fine if they destroyed its origin. Fortunately, they didn't destroy the devil ovum itself. Akbar scoffed. A devil mind dark apparition snorted coldly and said, How could humans know the ovum's secrets? Forget it, let's go. You're right, why would anyone dare spy on us? Brumberg shook his head and resumed his walk. The figures slowly moved away. Must-kill list. Wang Ting stood in the darkness, the shadows covering his face. There was a cold flicker in his eyes. Humph, I will kill you all first. As to the devil ovum, it can actually be resurrected. He was shocked. There was a surge of killing intent, however, it was all restrained and concealed. Without revealing anything, he followed the path used by the apparitions to leave moments before. Chapter 1300 It's hard to be a spy. The passageway wasn't long. Wang Ting saw the devil mind dark apparitions splitting up shortly after. There were many rooms in the area. The apparitions went to their rooms and stayed inside. Our hero found the room he wanted and waited outside for some time, then left quietly when he noticed that the other party wasn't planning to come out. The building had been made on the body of the obelisk scale dragon beast. He didn't know if he would be discovered if he took action, so he could only give up for the moment. He had already found the two devil mind dark apparitions and confirmed Moira's location, so things were easier. There was no hurry. He also needed to find the devil ovum, but that pair of apparitions didn't go see it, so he had to search on his own. Wang Ting searched for a long time on the third level, but he couldn't find it. He frowned and wondered, why isn't it here? There were some areas he wouldn't dare visit because he had overheard that there was a high-tier devil emperor living there. He was afraid of being found out if he went too close. Out of options, he traced back his steps to the Devil Armor Race's base. "Justin, where did you go?" Jared asked when he saw Wang Ting coming back. Wang Ting came up with an excuse. "Oh, I went out for a walk." Jared sympathized, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, it's quite boring here. I wonder when we'll start the war with the humans." "Soon, I guess," Wang Ting replied. He remembered what the devil mind dark apparitions said. They would go all out against humanity if the devil ovum was able to recover. He felt a strong sense of urgency. "I hope it does. Can't wait to build my merits by taking human lives," Jared said with a snicker. A sharp glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes for a second, then he laughed and said, "I'm all for it too." "Ha ha, considering your ability, you'll be racking up merits left and right in the coming war," Jared said. Wang Ting smiled but didn't follow up. Another day passed. That was Wang Ting's 4th day in the Dark Apparitions base. Time flies. He squatted under a large tree with his devil armor apparition look and observed the black mist-covered valley, then let out a sigh. He felt helpless. The two devil mind dark apparitions hadn't left their dwelling, so he had no chance to act. "Are they homebodies?" Wang Ting asked himself. "You can come out for toilet time. Don't you find it boring to always stay in your room? What if you get sick?" "Sigh, it's hard to be a spy. You have to take care of your mental health," Wang Ting complained as he stared intently at the valley. He wished and hoped that the pair of figures he was thinking about all the time would show up. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Thus far, he had been squatting for 3 hours. The other dark apparitions were used to it. Jared even went over and asked if he was constipated. To hell with constipations. Wang Ting stared at Jared with a black face for a while, but then left, feeling embarrassed. The other apparitions just felt that the talented apparition had a strange fetish and loved to squat there. They didn't put much thought into the matter. At night, Wang Ting held onto the tree trunk next to him and stood up. His legs were numb. Many apparitions had gone out hunting for sustenance, but Wang Ting didn't leave. He was planning to continue waiting. "Huh!" A figure suddenly walked out from the valley. The young spy could jump for joy. F***K, you're finally out. He felt lucky that he didn't give up in the end. The figure was Moira. The devil mind dark apparition he had once caught was controlling her body. Wang Ting didn't forget about it. He moved and merged into the shadow of the large tree behind him, and only stepped out when the apparition entered the forest. What does it want to do? Wang Ting was puzzled by this. He followed the apparition in silence. The two of them traveled quickly through the forest, one of them trailing behind. The dark apparition looked around suspiciously, as if afraid someone would notice him. Wang Ting touched his chin as he followed, more intrigued by the attitude. "This apparition is strange." Akbar glanced around and confirmed that nobody was there. Then, he flashed and darted to the left. His speed increased, and he threw everything behind him. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Wang Ting was right behind him. Compared to the time they fought, the apparition's ability had dropped tremendously. An apparition of the devil mind race would have an ability closely related to the body they snatched. He was using Moira's body at the moment, and the latter wasn't powerful. Being the case, his current speed wasn't fast. Wang Ting's speed exceeded his by far, and would have been overtaken if he didn't want to find out what the creature was trying to do. He followed, but started feeling somewhat at a loss. However, the devil mind fellow became agitated even before he did. "Damn it, this body is too weak." Akbar stopped and panted heavily as he rested on a large tree, chest heaving up and down violently. Wang Ting had a sudden thought. Come to think of it, this devil mind creature should be a male, right? His expression turned strange. The creature's soul bind technique would be influenced by the snatched body. Would it forget if it was a male or a female after some time? This felt a little fun. But Moira was indeed too weak. It was evident, looking at how frustrated the apparition was. Akbar rested for some time before resuming his mad dash again. Half an hour later, the apparition seemed to have reached his destination. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and panted heavily a few more times before he recovered. Wang Ting looked ahead. There was only a cliff further ahead. Why did the creature come here? Akbar flew up the cliff. Then, he flashed, merged into a section of the cliff and disappeared. There's a concealing array. Wang Ting frowned, clearly surprised. He waited for some time below, then he too flew up the cliff, seeing that the creature didn't return. Given his rune's mastery, he easily found the concealing array. He didn't enter the array, and only used the heart of magnetic essence to merge into the cliff walls. Wang Ting realized that there was a large mountain cave behind the array. The creature he chased was inside. Huh! Wang Ting exclaimed softly. There's something strange about this cave. His gaze became sharp. He activated his spiritual sight and discovered a strong energy fluctuation, like one found in an ore mine. Chapter 13:01 Friend, do you have many questions? Wang Ting was a master mining engineer, so he was familiar with mineshaft. First, he used his spiritual sight to check the strong energy fluctuations before using his eyes of essence to look through the mountain walls and see the interior. Based on what he could see, there were countless white ores embedded in the mountain walls. All of different sizes, they were giving off a dazzling glow. This is an immaculate energy stone mine. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. He barely could believe his eyes. An immaculate energy stone mine. It was a rare kind of energy stone, even rarer than 9th-level energy stones. And yet, an entire mine of it was right before him. Is this a gift from heaven? Another question followed. What was the immaculate energy stone? Such pieces of stone would usually come with different elements, and were dug out from the land. Most mines absorbed force attributes around them, producing energy stones with different elements infused. For instance, there were fire element energy stones, wood element energy stones, and so on. Martial warriors could absorb the corresponding forces inside those stones to improve their cultivation. As for immaculate energy stones, they were special. They were pieces devoid of any element. The force contained was the purest zero-element force. No matter what element the martial warrior excelled at, he would be able to absorb the force inside to cultivate. Even dark apparitions were able to use them. No wonder that devil-mind apparition had to enter secretly, wary that others would see him. The fellow had probably found the place by coincidence, and wanted to have it all to himself. Immaculate energy stones were precious, even more valuable than any other element energy stones. It was said that universe stage martial warriors and above would use immaculate stones to cultivate. This in itself made the sneaky apparition's action understandable, wanting to be the sole beneficiary. Wang Ting touched his chin, eyes glistening. He felt extremely lucky at the moment. Opportunities are given to those who are prepared. He didn't squat all day for nothing, just to wait for that fellow to show up. In the cave, Akbar rubbed his palms together and took out the shovel he prepared from his space ring, then started digging out the stones. This is fate. This is my fate. I didn't think I'd be able to find an immaculate energy stone mine. I am magnificent. I knew there was a mine when I walked past here that day, the creature muttered to himself as he dug for stones. He looked ecstatic. However, he started to complain as he dug. This body is too weak. If not, I wouldn't have this much trouble digging. I could have easily taken out all the immaculate energy stones. Akbar felt bitter as he kept on grumbling. Fortunately, the absorption speed of the girl's soul will increase with these immaculate energy stones. Once I'm done absorbing, I will be stronger than Brumberg. All he did was save me. Did he have to be so bossy, lecturing me all the time? Who does he think he is? I'll show him some colors after my ability increases. Clang. After digging for some time, his shovel struck something hard, producing a clear and crisp sound. Found it! Akbar's eyes lit up. He threw away the shovel and pasted himself against the stone wall. As expected, he saw a white crystal the size of his fist shimmering amongst the yellow stones. This immaculate energy stone is big enough for me to cultivate. Akbar felt overjoyed. He worked hard to dig it out. At this moment, a voice was suddenly heard inside the cave. Thanks for your hard work. Who is it? Akbar squinted. The voice sounded familiar, but that wasn't the time for deep pondering. He turned his head in a hurry. Bang! Something purple and squarish-looking welcomed him. Akbar's head was banged before he could react. There was a ringing sound in his ears and his vision turned black. He fainted. The energy stone he had just dug out fell to the ground. So this is the immaculate energy stone. Wang Ting picked up the stone and observed it in detail. He seemed fond of it. It was his first time seeing one of its kind. He sensed it briefly and noticed the extremely pure energy hidden within, vastly different from the normal force. It was actually different from all the rest of the elements, but after careful inspection one could feel a slight connection between them. That was a force that contained the ability to change. It was a peculiar, yet special nature that could be transformed into any element. Akbar gradually regained consciousness. He stared at Wang Ting with wide eyes, as if having just seen a ghost. You. Surprise. Wang Ting smiled and squatted down. Friend, do you have many questions? Akbar felt speechless, overcome with despair. There were indeed question marks hanging all over his head. Why is this bastard here? Why is he here? The person he least wanted to see popped up at the place he wanted to keep secret. He almost went mad from frustration. Surprised. Wang Ting smiled. Akbar wasn't planning to simply sit and wait for death. His gaze became sharp and a black dagger appeared in his hand, making a stabbing motion towards Wang Ting's head. The latter didn't even try to move, reaching out and grabbing the creature's wrist with a smiling face. Why be so excited when meeting an old friend? Who's your old friend? Akbar felt hopeless, realizing his current body was too weak to be that human's opponent. Wang Ting took away his dagger and said calmly, "Oh right, I have to thank you for finding this immaculate energy stone mine for me." Pfft. Akbar almost vomited a mouthful of blood due to exasperation. This is my immaculate energy stone mine. That was a complete mine, not just one or two energy stones. How could he hand this wealth over to that human? He wished he could slam his head against the wall when he thought of this ending. Don't be that way. You still have my thanks, Wang Ting consoled when he saw the creature's expression. Human, you will die a terrible death. Akbar glared at Wang Ting with murder in his eyes, wishing he could bite the young man to pieces. Sigh, so insensible. I try to make you feel better out of the goodness of my heart, yet you snap back at me. Wang Ting sighed. #at yen. Akbar was so angry he found no words. How could someone be so shameless? All right, let's stop the nonsense and carry on with business. Wang Ting gave the other an ambiguous smile. Then, a strange glimmer appeared in his eyes. Enchantment. Akbar sensed that something was amiss, but Wang Ting's eyes absorbed his consciousness like a bottomless whirlpool. His vision turned black again, not knowing what was going on. After some time passed, Akbar gradually opened his eyes and looked at Wang Ting. He called him with respect, Master. Chapter 1302. You're an honorable miner from now on. Inside the cave, a drastic turn in the situation took place. The tense atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. Wang Ting sat on a rock at the side while Akbar stood obediently before him. A second before he wanted to tear the young human to pieces. Akbar was stunned as well. He hated the human, but for some reason he was unwittingly treating the latter as his master. I can't resist. Something's not right. Something was amiss. Akbar didn't want to act that way. He struggled frantically but couldn't break free from the mind conditioning. His face turned pale and cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. His expression remained respectful and obedient while those thoughts rushed through his mind. The existence of two conflicting emotions on his face made his expression look strange. Frightening. Extremely terrifying. What on earth is going on? Akbar screamed in his heart. Suddenly, an idea came to mind, leaving him dazed. He thought of something. The devil ovum. It was the ovum's enchantment skill. The creature was bewildered. His face turned even paler, finding the matter unbelievable. How is this possible? He's a human. How could he have the devil ovum's enchantment skill? Furthermore, he seemed to be skilled at it. A moment of carelessness and he fell into the trap. He didn't even know how it happened. Wang Ting didn't care one bit about the fellow's astonishment and struggle. The seed of enchantment had been planted, making the other incapable of resisting. The result was final. Your name is Akbar, right? Wang Ting asked indifferently. Akbar wanted to fight back, but to no avail. He couldn't go against the seed of enchantment in his heart, so he replied honestly, Yes, master. Wang Ting then asked the most important question, Where did you hide the devil ovum? Akbar's expression changed. This human came for the devil ovum. Although wanting to stop himself, his lips moved and his voice still came out. It's in the hands of Devil Emperor Bear Brain. Why can't I control my mouth? Akbar wanted to cry. What? Bear Brain? Like no brain? Wang Ting was shocked. What kind of strange name is this? Akbar's expression changed as he responded in a hurry. It's Bear Brain, not no brain. He seemed afraid of that Devil Emperor. I don't care if he's bare brain or brainless. It's still a strange name. Wang Ting couldn't think of anything else to respond. Akbar. What more can I say? Sir, this has nothing to do with me. The human said it. He prayed silently in his heart that the Devil Emperor would never learn of this. If not, he would be doomed to a terrible death. Is that fellow a high-tier Devil Emperor? Wang Ting asked with a frown. Yes. Akbar nodded, smirking in his heart. Are you afraid now? Devil Emperor Bear Brain is the commanding general of our future invasion into the human world. His power is fathomless. A celestial stage martial warrior like you wouldn't be his match. Why are you still thinking of stealing the devil ovum? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Wang Ting sighed in his heart. This is a little troublesome. The ovum was in the hands of a devil powerhouse. Was there a chance for him to steal it? Wang Ting had a sudden thought and asked, Is the ovum being kept by the Devil Emperor or did he place it somewhere? Akbar was shocked. The creature purposely tried misleading him, but Wang Ting saw through the scheme. Tell me. Wang Ting's pupils shrank as he stared at the dark apparition with a cold expression. The effects of the seed of enchantment weren't strong enough. The devil mind apparition still managed to show some resistance. However, it was still okay. The seed's influence would grow stronger in time, without the host realizing. It's in the Devil Emperor's room. He can't take it along with him, Akbar still replied in the end. Wang Ting's eyes glowed. That being the case, he still had a chance. He contemplated for some time, then asked, Does he go out regularly? I don't know. Akbar shook his head. We wouldn't know, even if Sir went out. Wang Ting looked at the creature, and felt that the latter was telling the truth. He was expecting such a reply. That high-tier apparition was probably the most powerful of all the invaders. None of the others would have the right to know his comings and goings. Our hero then asked a few more questions and was successfully answered to all of them. He ended the questioning by kicking the apparition. All right, continue digging. You're an honorable miner from now on. To hell with being an honorable miner. How honorable is this? I don't want. Akbar. Oh, this was his mine, but he became a worker now. How miserable. Akbar wanted to cry, but he could only pick up his shovel from the ground and continue shoveling. "Oh right, stop trying to refine the soul in that body. Just let her sleep," said Wang Ting, suddenly reminded. Poor Moira. He had to do this to avoid detection. It wasn't the time to wake her up. Yes. Upper felt worse. His mind was gone and now, he couldn't even feast on that delicious soul either. "Sir Devil Emperor, please pinch this bastard to death. Your man is being brutally tortured." He knew he could only escape the enchantment effect if Wang Ting died. Wang Ting didn't know that the creature was cursing him in silence. While observing the immaculate energy stone in his hand, Round Ball's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Is this the immaculate energy stone?" "That's right." Wang Ting nodded. "You're really lucky," Round Ball lamented. "Ha ha ha, no one can stop luck from arriving." Wang Ting smiled. Immaculate energy stones were precious cultivation resources that even universe-stage martial warriors would fight for. And yet, he found a mine full of them. This wasn't just being lucky, he was extremely lucky. However, he soon realized that Apparition's mining speed was indeed slow, only managing to dig out 2 stones after a long time. He thought for a moment and then waved a hand. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion appeared in the cave. After a period of cultivation, it had become a powerful 9th-level Emperor Star Beast, quite suited for the mining task. He was great at making holes. Huh! What a thick force fluctuation! The scorpion immediately noticed the difference in its surroundings. Eyes lighting up, it said, "Master, did you finally remember me?" Sob. "I thought you had abandoned me." Little White was greatly benefited and is transforming as we speak. "I'll be left behind if I don't increase my ability." "Are you misunderstanding something?" Wang Ting looked at it strangely. "Huh!" The scorpion was stunned. Then, it asked carefully, "This isn't for me?" Wang Ting glanced at the beast from the corner of his eye and replied nonchalantly, "No, it's not for you. It's for me." The metal armor Flaming Scorpion. ###. Chapter Bear Brain Devil Emperor. 1303 No. Bear Brain Devil Emperor. Another miner was added. 2 figures, one big and one small, were mining furiously in the dim-looking cave. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion was much faster than Ukber. It wasn't as powerful as the latter, but the former couldn't release all his power, so his speed was slow. The apparition glanced at the scorpion working next to him and wondered contemptuously in his heart. "TSK, are you stupid? Why are you working so hard when you're just manual labor? If I had a master like him, I would knock my head on the wall to commit suicide." He had forgotten he was the one calling Wang Ting master some time before. The scorpion noticed Ukber's gaze and glared while threatening in a fierce voice. "What are you looking at? I'll eat you if you look at me again." Eat me if you can." Ukber wouldn't dare offend his new master, but he wasn't afraid of the scorpion beast. "You're quite irritating." The scorpion was angered. "Hurry up and dig, stop wasting time," Wang Ting scolded them softly. "I'll give him to you after you finish digging." The scorpion was elated. It chuckled and said, "Thank you, master." Then, he glanced at Ukber proudly and sized him up with a ruthless gaze, as if considering how to conduct torture. Ukber. Oh, a man who loses position and influence may be subjected to much indignity. I'm an elite of the devil mind race. How could a spiritual pet punish me? Damn it. The digging speed increased with the addition of the scorpion's muscle. 1 night passed, but only a small part of the immaculate energy stone mine had been dug. There was a huge section left. However, Wang Ting and Ukber had to go back or the other dark apparitions would get suspicious. The human left the scorpion beast there. He gave it a spatial equipment so it could gather the rest of the immaculate energy stones. He would return later at night to then leave together. "Ukber, you should know what to do and what you should say." Wang Ting glanced at Ukber the instant they walked out of the cave. He continued calmly, "I can kill you with a single thought." "I know." Akbar was in a dilemma, but the fear of death exceeded everything in the end, so he nodded dejectedly. Actually, the implanted seed of enchantment was starting to affect his mindset. He couldn't betray Wang Ting anymore. Go ahead. Wang Ting waved a hand. Akbar left, soon disappearing from Wang Ting's view. Our hero didn't want to expose his devil armor race's identity, so he used his real appearance when dealing with Akbar. That way, he could keep hiding in the dark. Akbar would never guess he too was in their main base. Wang Ting changed back into his devil armor disguise and took another path back to the base he had infiltrated. Justin, where did you go? You're on duty today, Jared asked him hurriedly when he saw him arrive. I went out to cultivate. I'll go immediately, Wang Ting replied without much explanation. Go quickly. Jared was used to the latter being secretive, so he didn't think much of it. He just nodded and urged him to hurry for his patrol duty. Wang Ting led his small team and entered the valley. His appointed region was within the valley, so he could take the chance to pick up the attribute bubbles dropped by the obelisk scale dragon beast. Constellation Force, Dark, *300 Constellation Force, Earth, *400 Constellation Force, Dark, *200 Divine Level Dark Talent *100 The attribute bubbles merged into his, causing his constellation Earth and Dark Force to rise tremendously. His divine level of Dark and Earth talents increased too. But, this time, there weren't as many bubbles as before. It was probably because the previous catch was the result of a long accumulation period. There was no fixed time for the bubbles to last. They could last for longer in some special locations, or when they were dropped by powerful existences. The obelisk scale dragon beast was extremely powerful, which made the dropped attribute bubbles last longer. This was the reason Wang Ting hadn't needed to rush and pick them up every day. He could just go whenever he was on patrol. The day ended and a thorough patrol work was completed. Wang Ting went back to his temporary base and noticed that the dark apparitions were a little excited. They were talking about something. What are y'all doing? Wang Ting asked Jared. We'll be having duels between races later. Did you forget about it? Jared was sharpening his giant, black battle blade. Dueling? Wang Ting was stunned. He was surprised, but he didn't let it show in case they got suspicious. He went to look for his team members and got some information from them. The duels would be held every once in a while. Mid-tier devil emperors would attend, and would reward the ones who performed well. Dark apparitions loved to fight. Many conflicts would arise if they weren't given an avenue to release their energy. That was why the higher-ups would hold these fights on occasion. They would also give them some rewards, to motivate their subordinates to work harder. It could even ignite their competitiveness so they would cultivate harder. That was beneficial to the overall improvement of their forces. Wang Ting's gaze flickered, wondering if he should participate. He didn't mind torturing some of the apparitions. Justin, you should be more proactive later. Considering your ability, you definitely get Sir's reward, Jared reminded him. Don't worry, I will. Wang Ting smiled. His smile appeared exceptionally hideous, considering his devil armor race's face. Jared found his smile a little eerie for some reason. Night dawn. The surroundings looked scarier with the black mist floating around them. However, it was party time for the dark apparitions. A group of them gathered on an empty spot within the valley. The noise soared through the clouds, but didn't spread further, seemingly blocked by an invisible force. Wang Ting observed his surroundings and stuck out his tongue. Good grief, this is a parade of demons and monsters. Just then, a few figures with powerful auras appeared up in the sky. They were the mid-tier devil emperors. Once they made an appearance, they went down on one knee and faced the top of the building on the obelisk scale dragon beast's back. They shouted, "We welcome Devil Emperor Bearbrain." All the apparitions below kneeled and shouted in excitement, "We welcome Devil Emperor Bearbrain." Wang Ting copied them, also pretending to shout. He felt that he was becoming more and more like a dark apparition. Then, he looked up at the sky. A gigantic figure stepped out from the void and stood on top of the building, approximately 8 meters tall, looking like a dark deity. There was black mist surrounding him, so his body couldn't be seen. One could only feel the powerful aura being exuded by his body. Chapter 1304 I Was Playing With You. Bare-brained Devil Emperor's appearance lit up the surrounding atmosphere. All the dark apparitions felt excited by his presence. Those unaware would have deemed it as an attitude taken when seeing a peerless beauty. Bare-brain's eyes showed indifferent as he looked at the apparitions below the black mist. His voice was faint. "Rise." "Thank you, Devil Emperor!" All the apparitions shouted in unison. Wang Ting was speechless. These dark apparitions act like members of a cult. However, he had to admit that the presence of that powerhouse was overwhelming. Our hero didn't even dare look at him, fearing being exposed. "It's over. Will I be discovered?" Wang Ting's heart was pounding. But after thinking about it, his transformation was seamless. Adding the dark force in his body, he had hidden away all his other forces in the sea of nihility without revealing a trace. He could only make a run for it if he was still discovered after all the precautions taken. Fortunately, the powerful being didn't notice him. He was hovering, then moved to sit in the middle of the sky. As he sat down, the black mist rapidly condensed, making a throne which wrapped around his huge body. The mid-tier Devil Emperors remained in upright positions around the powerful apparition, acting with utmost respect. "Let's start." Bare-brain waved a hand and the ground shook all of a sudden. Boom! There was a loud sound and the ground rose, turning into a huge, rough arena. Wang Ting turned and looked at the obelisk scale dragon beast. He felt a wave of earth force near the ladder just then. That should be its ability, right? Such a feat would have been impossible for ordinary earth talent. Even if they had divine talent, it would only entail being more sensitive to earth force, which manifested in greater absorption and cultivation speeds, among other things. To change the structure of a terrain, special talents would be necessary. An example for this would be Wang Ting's Heart of Magnetic Essence, which could allow him to alter terrains to a certain extent, like turning rocks into sand or reshaping them. Although he could also form an arena, he wouldn't have done it as easily as the behemoth did it. Does the obelisk scale dragon beast have other special earth abilities? There was no other information that our hero could find, and could only make guesses on the matter. It would also be impossible to strike up a conversation with the gigantic beast. He would probably be slapped if the monster knew that Wang Ting was trying to find out about its talent. Wang Ting could only give up on that unrealistic idea. At this time, a dark apparition leaped into the arena and looked over at the area claimed by the devil armor dark apparitions, then shouted in a cold voice, "Crosa, from the vampire race, hereby challenge devil armor races Justin to a duel. Come up and fight." It was the vampire apparition that had a conflict with Wang Ting recently. It's him again. It was a pity that he wasn't aware of it at all. Needless to say, many apparitions knew about the feud between him and Wang Ting. They were excited by this entertaining prospect. Ha ha ha, Crosa fought this devil armor fellow before and there wasn't a clear winner. Getting impatient, aren't we? He was humiliated a few days ago. Looks like he's trying to regain his reputation. The vampires are always vengeful. I don't know if the devil armor guy is going to accept the challenge. I heard he's only a devil king. Wouldn't he be courting death if he did? What's there to be afraid of? Go. Kill him or be killed. Go. Go. Go on. The surrounding apparitions were causing a commotion. After all, they weren't the ones affected. Some of them were just eagerly watching, taunting. This clearly showed their ferociousness and thirst for battle. Wang Ting raised his head and looked the vampire apparition in the eye, with a sudden grin in the end. He looked forward to having some fun. Boom. With one foot on the ground cracked and he left an afterimage as he landed on the arena, making a loud bang. Howl! Fight! Hurry up! The onlookers' craze grew and started screaming and cheering when they saw that Wang Ting wasn't intimidated. You have some guts. You didn't cower and hide. Croesus sneered. Do you think that your strength can make me cower? Wang Ting asked. His answer wasn't offensive per se, but it was extremely insulting to the rival. Croesus was enraged when he heard Wang Ting's calm tone. Although the latter's face and expression were covered by the armor, he could clearly pick out the underlying sense of mockery. You're looking for death. As soon as he finished, Croesus turned into a blood-red afterimage and charged towards Wang Ting. A sharp sword with blood streaks all over appeared on his hand. The blood traces shined and turned into red sword glows which slashed towards Wang Ting. There was some kind of sword ultima contained in those sword glows. On top of that, the ultima was at least at the 3rd level. Wang Ting had a strange expression. Among all the Cosmos stage martial warriors he had met thus far, this vampire was a little weak. Was the 3rd level ultima that powerful? He could only use dark force at the moment, yet his ultimate move attainments had far surpassed his contender. Brat, today I shall show you the difference between a devil king and a devil emperor. You will have to pay the price of offending me. A cold light flashed in Croesus' eyes as he stared at Wang Ting with murderous intent. He launched such a move with the clear intention to kill, going all out. The apparitions present were excited, but this didn't come as a surprise. Killing seemed to be a common thing in those battles. Wang Ting stood on the spot. Just as the blood glow made a rapid approach, a black sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Boom! A cold and harsh killing intent erupted from his body in the next moment. A black sword glow was condensed on the weapon, with a surge of the horrifying bloodlust ultima, creating a special domain around Wang Ting. The domain was filled with black sword energy. Boom! The blood-red sword glow dissipated, unable to withstand the terrifying counter. Croesus' pupils narrowed as he looked at Wang Ting in disbelief. The bastard! How is this possible? Countless questions surfaced in his mind. He could not believe how strong Wang Ting was. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Wang Ting raised his head and gave Croesus a calm look. Boom! He slashed at the latter, and a sword glow flew across the sky. Croesus gritted his teeth and slashed back, the sword glow bursting out. Unfortunately, it was destroyed in an instant. The black sword glow then landed on his body. Splurt! Croesus' body was sent flying. A long and narrow wound appeared on his chest as fresh blood was spilled. Wang Ting took a step and vanished from the spot. He then reappeared up in the sky the next instant, right above Croesus. An indifferent voice could be heard. Did you think that that's all I could do? I was just fooling around with you last time. Fooling around? Croesus' eyes widened as his heart was filled with horror. He spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard those words. What do you mean by fooling around? He didn't want to believe it. But why is this bastard so strong? He's just a devil king. Wang Ting didn't play around anymore. He sent out a fist and straight out punched Croesus' head. I admit, Croesus' pupils shrank and finally recognized he was at death's door. Alas, it was too late. Splat! Chapter 1305 Doesn't Your Conscience Hurt? Splat! The sound of a watermelon being smashed was heard in the arena. Boom! Croesus' body was slammed to the ground by a powerful force. A deep hole was formed. His head was smashed. All his vitality was gone, even his soul was extinguished. There was a second of silence. Then, loud cries were heard. Howl! Ha ha ha, he's dead. Croesus dead. As expected of a warrior from the devil armor race. Vampires are no match for them. Impressive. Good job. All the dark apparitions got crazier by the stench of blood. Red light glowed in their eyes. They wished they could rush into the arena and start killing. Wang Ting floated down and landed next to Crosa's corpse. His gaze remained indifferent, completely devoid of emotions. He finally killed that vampire with a perfectly justifiable reason. It wasn't easy. The guy had killed so many humans, he deserved to die. But that was just the interest. The real payment had yet to start. Compared to the excitement of some of the apparitions, the vampire kind were silent. They glared at Wang Ting, wishing they could dash out and fight with him. Crosa was killed in the arena by Wang Ting. He was weaker, so they couldn't blame anyone. However, the winner was just a devil king. This made the vampires feel embarrassed, and they were exceptionally furious. Up in the sky, the powerful Bear-Brain's gaze landed on Wang Ting as if sizing him up. His voice was gradually heard. A devil king with 5th-level bloodlust ultima. His talent is not bad. Jefford was elated, and hurried to offer his thanks. Thank you for your compliment. He felt even more satisfied with Wang Ting. The mid-tier Devil Emperor vampire wore a grim expression, silent, yet a flaming anger burned in his heart. That Crosa had promised him he would succeed. Unfortunately, he was beaten to death by a Devil King in the end. He embarrassed the whole vampire race. That was the only thing said by Bear-Brain. To him, a talented Devil King was worth a glance, and that was it. He wouldn't bother saying anything else. Wang Ting could only attract his attention if he displayed some exceptional talent. Back in the arena, the infiltrated human picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by Crosa after dying. Constellation Force, Dark, * 4200 Celestial Realm Spirit * 2400 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment * 2600 Blood Ultima * 1500 Handsomeness * 10 Blood Ultima. Wang Ting was stunned and startled. The attribute bubble merged into his mind and turned into an epiphany. A strange scene appeared in Wang Ting's mind just then. It was an endless sea of blood. He turned into a shadow above it, wisps of blood-red light around him. They looked like strings and minute streams. It was a magical sight. Wang Ting gradually understood the new Ultima. Blood Ultima. That was a special Ultima particular to vampires. Wang Ting carefully absorbed his newfound understanding. The feeling was strange. He could clearly sense the rhythm of the blood pumping inside his body. His blood flowed through his veins and arteries, endlessly like the river of life. This blood ultima seemed to be extraordinary. Wang Ting mused. Once he understood the skill, he attained a better grasp of the power contained. If Crosa would have had a higher level of understanding of this ultima, it wouldn't have been possible to kill the fellow with just his 5th-level bloodlust ultima. Unfortunately, there was a limit to his enlightenment, so the ultima's power was also limited. Wang Ting's bloodlust ultima was extremely powerful. Even though he could only execute its 5th-level power, it was still more powerful than others with similarly tiered skills. Hence, it was enough to kill that vampire. Anyway, even if the other party had a higher level of blood ultima, it would just mean there would be more attribute bubbles for him. Blood ultima. 500/2000 second level, 1500 of attribute points were enough for his blood ultima to reach the second level. Wang Ting was speechless. Indeed, that Crosa was a useless vampire. It was confirmed. Crosa wanted to get up from his grave. That blood ultima wasn't bad, but it required too much blood. Wang Ting shook his head, feeling stuck in a dilemma. Why don't I release some of the Devour Nihility Beast's blood? It's big, so it must have a lot of blood. The Devour Nihility Beast. Oh, doesn't your conscience hurt? Aside from the blood ultima, the others' attribute bubbles contained dark force, spirit, and enlightenment. Those few attributes rose, but he didn't pay much attention to them. However, there was a handsomeness attribute. It hadn't appeared in a long time. Wang Ting couldn't remember when was the last time he had seen it. Ever since his handsomeness reached the 98 points, now he had picked up more. He didn't expect to pick up some today. Was that vampire handsome? Wang Ting looked at the nearby corpse. Oh right, his face is gone. He recalled the fellow's appearance. It was indeed dashing, no wonder the attribute was dropped. That must be the reason why he went and hit the face. It was fate. He wasn't to be blamed. The vampire died for a reason. Handsomeness. 108. Limit of an ordinary person is 100. Wang Ting's handsomeness exceeded the 100 count, the limit of an ordinary person. If his appearance was still within the scope of ordinary humans at first, it had now stepped onto another path beyond what humans could reach. If there were different levels of handsomeness, they would be normal handsome, very handsome, very very handsome, extremely handsome, godlike handsome, and so on. Being such, he would be at the godlike level. I wonder how I look now. Wang Ting wondered in anticipation. Who wouldn't want to be more good-looking? Just when our hero was about to leave the arena, a figure suddenly appeared. Another vampire stepped into the arena, also handsome and tall. Wang Ting was confused by their appearance. Carly from the vampire tribe. Will you accept my challenge? Having the same kind of handsomeness was soulless. Unlike him, he was handsome and interesting. The only flaw those vampires had was their vibe. They were pale-faced, along with a weak, fragile look. They couldn't match up to him. Wang Ting stopped in his tracks and looked at the new arrival. The vampire gave off a powerful aura as he stared indifferently at Wang Ting with crimson eyes. The creature's fangs were visible. That was a low-tier devil emperor at the 5th level. This vampire was more powerful than the previous one. No wonder he dared to show up. Woohoo! Fight him! The apparitions below started shouting again, and the atmosphere was rekindled. Since you came to seek death, I'll fulfill your wish, Wang Ting replied calmly. Do you think you're invincible just because you killed that useless Crosa? Carly's gaze turned sharp, his expression ruthless. I have no time to waste. Wang Ting shook his head and disappeared from his current spot. Boom! His aura exploded. He used the same Bloodlust Ultima and used the sword glow to slash at the opponent. How is this possible? Carly squinted. Too powerful. How could he be this powerful? The vampire finally experienced the same disbelief and despair Crosa had felt before he died. A sense of regret suddenly sprang in his heart. He shouldn't have gone up. Roar. Carly gave a loud, angry roar and did his best for a final struggle. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. His attacks were instantly destroyed, and the sword glow chopped him in half. He was dead. The battle ended within a few breaths. The dark apparitions below widened their eyes in surprise, with frozen expressions, unable to utter a sound. Chapter 1306 Bloodslayer Princess Euphelia. Silence. There was dead silence all around. All the dark apparitions were looking at Wang Ting, as if looking at a ghost, and were unable to think straight. Dead. Another vampire died. Isn't this a bit too fast? They wouldn't be as shocked and dazed if fierce battles had taken place. However, the battles ended so quickly. Carly died in such a short time. It was unbelievable. A low-tier devil emperor died almost instantly. Creatures of this ranking were considered to be strong apparitions, and there weren't many of them. They would be used as pillars in every battle. Now 2 of them had already been killed. Furthermore, it was done with extreme ease. Dark apparitions were known for their ferocity and bloodthirst, yet they themselves couldn't take this. The vampire kind showed distorted expressions. They lost 2 of their kin, low-tier devil emperors even. It wasn't a small blow for them. Oh! Devil Emperor Bearbrain felt a slight interest in Wang Ting. He asked, Jeffred, does this Devil Armor Jr. have a bloodline inheritance? Sir, he's from the Abyss world. He shouldn't have any powerful inheritance that I know of, Jeffred replied. Abyss world. He actually came from a low-tier world. His talent is good. He can be nurtured, said the Devil Emperor. Yes, I will see to it, Jeffred responded. Bearbrain didn't comment further, but paid more attention to Wang Ting from then on. He would explode in anger if he ever found out that a human was hiding underneath the armor. Xueluan heard the conversation between the Devil Emperor and Jeffred, feeling livid and helpless. However, Bare Brain had eyed Justin, and he couldn't just exact vengeance directly. However, the vampire elder couldn't take it lying down. He then bowed slightly towards the powerful being and said, "Sir, we have a genius from the vampire race as well. I hope she and the Devil Armor Boy can learn from each other." "Sure." Bare Brain glanced at him and nodded. In the arena, Wang Ting was collecting attribute bubbles dropped by Carly. Constellation Force, Dark. * 5000 Celestial Realm Spirit * 2600 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment * 3000 Blood Ultima * 2000 He obtained another wave of attributes, including the Blood Ultima attribute. Moreover, it was much more than the attributes dropped from the previous vampire. Blood Ultima 500/3000 3rd level. Our hero's Blood Ultima immediately advanced to the 3rd level. Carly was much stronger than Crosa, giving him a greater advancement boost. In addition, his Constellation Dark Force, Enlightenment and Spirit attributes were also improved. However, there weren't any handsomeness bubbles. Wang Ting's face darkened. His appearance had reached the unmatched handsomeness stage. The attribute wasn't coming up anymore. He had been looking forward to it in vain. But, I think I found something. Wang Ting stroked his chin. The handsomeness attribute would probably drop only when it came from someone more attractive than him. His previous hunk stats were at 98 points, which almost reached the limits of ordinary people. Even if the apparitions wanted to surpass him in the looks department, it wouldn't be as easy. That is, until he met Crosa. He had to admit that the fellow was dashing. That was the time our heroes' looks met a worthy rival, superior even. To become a vampire devil emperor, they would also have perfect appearances, which had to do with their bloodlines. The stronger and more complete their bloodlines were, the closer their appearance was to perfection. Once our hero collected the attributes, he was in no hurry to go down. Was there anything more enjoyable than blatantly killing dark apparitions in their own lair and farming their attributes? Come on. Don't be cowardly. Wang Ting didn't worry about how he looked as he gazed at the dark apparitions below. Who's next? Gasp. All the apparitions were flabbergasted. The devil armor creature is taunting the vampires. So exciting. How exhilarating. Howl! The Leakin apparitions howled, playing the DJ role to hype up the atmosphere. The vampires' faces were ashen. They were gritting their teeth and letting out low roars. This is too much. This Justin isn't taking our clan seriously. Their eyes became even redder than their usual color. Every one of them was like a raging bull, who wanted to ram Wang Ting to death. Damn, looks like I've rattled a hornet's nest. Wang Ting's scalp was tingling when he saw the murderous eyes of the creatures below. Being stared at by so many pairs of bloodshot eyes was quite a terrifying sight. However, he wasn't one to be altered by someone's gaze. He immediately glared back. Bite me! This time, the vampires were truly enraged and started shouting. Damn it! Impudent! Someone, kill him! Let me go, don't pull me, I'm going to bite him to death. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the back of the vampire group. A name was called by one of them. The Blood Slayer Princess, Euphelia. The crowd gave way and formed a small path. A figure in blood-colored armor walked slowly from a distance. Long dark hair hung loose over the flattering battle armor that displayed a graceful figure. She was tall and exquisite, with an extremely beautiful, flawless face. Most striking of all was her temperament. She seemed cold and seductive, yet not, all at the same time. Her eyebrows moved elegantly, and she had a bewitching aura. Wang Ting had naturally noticed her sudden appearance. He squinted his eyes as he saw her approach. The graceful vampiress raised her head and looked him in the eye. There was a slight curve on the corner of her mouth, revealing an ambiguous smile. Wang Ting sucked in a breath of cold air as he exclaimed in his mind, gasp. This vampire is so gorgeous. Could it be that the vampires knew they couldn't beat him and were resorting to using a honey trap? What a joke. Am I that kind of person? How can a mere vampire make me waver? Ophelia walked over leisurely. The surrounding apparitions became quiet as their eyes followed her. Finally, she stepped onto the arena, standing relatively close to Wang Ting. She gave him a subtle smile and said, I will fight you. I don't really like beating women, he replied with a hoarse voice, echoing from under the devil armor. Suddenly, he smelled a faint, sweet fragrance. It wasn't foul, it was intoxicating instead. Wang Ting's heart tightened and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Ophelia let out a little sound and looked at her enemy in surprise. She didn't expect that the latter would be capable of instantly resisting and dispelling her blood fragrance. Wang Ting looked at the seductress and said, Looks like the battle had already begun the moment you stepped into the arena. He tilted his head and gave her a sinister smile. In that case, I won't be polite then. Chapter 1307. No way, we will never agree to this. Your smile is so scary. Ophelia patted her chest, pretending to be scared. The undulations made by her chest area were quite majestic. Her battle armor was half revealing, so she almost exposed herself as her chest heaved up and down. Slurp. Many dark apparitions below were struggling, swallowing their saliva or drooling. Apparitions had their own needs too. Without a doubt, all vampires were beautiful and handsome. There weren't any ugly ones. Wang Ting remained indifferent, ignoring the vampire's purposeful acts. He suddenly dashed forward. His battle sword was covered by a glow as he slashed violently. You don't give the ladies any chances. Ophelia's expression remained the same. A strange black sickle dagger appeared in her hand and she slashed forth. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The battle sword and the sickle dagger collided. Two entirely different forces were swept through the air, picking up the dust on the ground. You're quite strong, Ophelia commented. There seemed to be a red flame burning in her eyes. She was of the combative sort. Wang Ting's power ignited her competitiveness. She was a bit unwilling at first when Xueluan first asked her to partake in the dueling. There was no talent she was interested in, and she felt any dueling would be mere child's play. It would be pointless. However, she became a little curious after Xueluan told her about Wang Ting's battle results. A Devil King able to defeat a 5th-level low-tier Devil Emperor. The latter could have been a little weak, but the ability to kill someone above one's level was exceptional. Not all dark apparitions could do this. Ophelia could also deal with higher-level foes. She was a 1st-level low-tier Devil Emperor, but she had killed many Devil Emperors at the peak of the low-tier. That was how she earned her Blood Slayer Princess moniker. Now, after seeing Wang Ting in real life and exchanging blows, she realized how strong he was. She wondered if he was going all out. Let me see if you're worth fighting against me. A blood-red glow erupted from Ophelia's black sickle dagger. Numerous red blades started congregating within the light. Then, the red blades suddenly darted towards Wang Ting. The latter was about to attack Ophelia, so they were extremely close. The blades reached him in an instant. However, his battle instinct was strong. He remained composed in the face of danger. His eyes didn't show any change of emotion. Swoosh! The red blades pierced through his body, but it was just a lingering shadow. Wang Ting appeared behind Ophelia, slightly to her left. The black battle sword was aimed mercilessly at her slender and beautiful neck. Should the attack follow through, her head would be chopped off, her blood staining the arena. How vicious! Your speed is not bad. Her enthusiasm continued to rise. She felt a pressure change on her weapon the moment Wang Ting disappeared. Hence, she was prepared for it. She spun the sickle dagger's handle and aimed the weapon at her attacker, drawing a blood-red crescent in the air. Clang! The two weapons collided once again, sparks flying. Then, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Euphyllia dragged the black sickle dagger to slice Wang Ting's head. The sharp, blood-red glow on the blade blossomed at that moment. Wang Ting blinked, realizing he was underestimating his opponent. She was very powerful. He could only use his constellation Dark Force while under cover, so he couldn't use the majority of his skills. It was exasperating. I mustn't get hit. He felt the sharpness of the attack and the Ultima's strength embedded in it, powerful enough to break his armor. Boom! The Bloodlust Ultima exploded. The black glow on his sword was shot, forcefully blocking the black sickle dagger. Then, he evaded the sharp glow and attacked Euphyllia from another side. He stretched out his other hand and dark force was released, turning into black vines which seemed to grow out of his palm. The offshoots rushed towards Euphyllia and entangled her limbs. Devil Vine. The skill he received from the Devil Vine was finally put to use. Huh! Euphyllia was astounded. She glanced at the black creepers in surprise. The sickle dagger drew an arc in the air. Swoosh! All the vines were chopped. However, she underestimated how troublesome those plants would be. They were indeed chopped, but they grew quickly and kept swarming towards her. Euphyllia's limbs were instantly tied up by the black vines. She couldn't move. Right from the very beginning of the battle, the onlooking apparitions below didn't know where to look. The fight was extremely dangerous, as they could feel the Ultima's strength exuded. All of them retreated unconsciously, fearing being caught by their moves. Many of them were surprised that Wang Ting was able to fight head-on with the Bloodslayer Princess up to that point. At first they felt that he would lose, even though he was powerful. And yet, Euphyllia got tied up and was the one in danger at the moment. Such a result was unexpected. The expressions on the vampires' faces changed. They had high hopes for Euphyllia, and were counting on her to defeat the offender. But something went wrong. Why was she tied up? Will our Bloodslayer Princess be defeated just like this? Our hero wasn't planning on letting her off. He gathered his 6th-level Bloodlust Ultima on his battle sword. I'll kill her while she's stuck. Boom! Sword glow blossomed in the air, and struck Euphyllia's body. An explosion was heard and the ground cracked. Dust flew everywhere. The aftershock of that move blasted through the area. Seriously? The vampires widened their eyes, unable to accept such an ending. However, Wang Ting frowned. He stared intently ahead of him. A ball of red light could be faintly seen within the explosion. The dust settled, revealing a red-colored dome of light covering Euphyllia. The sword attack didn't hurt her. You are indeed strong. Euphyllia was beyond excited. Her eyes glistened with red light. She licked her crimson lips as she stared at Wang Ting with burning eyes. Wang Ting pointed his sword downward and said calmly, "Others could misunderstand if you look at me like this. I like strong apparitions. I don't mind being your woman if you defeat me, even if you're of the Devil Armor race." Euphyllia flashed him a seductive smile. The vampires were elated to see she hadn't died, but her words dragged them back to reality. They howled in agony. That was their Bloodslayer Princess. How could she become a Devil Armor race's woman? No way, we will never agree to this. Chapter 1308, First Level Domain? The dark apparitions felt happy when they saw Euphyllia safely blocking Wang Ting's attack. But they were appalled by her statement. Bloodslayer Princess. How could the vampire's greatest beauty submit to the Devil Armor race? This shouldn't even be said. It is an insult. There was no future for interracial partners. Many vampires felt offended, but the one who had offended them was the Bloodslayer Princess herself. They felt perplexed. Meanwhile, apparitions from other races were excited by the outcome, screaming with even more enthusiasm. Many were shouting, "Take her down, take her down." If they couldn't do it themselves, they would let others do it. Wang Ting was calm and unaffected. He had no interest in vampires. "I'm afraid you're not qualified enough." He stepped towards his opponent with sword in hand. Euphelia's face became stiff. This was her first time. No other apparition had ever resisted her charms. They would go insane whenever she said those words, as if wanting to swallow her whole. Still, none of them had ever succeeded. However, she had uttered the same words just then, and the devil armor fellow said that she wasn't qualified. That was the first time she had received such a dismissive reply. You could imagine her rage. She was even a little embarrassed. Wang Ting saw her expression and sneered in his heart. Harlots deserve to die. He didn't expect that even dark apparitions had their own share of goddesses. A pity that he wasn't someone lustful. Thud. 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 Wang Ting walked towards the vampiress. The sturdy armor stomped on the ground, producing dull sounds. His aura continued to rise. Since the Bloodlust Ultima was unable to kill his opponent with the 6th level, he would have to use the 8th level. This vampire is very powerful. She was stronger than he had expected. She was a 1st-level low-tier Devil Emperor, much stronger than his previous 5th-level vampires he dueled. Boom! Euphelia's eyes turned cold when she saw what was happening. The black sickle dagger had a bright red glow and a dense blood fragrance wafted out, filling the air. Wang Ting's spirit was affected. He started to hallucinate, seeing countless phantoms appearing before his eyes. The fragrance filled his nose, and everything turned into a hazy blood scene. Inside his mind space, the 9 Treasures Pagoda shined with a golden brilliance which shocked him. Humph! Wang Ting scoffed. Golden rays burst out of his pagoda. Smash it! The spiritual building slammed down on the bloody illusion. The hazy scenery started to crack, and golden light pierced through. Boom! The next moment, the entire blood illusion exploded into nothingness. Wang Ting's mind was clear. However, a violent gust of wind was already within less than 5 meters from his face the moment he returned to reality. That sort of distance would only take an instant to reach when it came to warriors of their level. However, Euphelia was shocked to see the illusion shatter. The shock delayed her attack for a moment. Wang Ting seized this opportunity to condense Bloodlust Ultima into a sword, almost attaining physical form, and slashing forward. Euphelia's expression changed, and she countered with her sickle dagger. A blood glow was formed and collided with the approaching attack. Boom! There was an explosion. The red and black-colored attacks clashed fiercely. The resulting impact swept across the surroundings. Both attacks were evenly matched. Euphelia's Ultima mastery was evident. Wang Ting stood in the gale, his devil armor wrapped in a black glow which defended against the violent winds. He didn't retreat. He moved forward, striding toward the center of those violent winds, directly towards Euphelia. The latter didn't expect Wang Ting to be that crazy. The force remnants had yet to dissipate completely, and yet he dared to step into the blast radius. Her heart sank when she saw Wang Ting's armor. The great thing about devil armor was its sturdy make. Even a vampire as herself wouldn't dare enter that range. She could only retreat. Wang Ting had a fierce expression as he headed towards her, swinging his sword violently. The weapons used by the devil armor race were all relatively large weapons. Our hero's weapon was a broadsword, which was extremely powerful when swung. The dark apparitions in the audience below were in a daze. The Bloodslayer princess was being overwhelmed. How intimidating! What kind of a monster is Justin? Is he even more talented than the Bloodslayer princess? Bang! 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 Continuous loud sounds were heard, as if banging the creatures' hearts. Wang Ting's broadsword was stolen from the dark apparitions. It wasn't of a high quality, which was why it was being chipped when used to block. After a while, it broke into 2 with a crack. Euphelia was beaming, and was ready to counterattack. She was being overwhelmed, as if she were a weakling. However, this is so useless. Trash. Wang Ting glanced at his broken sword with disgust, and threw it away. Another black broadsword appeared in his hand again. He had killed so many apparitions that he had many of them. Euphyllia, bang, bang, bang. The slashing sounds could be heard again as they echoed above the arena. After a while, the black sword was broken again and Wang Ting took out another. Switching to another weapon, and another, and another, and another. No one knew how many he had used. Euphyllia felt so frustrated that she wanted to spew blood. Zulan's face was twitching. I called the Bloodslayer Princess to fight Wang Ting, and this is the result? Jeffrey opened his mouth when he saw that expression, but to flash a huge smile. Euphyllia's face turned somber. There was rage in her eyes as she suddenly let out a sharp cry. Boom! A strange wave swept towards her surroundings. Wang Ting was knocked away. He was unable to escape from the attacking wave and was instantly enveloped by it. Domain. Euphyllia had activated her domain. The arena disappeared once again, turning into a blood-red color. It was hazy, and the fragrance was many times stronger than before. Blood-colored mist filled the air. No figures could be seen this time. Euphyllia, who was formerly close to the human, had long disappeared. No one knew she was hiding. You are the first to force me into using my domain. Although I learned this only recently, it's enough to deal with you, said Euphyllia. Her icy voice could be heard within the mist. First-level domain? Wang Ting's expression was a little strange. Chapter 1309. This is crazy. First-level domain. Wang Ting swore he wasn't discriminating against her. He just felt a little surprised. It had been a while since he had seen a first-level domain. He looked at this attributes board. He currently had 3 dark element domains: the Wicked Eye domain, the Blood Crow domain, and the Dark domain. All were at the 3rd level. A question arose. Which one should he use? Euphyllia didn't give him any time to react. Right after she finished speaking, the blood mist around her started churning in the air, gathering to form a huge blood beast. It was a lifelike sight that roared continuously. Wang Ting was surrounded in the blink of an eye by numerous blood beasts. There were even some of them in the sky. Die! Euphyllia's cold voice sounded from the mist. She appeared on the back of a flying blood beast while looking down at the place where Wang Ting stood. Roar! The blood beasts surrounding her received her command, then bellowed as they rushed towards Wang Ting. A thick stench of blood was spread out, almost suffocating him. Wang Ting didn't move. He remained extremely composed, allowing the sky full of blood beasts to charge towards him, drowning him completely. A hint of pleasure appeared in Euphyllia's eyes. It's time for this duel to end. Boom! A huge explosion resounded. Its terrifying force erupted from the center and the blood beasts burst, scattering and forming a blood mist in midair. Euphyllia's pupils shrank when she saw this. There was a hint of disbelief on her face. What is going on? Before she could think further, a strange fluctuation moved toward her. It was extremely powerful. Domain! Euphyllia exclaimed in shock. Boom! The next moment, the power of a domain gushed out. The blood beast domain burst in full. Splurt! A powerful energy slammed into Euphyllia's body, throwing her backwards. She vomited blood due to the heavy blow. She crashed onto the ground and her face turned paler. However, she couldn't spare a thought to care about herself at the moment. The vampiress stared in astonishment. Only disbelief remained in her heart. Domain. This devil armor fellow can also summon a domain. Furthermore, his domain was obviously more powerful than hers. The blood mist around them disappeared. The arena was visible again. Wang Ting's domain was only manifested for a split second, disappearing right after a full-out execution. The apparitions witnessing the fight weren't able to see a thing. Euphyllia looked dejected, knowing she had already lost. This devil armor guy is too powerful. She couldn't win. The audience snapped out of their shock and started screaming in disbelief. Astonishment filled their eyes. She lost. The Bloodslayer Princess lost. Is the Devil Armor race that powerful? Ha ha, the talent of my Devil Armor race is indeed powerful. The vampires are nothing. Damn it, how can the Bloodslayer Princess lose? The vampire apparitions couldn't accept this result. They looked furious. 3 consecutive defeats, and even their Bloodslayer Princess had lost. All the vampires felt embarrassed. They would probably become a joke to the other allied races for some time to come. Wang Ting then picked up his sword and walked over. He looked at Ophelia indifferently. The vampire? She was stunned. Something felt wrong. What does he want to do? Does he want to kill me? Any last words? Wang Ting asked calmly. Ophelia squinted. She said in a hurry, I said that I can submit to you if you defeat me. I don't need that, Wang Ting replied. Ophelia looked at him in disbelief. Never did she think that someone would ever reject her. She felt puzzled, wondering why he wasn't mesmerized by her beauty. Is there something wrong with this armor guy's brain? Or is he not into women? Oh my God! This is scary. That kind of person was quite scary. Her proudest asset had no effect on him. For the first time, Ophelia didn't know what to do. She looked at Wang Ting again with an eerie gaze. What kind of look is that? Wang Ting's expression turned grim. However, he couldn't see anything beneath his devil armor, so he raised his sword and continued, Indeed, I should kill you. What joke is this? Ophelia wouldn't sit and wait for death. She instantly backed out. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp. He chased after her and slashed continuously. Sword glows were shot non-stop. This vampire is a rare talent. I must kill her as soon as I can. She would become a formidable enemy for humankind once she matured. Ophelia stumbled as she retreated, lifting her black sickle dagger to block Wang Ting's attacks. She never imagined there would be a day she would be forced into that tight corner. Her expression turned grim. Unfortunately, she was seriously injured by Wang Ting's domain, so she couldn't resist his full-force attacks. She couldn't hold her black sickle dagger anymore after blocking a few times. Oh no! Ophelia's expression changed entirely. Swoosh! A sword glow flashed past. Wang Ting didn't give her any chances, going straight for her neck. Killing a beauty! Without any hesitation, Ophelia's head flew high into the air. Bewilderment could be seen on her beautiful face, incapable of foreseeing he would kill her without any hesitation. Is this fellow a man? The onlooking apparitions were in a daze. Oh my God, what did we just see? The devil armor fighter killed the Bloodslayer Princess. How could he bear to kill the beautiful and mesmerizing Bloodslayer Princess? This is crazy. Wang Ting frowned. No blood came out when the head was severed. Instead, she turned into a ball of blood mist and escaped from his attacking range. Then, the mist started to gather. Ophelia's body appeared in the distance. Her neck was fair and slender once more, without any wounds. She gave Wang Ting a fearful look, one she would use for a wild beast. That's right, a beast. A guy who didn't treat a woman like a lady was a beast. This method again. Wang Ting felt his head hurt. It was similar to the Blood Crow clone he saw in the past. Do all vampire talents have such skills to protect themselves? This is too much. His gaze turned sharp as he chased after her. This vampire must die. I admit, Ophelia's face turned black. She retreated as fast as she could, not daring to put up any resistance. She couldn't use that skill multiple times. Every use would harm her origin. Admit your head. Wang Ting didn't give her any chances. He wielded his battle sword and forced her to swallow her words. A funny scene took place in the arena. Wang Ting chased Ophelia all around, while she was in a miserable state. Her Bloodslayer Princess glamour was entirely gone. With her mind fully fixated on escaping, Wang Ting couldn't do anything to her. Well, unless he used his space talent, but he didn't want to expose himself. Exposing too many things would be harmful for him. Zulan's face turned black. He couldn't restrain himself anymore and clawed down toward the arena with a blood-red attack. This bastard again. Wang Ting's expression changed as he cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to give up on killing the vampiress and dodge to the side. Boom! The blood-red claw landed on the arena, leaving an extremely deep claw mark. Wang Ting furrowed his eyebrows. Had the attack struck true, he would have been seriously injured. Anger swarmed into his heart uncontrollably. Chapter 13:10. Why was she a little mesmerized? Wang Ting's expression turned ugly. He glared at the mid-tier Devil Emperor coldly. He would have sent him a space tornado if the situation allowed. This is the second time. It was the second time the elder vampire meddled. Does he think I'm good-tempered? Ophelia heaved a sigh of relief. At least she was still alive. This scene alarmed the other mid-tier Devil Emperors. They gave mocking looks at Xueluan with a "you can't afford to lose" expression. There were instances where high-rank dark apparitions would save lower-ranked apparitions, but they were rare. Furthermore, it was a duel. To them, this was a shameless act. Xueluan. Jeffred flared up in anger. His gaze was cold. He would have started a fight if Devil Emperor Bearbrain wasn't with him. The armored elder didn't act the previous time because he wanted to see how powerful Wang Ting was. This time, the young fellow was already his subordinate. Xueluan attacked his subordinate right before his eyes, and he didn't react in time. Had Wang Ting not dodged in time, he would have been seriously injured. To Jeffred, it was a slap in the face. Xueluan was basically rubbing his face against the ground. It was a complete disregard. The worst of it was the gall of that vampire, acting right in front of Bearbrain. That was why he didn't react in time. Bearbrain looked at Xueluan with calm and indifference. Xueluan shuddered. He knew how frightening the former was. If it wasn't to protect Ophelia, he wouldn't have taken the risk. He was trampling on their leader's power and tempting fate. Xueluan kneeled down on one knee and lowered his head to plead guilty. Sir, Ophelia is the main talent of our vampire race. I acted on impulse because I was too agitated. Please punish me. Bearbrain looked down on him for some time before he replied. Get up. I'll let you go this time. Next time, you don't have to kneel anymore. Yes. Zulan's heart shuddered again. Why wouldn't he have to kneel anymore? Because it would be useless to come clean and plead. The Devil Emperor Bearbrain would kill him on the spot. Low-tier apparitions had no way of resisting against the high-tiered, unless they were powerful enough to stand their ground. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Think about how you should compensate that Devil Armor Jr., Bearbrain said. I understand, Xueluan obediently replied. Jeffred, do you have any questions? Bearbrain asked Jeffred. Your judgment is fair. I have no questions, Jeffred said. Even if he didn't have the courage to say it. There was no point in resisting, since Bearbrain had already spoken. He didn't dare to affront the latter. Since Bearbrain himself had spoken, the vampires had to acquiesce and give a good compensation to Justin. They couldn't wriggle out of it with a half-baked reparation. The Devil Emperor believed it would be enough to appease Justin. He wouldn't have minded if it happened to ordinary apparitions with no talent, but this one could fight against the Bloodslayer Princess, showing even more potential in comparison. Naturally, he had to take care of that issue and console him. For that, he immediately told Wang Ting about the verdict through voice transmission. This was to directly answer him. Wang Ting blinked. He could only sigh in his heart and accept it. He wasn't stupid. Putting up resistance right then would be tantamount to a death sentence. There was a time to be stubborn and a time to hold back. He would write down this grudge in his little notebook. Narrow-minded, he looked at Ophelia. He definitely couldn't kill her, a highly talented vampire. He wasn't letting her go because she was a female. The situation didn't allow it. The vampiress noticed his gaze and her heart skipped a beat. The muscles on her face twitched uncontrollably. The bastard is still staring at me. What does that gaze mean? Is he considering where to stab? Wang Ting smiled at her and made a slit-throat move. Euphemia frowned, knowing that the fellow would kill her if given the chance. Based on previous actions, she knew he wouldn't show any mercy. What is wrong with this guy? I'm so beautiful, but he doesn't show any interest at all. All he knows is kill, kill, kill. But why am I feeling a little mesmerized? Wang Ting ignored the vampiress and scanned his surroundings. He went and picked up all the attribute bubbles drop. Constellation Force, Dark. * 5600 Celestial Realm Spirit * 3200 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment * 3500 Divine Level Dark Talent * 500 Blood Beast Domain * 400 Blood Ultima * 3500 Handsomeness * 3 Hey, this vampire is not bad. She dropped quite a few attribute. Wang Ting was surprised. His astonishment grew as the attributes merged into his body. Oh my God! No wonder she was considered a talent among the vampires. The Bloodslayer Princess had the right to claim the title. Look at her attribute bubbles. Much more and better than what the previous two vampires dropped. He collected another round of Constellation Dark Force, Spirit, and Enlightenment. Wang Ting felt that his ability had increased. Divine Level Dark Talent. Wang Ting exclaimed in his heart. Euphemia's talent exceeded his expectations. He thought she would at most have Imperial level talent, but surprisingly, it was Divine level. Divine level talents were extremely rare. The obelisk scale dragon beast was the only one he had seen to have Divine level talent. This proved how extraordinary it was. And yet, Euphemia's talent was at the same level. He couldn't believe it. His desire to kill her increased again. Euphemia felt a chill up her spine right when she was just about to leave the arena. She turned back to take a look and noticed that Wang Ting wasn't looking at her. She felt confused. Are there any other apparitions wanting to kill me? What is wrong with this world? Euphemia found this absurd. How did she go from being a popular character to be one hated by all? This isn't right. Euphemia left feeling confused. She decided to stay indoors and meditate after she returned home, and would stay there until she was able to surpass her new rival. She disregarded the disappointed looks of her kindred. They were all trash, they had no right to reprimand her. Wang Ting resumed counting his gains. Unfortunately, there were only 500 points of divine level talent, so Wang Ting's dark talent only rose a little. However, it was still divine level talent. The small rise still allowed him to feel his talent grow. It feels good. Next was the Blood Beast domain. This must be the domain she executed just now. Unfortunately, there were only 400 points, so it could only rise to the first level. Blood Beast domain. 400/1000 first level, oh well. He had just said he hadn't seen a first-level domain in a long time, and it was there now. Furthermore, it was a first-level domain at the halfway mark. He felt the shallow understanding in his mind and showed a bitter smile. Is this revenge? Either way, it was a new domain. It was still a gain. He could raise it gradually in the future. Then, there was the Blood Ultima. He gained another round of 3,500 points of Blood Ultima, allowing him for his attainment to rise tremendously. Blood Ultima, 1000/4000 4th level. His Blood Ultima reached the 4th level. That was a good gain. The other party had a profound understanding of Blood Ultima, allowing her to resist his own Bloodlust Ultima. Alas, he was unable to get more attributes out of her. He would have beaten her up completely if he could. Then, there were 3 handsomeness points, or rather, the pretty looks of that lady. Wang Ting was surprised. Was that vampire more good-looking than me? In the end he admitted that her appearance was slightly better. After all, she only dropped 3 points. The difference was small and he could catch up quickly. Actually, their gender was different, so there was nothing to compare. Wang Ting felt that there were rarely any men more handsome than him. Handsomeness, 111, Limit of an ordinary person is 100. Wang Ting looked at the change in his handsomeness attribute and suddenly frowned. Is this number scolding me? Chapter 13 11 Blood Sea Domain. Wang Ting walked off the arena after collecting the attribute bubbles. It was a great harvest, but the final handsomeness attribute left him filled with resentment. He felt that the system had cursed him. It was a highly malicious move. This time, Wang Ting was able to walk off the arena smoothly. There were no other apparitions trying to stop him. He had already proved his strength, and those creatures respected and feared him. The vampires wanted to beat him up, but none of them had the courage to step into the arena. Even the Bloodslayer princess wasn't Wang Ting's match and was almost killed. Going up would be tempting fate. They could only grumble because of their incompetence. On the other hand, Wang Ting was warmly received by the Devil Armor race. Justice led a group of their group and congratulated their champion. Justin became famous among all the dark apparitions from then on. The covert human felt it was really great to spread his name far and wide. Your strength is almost catching up to mine. Justice laughed. I wouldn't dare compare with you, sir. I'm still far behind. Wang Ting was very humble. Justice gave him a feeling he wasn't easy to deal with. That apparition had to be exceptionally powerful, to have been appointed as Captain Commander of Jeffred's elite guards. Humility is not the Devil Armor race's strong suit. Jeffred patted Wang Ting's shoulder and smiled. However, you brought glory to our kin this time around. Sir Jeffred would be very happy. I only did what I'm supposed to. Wang Ting's attitude was proper. Killing vampires was equivalent to killing dark apparitions. There was nothing wrong about it. Justice became more satisfied with Wang Ting, and decided to put in a good word for him in front of Jeffred and raise his status. He had to promote such a genius. He couldn't possibly promote the other mediocre fellows. Afterwards, apparitions from the other races dueled with one another. However, the rest of the battles weren't as interesting after witnessing the newcomers' strong performance. They were still powerful, but they couldn't reach the heights where he and the Bloodslayer princess stood. None of them could rouse the audience. While watching the ongoing battles below, several mid-tier Devil Emperors were talking about the Wang Ting and Euphelia's battle. They were very surprised to see the Armored Junior use a domain. Jeffred, what kind of a domain did that little Devil Armor fellow use? A giant mid-tier Devil Emperor asked curiously. Wang Ting's domain wasn't fully activated back then. Those elders were only able to see he used a domain, but they weren't able to figure out which one it was. There were strong and weak domains. The powerful would have stronger domains, so they were curious about this information. After all, they saw that their junior was very powerful, having even manifested a domain while still being a Devil King. He was a terrifying talent. Most of them guessed that he would have a strong domain. Even Devil Emperor Bearbrain looked over and showed a hint of curiosity. I don't know about that. Jeffred shook his head. The Devil Moth race's mid-tier Devil Emperor said with regret, It's a pity that he didn't fully expand his domain. We would have found out otherwise. A mid-tier Devil Emperor with the appearance of a skeleton laughed. He's probably trying to hide his strength, to save his trump cards for the very end. Those who conceal their trump cards are the ones who live the longest, said a mid-tier Devil Emperor of the Lycan race. That vampire's blood beast domain is not bad, but she's only unraveled the first level. That's why she wasn't a match for Justin, said the Devil Armor race's mid-tier Devil Emperor. Shuelin scoffed and said with disdain, Euphelia's blood beast domain was bestowed by that sir. It can evolve into the blood beast domain in the future. No matter what domain that Devil Armor apparition has, it can never be compared with it. The Blood Sea Domain. All the mid-tiered Devil Emperors were astonished. It would truly be horrifying for the domain to evolve into the Blood Sea Domain. At the same time, they all knew the Sir that Elder Shueluan was referring to. The Blood Sea Domain was that Sir's famed domain. Oh, it's him. Bear Brain was also surprised, as if he knew him well. He then asked, "Is Euphyllia his descendant?" "Yes, sir," Llewellyn replied. "No wonder you wanted to stand up for her," Bear Brain said. "This subordinate of yours is helpless. Sir told me to take good care of Euphyllia. Seeing her get hurt is something I cannot allow." Llewellyn smiled bitterly. Bear Brain nodded in silence. Llewellyn heaved a sigh of relief. He used that Sir's name to dispel the anger Bear Brain had against him for what he did. A high-tier Devil Emperor wasn't someone he could offend. Bear Brain no longer took the previous matter to heart after being reminded of that existence. However, his interest in Wang Ting grew, since he was able to defeat Euphyllia. The lad's potential was worth nurturing. Most importantly, if I personally nurture this boy to continuously beat Euphyllia, wouldn't that be fun? Time passed and the battles gradually ended, until there were no more contenders in the arena. All the apparitions in the audience dispersed. Wang Ting was elated. He had previously gotten many attribute bubbles, and apparitions loved to fight. They gave it their all in every battle, which produced a lot of additional bubbles. Have you seen sheep that shed their own wool automatically? There was a bunch right there. The main thing he had obtained was the Dark Constellation Force, having now reached the 9th level of the Celestial Stage, and was about to reach the peak. Constellation Dark Force. 73500/90,000 Celestial Stage 9th level. The speed of improvement was beyond fast. He didn't expect that mingling with those apparitions would have such benefits. He felt satisfied. Various spiritual and enlightenment attributes improved as well. Other than that, he had also obtained several Ultima attribute. One of them was for Blood Ultima. This power mainly belonged to vampire apparitions. Every time a vampire fought, it would more or less drop a few of them. Like so, Wang Ting's Blood Ultima improved, already reaching the 7th level. Blood Ultima, 300/7000 7th level. Vampires would feel depressed if they knew about this. The other one was the Dark Ultima. It was a brand new Ultima for our hero. Most dark apparitions possessed it. It was considered a relatively common thing. However, common didn't mean it wasn't powerful. It was one of the purest forms of the darkness power. The Dark Ultima was only common because dark apparitions were born with affinity for dark powers from birth. That was the reason Wang Ting grabbed hold of a large number of attribute bubbles, even catching up with his Blood Ultima level. Dark Ultima, 2500/7000 7th level. Wang Ting's eyes flashed when he saw the Dark Ultima on his attributes board. Only those who had mastered it were considered true dark apparitions. The Blood Ultima was just a heretic power. He felt that his disguise was getting closer to perfection. Chapter 2 Good. 1312 This is too good. Acid from both Blood and Dark Ultimas, Wang Ting had obtained another peculiar Ultima. Bone Ultima. It was a power from the spiritual bone race. He had previously met one of them on Earth, Devil Lord Wu Gu. He didn't expect that he would see members of that race here again. Furthermore, it wasn't just one of them, they even had a mid-tier Devil Emperor. The expert was standing there conspicuously among the group of mid-tier Devil Emperors. There was only a skeleton with blue ghost flames as his eyes. The spiritual bone race was very different, even amongst dark apparitions. The Elder's black skeleton was much taller than Devil Lord Wu Gus. It looked rough and extremely sturdy. The fellow could simply take out a bone and smash others with it. It had to be very painful. Wang Ting's gaze was rather strange. He felt the Bone Ultima's enlightenment and his bones started squirming like flowing water. He had previously obtained the Black Bone talent from Devil Lord Wu Gu, which caused some changes in his bones. He could change their shapes at will and they also became sturdier. This improved Wang Ting's physical attributes by a great margin. Bones were a fundamental part of the body. Once he began cultivating his ancient god's body, Not only did it enhance his body as a whole, it also tempered his bones. However, using his bones to attack would be inferior to his other technique. That was why he hadn't used it. Now, with his understanding going further, there was a higher level of mastery. Bone attacks would be much more powerful from then on with the Ultima's blessing. Bone Ultima, 1300/3000 3rd level. His only regret was that there weren't as many members of the spiritual bone race in comparison to the rest, as the attributes drawn from them were lesser in comparison, and he could only advance his bone Ultima to the 3rd level. A 3rd level Ultima is too little. Wang Ting shook his head, feeling helpless. The spiritual bone people would lay their lives on the line to duke it out with him, if they ever learned what he was thinking. Would anyone believe what he's saying? All he did was watch a few battles and his Ultima advanced to the 3rd level. What else could he possibly want? Wang Ting obtained 3 Ultimas. The Ultimas from the other races didn't appear. He didn't know if they didn't have them, or if they didn't use them. In addition, no bubbles appeared, either, which disappointed him a little. This was normal, though. If domains were that easy to grasp, it wouldn't be considered a domain. Those who went to battle in the arena were mostly low-tier Devil Emperors. Domain users at that level were definitely a rare breed. The most mysterious Devil Mind dark apparitions never showed up. None except for Devil Emperor Bearbrain. Wang Ting felt a little strange about this, and took note of it. All the creatures went back to their dwellings. Wang Ting also planned to find the metal armor Flaming Scorpion during the night to see if it had finished mining. He was worried about leaving the Immaculate Energy Stone mine unattended. However, Jeffred kept Wang Ting by his side. Along with him was the vampire mid-tier Devil Emperor, Xueluan. Enemies would bare fangs at each other upon encountering, but Wang Ting could only suppress the rage in his heart. Now is not the time to do it. Jeffred looked at Wang Ting and said, Justin, Devil Emperor Bearbrain, has personally ordered the vampire race to compensate you for the previous attack. He had actually told Wang Ting about this, back in the arena. He brought it up again in front of Xueluan to make the latter look bad. He raised 30,000 level 5 dark energy stones to compensate you. Xueluan had a deadpan expression as he threw a gray bag to Wang Ting. If it wasn't for Bearbrain's orders, he wouldn't have cared about what he did to Wang Ting. A junior would be lucky he didn't kill him. Getting compensated would have only been wishful thinking. In fact, he really wanted to kill that junior. However, he was from the Devil Armor race, and was protected by Jeffred and Bearbrain. It was impossible at the moment. Wang Ting felt unhappy. 30,000 level 5 dark energy stones. This bastard isn't being sincere. Jeffred scoffed and grabbed the bag. He then smirked and said, Xueluan, shall we go meet Bearbrain? Xueluan's face darkened. He wanted at first to brush off the matter. Sending a Devil King away was easy. However, Jeffred was beside him, disrupting his plan. Give it back. I gave you the wrong bag. He snorted. TCH. Jeffred sneered and threw the gray bag over with a smile. The vampire elder knew he couldn't avoid this and frowned. He took out another bag from his space ring and threw it towards Wang Ting. 30,000 blood demon crystals. Then the elder left. Blood demon crystals. Jeffred was surprised. This time he didn't stop Xueluan from leaving. That was enough as compensation. Wang Ting felt puzzled. He didn't know what the blood demon crystals were, but he didn't ask, so as to not arouse suspicion. These blood demon crystals are enough to compensate you. Don't pay too much mind to Xueluan's move back then. Just be wary around him in the future, Jeffred said. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. You performed well this time. Even Devil Emperor Bearbrain seems to regard you differently, Jeffred added. Senior Bearbrain regards me differently? Wang Ting was startled. It's over. My status among the apparitions seems to be getting higher and higher. This isn't good. He had to hurry and find the Devil Ovum quickly, then escape as soon as possible. The closer he was to the top, the easier it was to be exposed. A high-tier Devil Emperor was equivalent to a universe stage martial warrior. There was a risk of being exposed if he got too close. He was confident in himself, yet he didn't want to gamble on that possibility. Jeffrey suddenly asked, "By the way, what kind of domain were you using? Would you mind telling me?" "There's nothing to hide. It's the dark domain," Wang Ting answered without skipping a beat. "The dark domain, it really is the most common dark domain." Jeffrey seemed a little disappointed. "Is there something wrong?" Wang Ting asked curiously. "No, nothing. It's not easy for a Devil King to manifest a domain. Even I couldn't do it back then." Jeffrey shook his head and hesitated for a while. "It's just that the Blood Beast domain that Ophelia mastered can evolve into the powerful Blood Sea domain. He didn't continue, as if afraid of hurting the young one's feelings. The Blood Beast domain can actually evolve into the Blood Sea domain." Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He discovered something new. "This is amazing. Don't be disappointed." "What? Amazing?" Jeffrey looked at Wang Ting, taken aback. Chapter 13 9 Days. "That is great." Jeffrey was stunned. He didn't understand Wang Ting's reaction. Ophelia would have a meteoric rise in power when fully grasping the Blood Sea domain. It wouldn't be easy beating her by then. And yet, Justin said that this was great? Is there something wrong with his mind? What is so great about it? Jeffrey asked curiously. Cough. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly to recover. That was close. He quickly put on a deranged expression and clenched his fists, showing a menacing smile. "The stronger my opponents, the more excited I become. Isn't it great?" "I see." Jeffrey was at a loss, torn between laughing and crying. "And I was worrying that he would feel down because of this." In the end, the young one didn't care and was even pumped with the future challenge. Jeffrey would never know that Wang Ting had laid eyes on Ophelia's Blood Sea domain. The Blood Sea domain sounds really amazing. I must get this attribute. No one can stop me. Sir, don't worry. I defeated her once, I can defeat her again, Wang Ting promised with a sharp glint in his eyes. It's good that you're confident, said a nodding Jeffrey after a short silence. The elder didn't know where that youngster had gotten such confidence from. However, he wouldn't dissuade the fellow. Having confidence was better than having none. What if he succeeds? Thank you for your concern, said Wang Ting, pretending to be thankful. Good. Jeffrey was satisfied with Wang Ting's attitude. He nodded and said, Your ability is on par with justice. You will be his assistant from now on, assist him overseeing my elite guards. Once our invasion plan ends, I'll consider giving you a higher status if you accumulate enough merit. It doesn't matter if you come from a low-tier Darkland. You will break free from this status and climb to a higher position in the future. Justice Assistant. Isn't that the elite guard's second in command? Have I been promoted again? Our hero was gobsmacked. He had trouble speaking, taking a while to react. What else could he say besides thanking the elder? My thanks for all your support. Jeffrey continued, You can go and look for me in the future if you have any questions regarding your cultivation. I might be able to give you some guidance in regards to developing your domain. Wang Ting was again puzzled by the development. That elder was treating him awfully well. He had been promoted, and was even willing to personally give him cultivation guidance. Furthermore, he didn't demand any compensation. This was a perfect boss. Wang Ting felt bad for treating him like a dark apparition. No. I am a spy. He had to be reminded of his identity. How could he be blinded by the benefits? Damn it, this must be their scheme. They want to use this method to break down my will. How evil. However, he still replied obediently, Yes. Rejecting personal guidance from a mid-tier Devil Emperor would be a terrible waste. Jeffrey stopped there and bid farewell. Wang Ting felt emotional. He looked up at the pitch-black sky and sighed. Sigh, why am I still climbing higher in the dark land? This is frustrating. He didn't plan such an outcome. He was just doing covert work. Things were going in the wrong direction. Our hero shook his head a short while after, then laid the matter to rest. He turned and submerged himself in the darkness. Next, he arrived at the immaculate energy stone mine. Once making sure no one was lurking about or following him, he stepped into the array. The walls looked completely different at the moment. There were holes everywhere, and his trusty metal armor flaming scorpion was nowhere in sight. However, he could sense the creature was somewhere inside, so he instantly walked in a certain direction. Soon, he reached the place where the scorpion was digging. Master! The scorpion's eyes lit up when seeing Wang Ting. It hurried over to claim credit. Master, I've dug up most of the energy stones. They're all here, please take a look. It presented a space ring with its large pincers and handed it to Wang Ting. The item was normal in size, a stark contrast to the giant pincers of the scorpion. It looked a little funny. Fortunately, the space ring was sturdy and hard to break. Even if the large scorpion was strong and its pincers sharp, it couldn't break the ring. Wang Ting took the ring and instilled his spiritual power inside. Immediately after he saw a huge pile of immaculate energy stones. He was delighted. Good heavens, this is impressive! He predicted that the amount of energy stones would be considerable, never expecting such an excess. Immaculate energy stone mines were difficult to form. Even if they did, the quantity wasn't large. However, the yield of that mine was at least as high as the standard yield of an ordinary small and medium-sized mine. It was estimated that there were about 40,000 square meters of immaculate energy stones. That was equivalent to 40 trillion UC. That's right, 40 trillion UC. Wang Ting checked the price of immaculate energy stones in secret. They were rare items and they had many uses. Their price was incredibly high. 1 square meter of immaculate energy stones would cost 1 billion UC. It was unbelievable. However, that was the truth. Those stones were priceless in the outside world and could count as treasures. The young man's assets escalated multiple times since he now had 40,000 square meters of immaculate energy stones. Of course, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't put them for sale. That would be a waste. He had ample UC, but he didn't have immaculate energy stones. He didn't even see them in the past. This meant that it would be better to keep them close. They would definitely be useful in the future. Wang Ting was in a good mood because of the sudden wealth. There was a fluctuation in the array. Upper walked in. Wang Ting blinked. He had altered the array, so he instantly sensed Ukper's presence. The creature's arrival didn't count as a surprise. After all, he was the one who asked him to go there. A short while passed, then footsteps were heard in the cave. Ukper directly walked towards Wang Ting and the metal armor flaming scorpion, not trying to hide anything. The empty cave walls made his heart bleed. All of that would have been his, but they were gone now. Damn it! Master! He bowed at Wang Ting obediently. The latter nodded, then asked indifferently, "How's the matter?" "I have already made some investigation on your behalf," Ukper replied obediently. "Really?" Wang Ting's eyes lit up. "Tell me more." Ukper replied instantly. "The devil ovum will recover completely in 9 days. Sir Bearbrain paid a huge price this time. He used origin crystals to help it revive and recuperate. War will begin in 9 days. What? 9 days? Wang Ting was shocked. His face turned black. Chapter 13-14 Now, he will start making trouble. Wang Ting's heart sank when he heard Ukper's report. 9 days. He only had 9 days left. 9 days later, the devil ovum would be completely revived. It would even grow faster and reach an unprecedented height. No one knew how terrifying the devil ovum was better than Wang Ting. It would represent a catastrophe for the whole human race if the thing exploded. Humanity would be doomed even before the war officially started. The young man's mind worked furiously to somehow find how to turn the tides. He could ask General Cameron to storm the place if he ran out of options. He had already found the apparition's nest. Storming the place could be an option to destroy it. That plan was good. However, they would need to pay a huge price and risk failing in the end. Their hideout defenses were extremely strong. They were 3-layered even. Wang Ting found this out while checking the place. Furthermore, there was a restricted zone filled with devil vines and many dark apparitions patrolling. All the powerful apparitions were gathered there, along with the obelisk-scale dragon beast. Wang Ting didn't have much hope for a sudden raid's success rate. Even if they managed to storm their way in, they wouldn't be able to stop the apparitions from escaping with the devil ovum. That would be troublesome. The ovum would cause endless trouble if it ever exploded. However, our hero still planned to tell General Cameron about it. His clone had reached the main base, so he could relay that piece of news to the general. That way the higher-ups could make their own decision. He wasn't the appropriate person to make such a decision. It was useless to stress about making a choice. As for his own actions, he would continue his plan. The dark creature's base was a good place to act. The apparitions there were amiable, kind and good to talk to. He could get more attributes from them. Once he milked all the attributes he could make his getaway with Moira if General Cameron and the others decided to rush in. Wang Ting made his decision, then stared at Akbar with a strange expression. He was using Moira's body, standing before him respectfully. This feeling was quite amazing. Moira was actually an arrogant and lofty person. If she ever found out her body was controlled, and that she did such embarrassing things while she was out of it, she would very likely kill him. Akbar felt uncomfortable being looked at in such a way. He felt a chill in his heart. Does this human have some weird fetish? He was using the body of a human female. Based on mankind's aesthetics, the lady was quite good-looking. What if this human takes the chance to do unspeakable things? Should I resist? That was a serious question. Wang Ting didn't know what Akbar was thinking. He gave a dry cough and asked, The origin crystals, are they the origin of darkness crystals? Yes. Akbar nodded. He was surprised to find that Wang Ting knew of their existence, as it wasn't common knowledge among martial warriors below the universe stage. There were only a few others who knew. Looks like Devil Emperor No Brain went to great lengths this time. Wang Ting touched his chin. He found relevant information about origin crystals in the Devour Nihility Beast's memory, so he knew what they were. Origin crystals, as their name suggested, was a type of crystal with the power of origin condensed inside. Only universe-stage martial warriors could grasp this power, which showed how rare those crystals were. Normally, there were 2 ways to get origin crystals. One was to find them in nature. However, this was difficult. There were many harsh conditions to meet and a long time was required for the crystals to form. Just like normal ores, it could take tens of millions of years or even longer. If you were to compare, the Immaculate Energy Stone Mine was nothing special. This was a question of probability. The likelihood of origin power merging into various ores to become crystals was much lower than the chance of immaculate force merging and condensing into crystals. Thus far, the most frequent places where origin crystals appeared were extremely mysterious secret realms. Those places were isolated small worlds. The power of origin would appear there on occasion. If conditions were met, origin crystals could be formed. The second way to get origin crystals was for universe-stage martial warriors to compress their own power until origin crystals were made. Not many powerhouses would volunteer. The power of origin was hard to cultivate, and warriors of the universe level and above viewed their personal cultivation as critical. Who would step out and release their power of origin and condensed it into crystals for others, for no reason. Well, unless they were poor and this was the only way to earn money. However, formidable martial warriors with financial problems were rare. Another reason could be that they wanted to leave those crystals for their descendants, because they sensed that they had one foot inside the coffin. But that situation was also rare. For instance, there were no origin crystals back when our hero received the legacy from the Flaming River Universe Lord. That powerful expert was aging rapidly at that time, so he needed his power of origin to keep himself alive. He had none of it to spare and make crystals. That was how things stood. That was why only a few universe stage experts were willing to exhaust their power of origin to make crystals. No brain? Akbar felt the corners of his lips twitch. This fellow is still going at it. If Bare Brain knew how he was being called, that fellow would have an untimely death. Wang Ting's ranking on the must-kill list would very likely rise higher. That said, this was a good way for one's reputation to rise. Akbar seemed to have found a new path. Chapter 13-15 What does Justin's master have to do with me? Actually, making trouble wasn't important. The main purpose was to complete the mission perfectly. Wang Ting didn't have duties that day, so he had ample time. However, just when he was planning to evade his devil armor brethren and sneak into the building encrusted on the obelisk scale dragon beast's back, the devil mind apparition who took over a wind element fairy's body suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Ting was stunned, wondering the reason for that fellow to look for him. Many thoughts crossed his mind. He started making all sorts of guesses. He was Justin from the devil armor race now, so he was supposed to not know the other fellow. Thus, he pretended he didn't recognize the fellow. Justin, this is Sir Brumberg who serves Devil Emperor Bare Brain. He's looking for you. He'll be leaving now so you can talk among yourselves, said Jared before leaving. Looks like Devil Emperor No Brain is looking for me. Wang Ting thought. So, you're the famous Justin who's become quite popular as of late. Brumberg sized up the armored junior with a frown. This muscular guy looks extremely ordinary. Why does Sir view him differently? Considering abilities, Brumberg felt he was much stronger. That junior merely defeated a genius from the vampire race. Nothing to write home about. Furthermore, he was a talent from the devil mind race, Bare Brain's kindred. Why was the Devil Emperor thinking highly of someone from a different race? It didn't make sense. Wang Ting's gaze flickered as he replied calmly, Yes. Follow me, you lucky devil armor kid. Brumberg didn't realize that the armored young man was the very same human who had chased him relentlessly. A tinge of jealousy flashed past his eyes as he turned and led the way. Wang Ting blinked. A hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Based on what the other said, it wasn't hard to guess he was being taken to see Devil Emperor No Brain. Am I this lucky? He got what he wanted instantly. The goal was to sneak into No Brain's lodging, but now he didn't have to. No Brain sent someone to take him there. He didn't have to worry about being discovered, and was able to blatantly walk in. What a beautiful coincidence. Wang Ting remained calm. He pretended to hesitate a little to appear like a newbie. Follow me. The Devil Emperor wants to meet you, said Brumberg with a frown and a cold voice. This armored youngster is this stupid? What did the Devil Emperor see in him? Wang Ting nodded in secret. No more hesitation. He stopped hesitating and followed Brumberg silently. Humph! Brumberg snorted and led the way. The pair entered the building on the obelisk scale dragon beast's back and reached the top level. Then they found a massive hall. The lofty and tall Bare Brain was sitting on the throne, right in the middle of the hall. He placed one arm on its proper armrest and then cradled his head, as if taking a nap. A faint black mist floated around him, making it hard to see his appearance. Sir, Justin is here. Brumberg bowed at Devil Emperor Bare Brain respectfully. All right. A heavy sound came out of his nose as he gradually opened his eyes. A pair of pitch-black and deep eyes stared at Wang Ting through the mist. Wang Ting's heart pounded furiously. Devil Emperor No Brain seemed capable of seeing through him with his eyes. He felt nervous. "System, please hold on," Wang Ting shouted in his heart. Fortunately, Devil Emperor No Brain didn't notice a thing. The inspecting look disappeared, then he waved his hand at Brumberg. "You can leave first." "Damn it. The Devil Emperor has a new pet." "Yes." Brumberg was unwilling, but he didn't dare to show it. He could only bow obediently and leave the hall. Wang Ting looked at him strangely. Why is this devil-mind fellow acting like an abandoned wife? Was I seeing things? Strange. He didn't think too much of it, and placed his focus on Devil Emperor No Brain again. The latter was a high-tier Devil Emperor. He couldn't afford making any mistakes. He would be toast if he accidentally exposed himself. He glanced at the powerful apparition in silence, and was astounded by what he saw. Bear Brain was controlling an extremely powerful body. However, he was shrouded in a black mist. It was impossible to tell what race the body was from. Alas, his eyes of essence weren't able to peer through the black mist to see what was underneath. Even the spiritual sight was useless. He only had a faint perception of the other party's power. "Justin!" Bear Brain's voice floated down from somewhere high up. "Sir," Wang Ting replied respectfully. "Your talent is not bad. Do you want to have my guidance?" said the Devil Emperor with indifference. Wang Ting was stunned. What does he mean? Have his guidance? Is he planning to make me his disciple? Jeffred had only mentioned that the mighty apparition was paying special attention to him. He didn't say he wanted to guide him personally. This was a little sudden. Many questions appeared in our hero's mind. Things were getting out of control. Devil Emperor Bear Brain wanted to take him in as his disciple? General Cameron and the others would never believe him again if they learned of this, and would label him as a dark apparition for life. Round Ball felt speechless when it heard those words. A high-tier Devil Emperor wanted to take Wang Ting in as a disciple, to personally guide him. Could things be more absurd? "No," said Bear Brain calmly. Wang Ting touched his chest with his hand and replied hurriedly, "Of course, it would be my honor to have your guidance. Who cares if they believe me? It would be stupid to pass up this benefit. Also, what does Justin's master have to do with me?" His conscience was clear. He would always be a human on the side of light. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, Round Ball was speechless. Where's your dignity? Good. Bear Brain nodded in approval. He's straightforward. I will guide you to make your domain stronger. Domain control is more important than you think. Has Jeffred mentioned the Blood Sea domain? Yes. Wang Ting nodded. He recalled Jeffred's briefing, and his curiosity grew since Bear Brain mentioned it. Is there something special about the Blood Sea domain? That domain is powerful, but it's not undefeatable, replied Bear Brain. Wang Ting's interest was piqued, and he kept on listening. The powerhouse continued. Any domain will undergo a unique transformation when played to the extreme, including the most ordinary dark domains. Please enlighten me. Wang Ting's curiosity was still rising. He continued with his humble acting. His domains were at the 3rd and 4th levels. It was an incredible feat. However, this was just the start, according to the formidable warriors. There were still many things he didn't know about domains. Given that Bear Brain was so forthcoming to enlighten him, he would give it a proper listen. Follow me. Bear Brain waved a hand and sent a spatial wave fluctuation. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't resist. His vision became blurry. He blinked and opened his eyes, only to realize he was no longer inside the Great Hall. He was up in the mountains. Was that a skill of this high-tier Devil Emperor? That was a spatial skill, right? Something like teleportation. Indeed, the space skills of a formidable universe stage being were more powerful than a heaven stage martial warrior. If the universe stage ice fairy, who went there to kill our hero, hadn't been careless, he wouldn't have escaped so easily. Wang Ting was flabbergasted. His self-confidence collapsed. Damn it. Staying away from universe stage experts in the future would be for the best. His current space talent would very likely fall short when facing those powerhouses. Devil Emperor Barebrain stood in the distance. His voice floated over. What are you thinking? I'm in awe of your power, Wang Ting replied honestly. Not bad. You acknowledge that you're weak, said Barebrain. Now, let me show you the real domain transformation. The instant he finished speaking, a strange fluctuation flowed out from his body, causing the whole environment to change. His surroundings turned pitch black. Wang Ting felt a little anxious as he couldn't even see his hands. Damn it, I'm inside this guy's domain. He would be doomed if the other party saw through his identity. Your domain is at the 3rd level, so I'll suppress mine to fight at that level with you. You'll be able to sense the difference during the fight, said the Barebrain, his voice coming from around him. Wang Ting took a deep breath and told himself to calm down. Then, he executed his 3rd-level domain in an attempt to break the other's domain. Suddenly, his expression changed. He was appalled by what he found. His domain couldn't break through at all. He knew that Barebrain's domain was also at the 3rd level for the spar. In that case, why can't I break this guy's domain? It was the first time Wang Ting met that situation in a domain fight. Attack my domain, Barebrain said. Wang Ting took a deep breath and activated the power in his dark domain. Dark force gathered and shot towards the other's dark domain. However, right when he clashed with Barebrain's domain, the power was sucked into the darkness. It felt more like aiding the opponent than attacking. What do you feel? Barebrain asked. Wang Ting fell into deep thought. The other's domain was indeed superior. He would normally use brute force to propel the power of his domain and attack the enemy head-on. His domain was attained through the system, so it had a strong foundation. Hence, it was powerful in most cases. But it was nothing when encountering formidable universe stage warriors. His domain focused on quantity, while those of the latter were of a higher quality, presenting a stark difference. Imagine 2 planets of the same size. One was soft and loose, while the other was compact. The loose one would definitely shatter should they collide. But it was complicated to bridge the gap. Enlightenment was required. He would be clueless without guidance, and a lot of time grasping this would be needed. Wang Ting felt exasperated. His talent for finding enlightenment was quite strong, so he could feel something was there. However, he would need more time before he could have a complete grasp of the new paradigm. He then saw attribute bubbles emerging from the other party's domain. His eyes lit up. There are bubbles. Collect. Dark domain *80 dark domain *50 enlightenment flowed into Wang Ting's mind. He digested and absorbed. It was also a dark domain attribute, but the bubbles dropped by Barebrain were more profound. Instantly, Wang Ting saw the full picture. The understanding of his dark domain went up a notch. So this is it. Wang Ting's eyes shimmered. He finally understood why Barebrain's dark domain was stronger than his. He didn't reply to the Devil Emperor. Instead, he used the newfound knowledge and modified his domain. Huh! The Devil Emperor Barebrain felt a little disappointed when the little fellow didn't reply, thinking that the latter's intelligence wasn't as high as he thought. But he was stunned by the change in the young one's domain. Our hero ignored the other's surprise and kept making changes, his domain inching closer to the expert's level. Still, he had to stop after some time passed. There was a limited drop of attribute bubbles, limiting his enlightenment. They weren't enough. Barebrain's voice was heard again. You understood it? Wang Ting wondered if his mind was playing tricks on him, but the expert didn't sound as calm as before. Chapter 13:16 Disciple. Devil Emperor Barebrain's voice wavered as he spoke. It was only a fleeting moment, but it was clearly captured by Wang Ting. His expression turned a little strange. This Emperor No-Brain must have misunderstood something. Even that high-tier devil emperor was shocked by his speed. I understand a little. Wang Ting decided to play humble. Bear brain. It sounded casual. Although not by much, it wasn't just a little. This Justin is a bit pretentious. There was a slight distortion in Bear Brain's dark domain. He then appeared and walked over. It's barely enough to have a small level of understanding. When I was first enlightened, I was around 30% at your level. Wang Ting. This No-Brain is boasting. Wang Ting looked at Bear Brain with a studious look and said humbly, "You're right, sir. I will work harder and aim to reach your level of enlightenment in an hour. Please continue to guide me." 1 hour. The latter's face muscles twitched. Where did this monster come from? He had previously held the boy's talents in high regard. Still, he seemed to have underestimated him. The elder was still a little skeptical about the last remark. Reaching the 3rd level within an hour. Can this fellow really do it? Let us see how far you can go then, Bear Brain said. No matter how shocked he was, he had to remain calm on the surface and not be looked down upon. Yes, I will not disappoint you, sir, Wang Ting replied seriously. A high-tier devil emperor was teaching him personally. Where else could he find such a good opportunity? He had to study hard. He would run off after learning everything. Devil Emperor Bear Brain didn't know what was going on in Wang Ting's mind. He felt satisfied, seeing the young one's eagerness to learn, so he continued to give cultivation pointers to that junior. 1 hour later. What's your progress? Bear Brain asked. Wang Ting looked at his attributes board and said, My domain's power has increased to around 40%. Dark Domain. 1450/3000 3rd level. Although still at the same level, it was indeed stronger than before. It had been a qualitative change. The main reason for this was Bear Brain suppressing his domain to the 3rd level, and the less than desirable drop of attribute. Otherwise, his enlightenment speed would have been much faster. Bear Brain didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that Wang Ting could really do it. Increasing domain power to 40% in an hour. Was this something anyone could do? If things carried on in such a manner, he would have nothing else to teach after 1 day. This made the expert feel some frustration. A devil king actually dealing a blow to a high-tier devil emperor like him. Cough. Bear Brain cleared his throat and said calmly, Not bad, 40% in an hour. Let's call it a day. Go back and continue working. Digest and consolidate your gains, but don't be too hasty. You're my disciple now. Take this token. You can come to see me directly if you encounter any troubles in the future. A black token appeared in his hand, and he threw it towards Wang Ting. Disciple? Wang Ting was stunned and a little curious. Disciple? He looked at the token in his hand, and couldn't figure out what material it was made of. The thing felt cold in his hands like a block of ice. The words Bear Brain were engraved on one side of the token, written in dark language. The 2 strange symbols had an archaic feel to them. There were a pair of sinister eyes on the other side. One's spirit would be sucked in if anyone kept staring at them. Why do these eyes look a bit familiar? Wang Ting frowned as he thought about it. He couldn't remember where he had seen them before. He raised his head and realized that Bear Brain had already disappeared, leaving him alone in that forest. He was dazed. Hey, why did he leave like this? Couldn't he take me along? He looked around, but he didn't know where he was, nor which way to go back. Filled with resentment, he cursed Emperor No-Brain's entire family. But then again, why did it feel like he was taking revenge? Moreover, the way Bear Brain had left just then looked a little pitiful, as if he was escaping. What's up with this? Was he scared away by my enlightenment speed? The more Wang Ting thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Bear Brain's recommendations moments before. Wasn't he trying to make him slow down? Was the man afraid he was learning too fast and would have nothing else to teach? Wang Ting felt that he was onto something, and was caught between laughter and tears. He then shook his head, choosing not to dwell upon it. He turned serious, and recalled the hall where the bare brain was. There was no trace of the devil ovum. Wang Ting frowned. Did Akbar lie to me? Impossible. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, there was nothing wrong with his enchantment. Their communication hadn't been broken, it had deepened even. It would have been impossible for Akbar to lie to him. If so, there were only two possibilities. One was that the devil ovum was being kept elsewhere. Bare Brain's residence was only a cover. Another possibility was that the devil ovum was there, but he couldn't find it. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He decided to find another opportunity to sneak in the following day. Although extremely difficult in the past, it wasn't that difficult to find his way in anymore. Wang Ting didn't expect that Bare Brain would personally guide him. Furthermore, it wasn't inside the Great Hall, but somewhere outside. Simply put, the powerhouse had given him an opportunity. Bare Brain would still guide him the next day. He could have his Devour Nihility beast clone infiltrate the place, and the chances of being discovered would be low. He would have an alibi. It was perfect. Wang Ting was amazed by his own planning, silently praising his intelligence. Afterwards, he could only find his own way back to the Devil Armor race's territory. He finally made it back after spending half a day and almost getting lost in the forest. He had actually been transported to a place dozens of kilometers away. Emperor No Brain was really narrow-minded, leaving him outside like that. He almost couldn't find his way. As soon as he returned, Jared went to see him and asked curiously, "Jared, what did Emperor Bare Brain find you for?" "He took me in as his disciple today, and started to guide my domain cultivation," Wang Ting replied. "What? Bare Brain accepted you as a disciple and was teaching you personally?" Jared widened his eyes. The red light inside them flashed rapidly, overcome with disbelief. "He just taught me a few random things." "Nothing much," Wang Ting said. "Jared, nothing much?" He was the Devil Emperor Bare Brain's disciple. He was so light-hearted and casual about it, as if not caring one bit. "If you don't care about it, give me the opportunity instead." "Tsk, how pretentious." Jared despised him fiercely in his heart, filled with envy and jealousy. He then walked away while muttering to himself. He wanted to wrest the opportunity away from the other, but he could only think about doing it. Given his talent, Bare Brain would probably ignore him. Wang Ting's expression turned strange. This Devil Armor fellow looks like an idiot. Soon, Jeffred was there as well. Jeffred pulled Wang Ting to a corner and asked softly, "Emperor Bare Brain was looking for you?" "Yes," Wang Ting admitted. He felt at a loss. It had only been some just guidance from a high-tier Devil Emperor, nothing to make a fuss about. "What for?" Jeffred asked anxiously. Wang Ting had no choice but to repeat what he said to Jared. "What? Disciple?" Jeffred was flabbergasted. "Nothing much. He just taught me a few things about my domain," Wang Ting responded. "Nothing much?" "Haha," Jeffred laughed. He was rendered speechless by Wang Ting. Then he asked, "Do you know what it means to be his disciple?" "What does it mean?" Wang Ting asked. "It means that you'll receive Emperor Bare Brain's protection and resources. Xueluan, the one who attacked you twice, will probably never dare attack you again in the future. There are more benefits. You'll get to experience them when we return to the Darkland," Jeffred explained. "Oh? So amazing!" Wang Ting was stunned. Being a disciple wasn't as simple as he thought. "What were you thinking? You don't know how lucky you are." Jeffred shook his head. "Nevertheless, this is a good thing. You have to hold on to this chance and not make Emperor Bare Brain angry." "Understood." Wang Ting nodded. "Well, that's it. Cultivate well. Don't worry about patrolling in the future," Jeffred said. His attitude towards Wang Ting was much better than before, as if regarding the latter as the future of the Devil Armor race. Being on the Bear Brain's side meant that Justin's future would be absolutely extraordinary. "Thank you, sir," Wang Ting said. Jeffred took a deep look at Wang Ting and left without saying anything else. Wang Ting stood there, speechless. His status was elevated, yet again. He was suddenly made a disciple, and even the mid-tier Devil Emperor Jeffred was paying more attention to him now. Being a disciple was even more remarkable than he had imagined. However, he didn't pay attention to Jeffred's thoughts. He was a fake, not someone from the Devil Armor race. He would run away once he was done. Who would care about this? Wang Ting put this matter behind him and prepared to plan for his infiltration ops the following day. Before long, a vampire apparition paid him a visit. "I heard that you became Emperor Bearbrain's disciple. This is a gift from Sir Xueluan," said the envious-looking vampire, handing Wang Ting a gray bag. "Gift?" Wang Ting was a little stunned. A gift from Xueluan? Seriously? Was he that kind? Wang Ting opened the bag and saw a pile of dark red crystals lying quietly inside. They were blood demon crystals. Looking at the quantity, there were at least 50,000 of them, which was more than what he received before. Chapter 13-17 Devil Bomb. What's wrong with Xueluan? Wang Ting muttered to himself as he sat on a large tree at night, while tossing the bag he received. The vampire elder had sent him a gift after being taken under Devil Emperor Bearbrain's wing. Mind you, there was a serious grudge between them. It was obvious that Xueluan was doing this because of his new disciple status. Seems like my discipleship is more important than I thought. Wang Ting wondered. At first, he was planning to throw away his Justin identity after the spying mission ended. Now it felt like a waste to throw it away. Honestly, he hadn't taken his undercover guise seriously, and yet it took a sudden turn for the better. The whole thing felt unreal. He was oblivious to the main reason Bearbrain took him in, Euphelia. Euphelia's backer was his old enemy. They started going at each other's throats a long time before, but the other party was incredibly talented. Bearbrain would never gain an edge over the other. He had always been the loser. He saw hope when Wang Ting defeated Euphelia. If he could groom that junior and he defeated Euphelia after she fully grasped the Blood Sea domain, that would mean that he was the strongest of the two. And that was how the shotgun discipleship came to be. No one could stop our hero's good luck. Well, wait and see. Wang Ting pondered for some time and shook his head. He decided to watch how things unfolded before making a decision. But if Xueluan thought that bag of blood demon crystals was enough to compensate for his 2 attacks, he was too naive. He, Wang Ting, wasn't someone who forgave easily. He recorded the grudge in his little notebook, and it wouldn't be easily removed. Wang Ting had yet to make a habit of erasing grudges. As for the blood demon crystals, he would keep them. Wang Ting was the one taking the crystals. It had nothing to do with Justin. Oh right, what are these blood demon crystals? Wang Ting searched through the Devour Nihility Beast's memories, but didn't find any related information. It seemed that his bonded beast had no prior knowledge of this. Thus, he asked Round Ball to see if it knew anything. "I think I've heard of these crystals before." Round Ball paused for some time as it searched through its bank. Then, its eyes lit up and it said, "I remember it now. I've seen a record related to blood demon crystals once. They are crystals of the vampire race, made by compressing blood essence. It's useful to improve physiques." Round Ball's explanation shed some light about the gifted goods. Wang Ting's eyes started to shimmer. This is good stuff. It was a great element for physique training. He received 80,000 blood demon crystals in total. He could improve his ancient god's body considerably. This would help him save some blank attribute. Mind you, he was poor. From the looks of it, Xueluan had extended a great gift. Wang Ting chuckled in his heart. He stored the crystals in his space equipment for the moment. He would take them out to cultivate in the future. It wasn't a suitable moment to cultivate. The night was silent. A new day arrived. Wang Ting went to Bear Brain's great hall again. The Devil Emperor was still sitting on his throne. His position hadn't even changed. It was exactly the same as the previous day. He didn't speak, taking his new disciple out of the great hall right away. They traveled to the mountains tens of kilometers away again. Wang Ting was now prepared. He didn't start cultivating immediately. Instead, he threw numerous questions at Emperor Bear Brain. He had spent a considerable time and effort thinking about those questions the night before. Wasting time through words, Devil Emperor Bear Brain gathered that not only was the young one talented, he was also eager to learn. He felt that he had found a good seedling, so he answered all his questions. All the questioning was also proof that Wang Ting didn't know everything. There were still things the powerhouse could teach him. The latter had been spooked by the armored apparition's cultivation speed. He now felt happy to waste some time answering. Both parties had their own plans up their sleeves, while pretending to be a good pair of master and disciple. Elsewhere, after Wang Ting and Bear Brain left, a figure in a black, long gown walked into the great hall silently. It was the Devour Nihility Beast's clone. With long purple-black hair, he didn't look like Wang Ting at the moment, as he had purposefully changed his appearance. The bonded beast didn't have a disguising talent, but his memories were vast and boundless. Thus, there were some useful skills in his arsenal that could help him change his appearance. At the same time, he was executing a concealment skill to move through a place between emptiness and reality. This was his talent. It would be hard to discover him. He did this to prevent the obelisk scale dragon beast from noticing him. Just then, a sharp glint flashed past his deep and noble eyes. He glanced around the great hall. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, the great hall was empty. There was nothing there, much less the big devil ovum. Nihility frowned. That was the name given to him by Wang Ting, and he readily accepted it. He walked to the wall's edge and felt his way forward. He wanted to see if there were any secret entrances. If there weren't any, the devil ovum was probably hidden somewhere else. He moved quickly, feeling the walls along the side. The only place left to check was the stone wall behind the throne. He soon reached that section of the stone wall and stretched out a hand to feel it. Found it. A tinge of happiness appeared in his eyes. He could feel a secret entrance less than a meter away from his left hand. He directly walked over and ascertained that there was no one guarding the door. Then, his body became transparent and he passed through. That was a special skill he leveraged since he was already halfway between the void and reality. He could pass through most obstacles without much difficulty, and without destroying the obstacle itself. Once passing through the entrance, he saw a medium-sized room further in. The room was special, with all sorts of devices. They were blinking and giving off lights in different colors. Nihility was astounded by the scene. I didn't expect that such a place would exist in the lodgings of a high-tier devil emperor, Nihility mumbled curiously. Dark apparitions understood technology but rarely studied it. Only some of the special races would be interested and use the technology. Suddenly, he remembered that the devil mind race was exactly one of such races. There was even a description about them in his memory. I should find the devil ovum first. Nihility glanced around him, then paused when he saw a round cylindrical device. A black fleshly ball was floating in the cylindrical device. A huge amount of green liquid filled up the device, while a tube stretched all the way from the top of the device into the black ball of flesh. The black ball of flesh was pounding like a heart. The devil ovum! Nihility was elated. He had finally found it. Never did he expect to find it there. He soon turned serious, though. That devil ovum was much bigger than before, and was giving off a powerful evil aura and enchantment. It was maturing. The devil ovum didn't notice Nihility. If not, it would have screamed. It would most likely detect Wang Ting's aura on the beast. Nihility planned to grab and steal the devil ovum, not wanting to suck the origin of darkness from it. Let Wang Ting do it. After all, he had taken the divine talent, World Devourer, from him. Wang Ting would run into the forest if he didn't have anything to do during his stay in the Dark Apparitions base. He would explore the forest and release the Devour Nihility Beast clone to get benefits, attribute bubbles, for him. Boom. At that moment, an explosion was heard, coming from a room behind him. Nihility was shocked by what he discovered. He looked grim, ready to run away with the devil ovum once things got out of hand. However, after waiting for a long time, he merely saw a burnt figure walking out from the door behind. That was a short and small apparition with pointy ears. He had a bit of a sneaky look, and there were wrinkles all over his face. His skin was green in color, and he was quite ugly, to be honest. A goblin apparition. Nihility blinked. He instantly recognized the other party's race. After all, the characteristics of that race were too apparent. Cough. The goblin apparition stumbled out from the door in a miserable state. He coughed continuously. Black smoke came out from his mouth. Did this goblin bomb himself? Nihility thought with a strange expression. Damn it, I failed again. The devil bomb is too hard to make. Fortunately, I lessened the dosage or I would have exploded, the goblin muttered to himself, while feeling a bit fortunate. Devil bomb? Nihility was stunned. What's that? The goblin took a moment to calm down prior to entering the room again. He seemed to be planning to continue his research. Nihility followed him silently, then saw a messy room that looked like a laboratory. It was similar to Veblen's laboratory, and the goblin was standing in front of a work table, fiddling with a bunch of tools and materials. Is the fellow making that kind of devil bomb? Nihility inched over curiously to look at the other party at work. The goblin didn't notice the latter's presence behind him. He was focused on his tools and materials as he started making another devil bomb. After a while passed, something that looked like bubblegum appeared. It was soft and was squirming like a living creature. It could even change shape. Is this the devil bomb? Nihility was puzzled. He couldn't find any information about that strange thing in his memory. But the goblin wasn't done. He continued to add more refined materials inside. The bubble gum opened its mouth and swallowed all the materials. Suddenly, it stopped moving for a second and started expanding. Oh no! The goblin hurriedly patted a part of his body. Boom! An explosion occurred and the half-finished bomb exploded. The experimenter was thrown feet first, then he slammed heavily onto the wall. However, a black defense shield layer appeared around him and blocked the impact. He wasn't hurt by it. A defense shield rose around the work table, concealing the explosion in a small range. It didn't affect the things going on outside. Nihility touched his chin with a strange gaze. This devil bomb is truly interesting. Chapter 13-18 This is a bad person. Little by little, the goblin slid down from the wall. Some time later, he shook his head and opened his eyes. He seemed to have fainted from the impact just then. Although he was intent on getting up, he suddenly noticed a figure standing right in front of him. He raised his head instinctively and met a pair of eyes with a strange and evil glow in them. What kind of eyes were they? Deep, dark, with a tinge of purple. They gave off a noble gaze, as if the owner was above all living creatures. The goblin immediately felt his consciousness being sucked into the pair of eyes. Indeed, he passed out. Some time passed, although no one knew how much when the goblin woke up. He looked at the figure covered in purple-black mist, and his expression changed. He felt troubled. He could feel that he was being controlled. He couldn't offer any resistance and could only comply. Compared to how gentle Wang Ting acted when using the enchantment on Wendell, the recent 2 times were considerably rougher. Wendell had been the first, and there was the fear of messing up. That is why it was gentler the first time executing the charm skill. As for the last two uses, they had been used on dark apparitions, so he did it with less care. He planted the seed of enchantment forcefully, in such a way that the other party had no chance of resisting. The goblin was a low-tier devil emperor, and his spiritual power didn't exceed the controllable range. That was why the charm cast was successful. The goblin crawled up from the ground and spoke in a respectful tone. "Master, what's your name? What's your status among the dark apparitions?" Nihility asked indifferently. "Jackery. I'm a scientist," the goblin replied honestly. "Scientist?" Nihility didn't know what to say. It felt as if the latter were joking around. He found the statement funny. A goblin, covered with burn marks, had just said that he was a scientist in a serious tone. Anyone who witnessed the exchange would think the fellow was lying, or that he didn't have any connection with that so-called identity. Jackery felt the sarcasm in Nihility's voice and became furious. The green skin on his face turned red, making for a weird sight. He controlled his anger and repeated his identity with a stern voice. "Jackery is a scientist." The goblin would have pounced on Nihility if the seed of enchantment hadn't been implanted. He felt humiliated. "Cough, all right, you're a scientist." Nihility nodded seriously. He needed to self-reflect. One mustn't judge a book by its cover. That was a real scientist. Look, he knows how to make a bomb. Jackery's expression softened a little after that response. He was a little frightened. Given his timid personality, he wouldn't have refuted Nihility under normal circumstances. However, the scientist status was his bottom line. He would flare up without restraint once his buttons were pushed. Nihility didn't care about the other party's worries, going straight to the point. "All right, let me ask you. What's that devil bomb you were making?" He was controlling that goblin because he was interested in that weapon. He knew that Jackery didn't succeed on that last attempt, so he wasn't able to see the bomb's final version. Still, his gut feeling was telling him that it wasn't a simple item. Jackery became excited since he was talking about his profession. He wouldn't dare check who Nihility was, yet he told the latter all he knew. The devil bomb was a kind of biological bomb. Nihility saw the bomb squirming, since it possessed certain vital signs. The bomb's core material was the shell of a creature called sea skin insect. It was a special creature. Its body was like a shapeless pile of water. It roamed the bottom of the sea and was rare to find. They also had a special characteristic. They ate brains. They actually ate their own brains, in the end turning themselves into mindless, empty shells. Nihility was stunned by their weird nature. Why does this creature have to eat its own brain? Doesn't it know that having no brain is a serious issue? Is it too hungry to care? But there's no reason to eat your own brain even if you're hungry. What the hell is this? Nihility didn't understand. Back to the topic, only the sea creature's empty shell had vital signs. It wasn't dead. The curiosity of intelligent beings was always high. Someone discovered that strange creature and studied it. In the end, a researcher came up with a strange idea and used the shell to make a biological bomb. That was the origin of the devil bomb. Jackery obtained the bomb-making method. Being a self-proclaimed talented in science, he naturally wanted to study such an interesting thing. His aim was also to make the bomb. Alas, no matter how hard he tried, there was no success. He would always fail at the halfway mark and couldn't continue. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, interesting. Nihility touched his chin and mumbled, Wang Ting will like this. Being a clone, he couldn't collect attribute bubbles. The goblin didn't succeed in creating the devil bomb, but he had studied it for some time, so its experience could serve as a shortcut. Wang Ting would make fewer mistakes. Having that thought in mind, Nihility said, "Show me the way to make the devil bomb." Jackery immediately took out an ancient piece of leather scroll from his spatial equipment and passed it to Nihility. The latter gave it a cursory glance and confirmed that there weren't any issues. He nodded and kept it. Then, he asked, "Are you the one raising the devil ovum?" Zachary's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the trespasser had a reason for being there. He was clueless at first, but the mention of the ovum clarified the situation. "Reply to me," Nihility said in a cold voice after noticing how hesitant the goblin was. "Yes," said Zachary. His heart pounded furiously as he replied. "What stage is it at the moment?" Nihility continued probing. Zachary hesitated before replying. "I've already used half the Dark Origin crystals Sir Devil Emperor gave me. They will be finished in 8 more days. By then the ovum will mature completely, and it'll be powerful enough to influence this planet." This matches what Ukper said. Nihility went into deep thought. He wondered if he should take action immediately, so he contacted Wang Ting and told him about the situation. After some time, he blinked and then decided to put the ovum snatching plan on hold. That was Wang Ting's decision. Nihility gave some indications to Zachary and then left Bearbrain's Great Hall. Some time later, Wang Ting's session with the Bearbrain also ended. Once again, the top elder left our hero in the forest again and traveled back to his great hall. He directly appeared on the throne and rubbed his forehead. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes. "This fellow's understanding capabilities are terrifying." The day's session had also ended quickly. Wang Ting had prepared a hefty amount of questions, but the process was fast, compared to other dark apparitions. Bearbrain was astounded, feeling tired at the same time. Having an overly smart disciple was too stressful. That was how the Devil Emperor Bearbrain felt. He felt that there wouldn't be much left to teach with a few more sessions. The deeper transformations required the power of origin. To him, Justin was only a Devil King, which placed the latter in a still far position from grasping the power. Thus, there was no point talking about it at the moment. Little did he know that Wang Ting had already grasped the power of origin. That's good. Considering his talent, he'll be able to defeat the Blood Sea domain. No matter how strong the domain is, the person executing it is the crux of the matter. A weak domain in the hands of a genius will bring out powerful effects, said Bearbrain, snorting as he anticipated the interesting sight he would have the chance to witness in the future. Wang Ting returned to the base of the Devil Armor race. The day's harvest was bountiful. The power of his dark domain rose again. The progress was inferior when compared to the previous day, but it wasn't comparable. It had been another increase on top of the boost from the day prior. Actually, Wang Ting was able to feel that the Bearbrain was purposely suppressing him, apparently unwilling to have him develop too quickly. That was his last chance at being stubborn. Wang Ting understood the fellow. You couldn't force others. Dark Domain, 2100/3000, 3rd level. Wang Ting looked at his attributes board. His dark domain would reach the 4th level in a few days. That was good news. Once back in the Devil Armor base, he appeared before the whole group, then left the base again using cultivation as an excuse. None of the apparitions suspected him. At night, in the forest, Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the branch of a huge tree, all while eagerly looking at the leather scroll he was given. The method for making devil bombs was recorded in the scroll. Nihility stood right beside him. He noticed Wang Ting's avid expression and said, "I knew you would like this. As expected of my clone, you understand me so well." Wang Ting chuckled, never looking up. "That is secondary." Nihility shook his head and asked, "I've found the devil ovum. What do you plan to do? Should we stuff a few devil bombs inside the ovum? Right when the apparitions try to use the ovum, we'll ignite the devil bombs and boom. The world will become peaceful again," Wang Ting described, showing excitement with shimmering eyes. Nihility was stunned, shocked by Wang Ting's idea. This is a bad person. He had discovered the devil bomb first, but that idea never crossed his mind. Indeed, he was too naive. But no one has ever made one of these bombs. Also, how can you be sure that the devil bombs won't be discovered after stuffing them in the ovum? Nihility asked in a hurry once the questions popped up in his mind. Chapter 13:19 Through all dignity on the ground. I'll do some research later and see if I can make it, Wang Ting continued. Besides, it's not that difficult for it to not be discovered. Oh! Nihility looked at Wang Ting in surprise. Can he really conceal it from the devil ovum? He couldn't come up with any ideas, even after searching through his entire memory. It was unbelievable. You will know when the time comes. Wang Ting smiled mysteriously. Nihility shook his head, caught between laughter and tears. He gradually understood the latter's character, and he was already acquainted with his antics. He didn't probe further. He just said, I shall take my leave first then. Call me if you need anything. All right, thank you for the hard work. Wang Ting waved at Nihility, then continued his immersion to understand the devil bomb's leather scroll. The clone shook his head helplessly and turned into a cloud of dark purple mist, which drifted towards Wang Ting and disappeared. Wang Ting focused on the scroll and memorized the bomb's production process. He then looked at his attributes board and, after a long time, he finally found the attribute related to the devil bomb. Devil bomb, 1/1000 foundation, there it is. Wang Ting smiled, although frowning immediately after. It takes 1,000 attributes for the foundation level. How challenging is it to make a devil bomb? No wonder the goblin had a tough time trying to make one, no matter how many times he tried. Let's just use some blank attributes. Then, he looked at the blank attribute column. In the recent days of his stay in the Dark Apparitions base, he went into the forest when he felt bored and hunted star beasts to increase the number of blank attributes he had. All apparitions would go out and hunt during the night. What he did was in line with their actions, so nobody was suspicious. He amassed 54,300 blank attributes after a few days, which was quite a considerable amount. He initially planned to use them to improve his spiritual sight and the eyes of essence. However, he had to improve the devil bomb system, add the points. The blank attributes decreased continuously. Conversely, the devil bomb's attributes increased immediately. A while later, the devil bomb had reached the well-versed stage, but he had already used up 10,000 blank attribute. The exchange ratio between the devil bomb attribute and the blank attributes was 1:10. The well-versed stage required 3,000 attribute points, which would require 30,000 blank attribute. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and continued burning through his saved blank attributes to raise it to the specialized stage. Devil Bomb. January 5000 specialized. 40,000 blank attributes vanished and Wang Ting felt the pinch. He stopped using them, feeling he was almost there. He had already gotten a good grasp of the bomb and could start making it. Jackery had prepared a lot of materials, and Nihility took a dozen sets of materials from him, which could be used to make the bomb. The sea skin insect's shell was the main material. The other materials were slowly blended in after being tempered. Less than 3 minutes later, a mass of transparent liquid appeared in his hand, moving slowly and constantly changing its irregular shape. While harnessing his spiritual power, the liquid devil bomb slowly turned into a sparrow. The bird's wings shook and the creation flew up. Good stuff. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The bomb's transformation was beyond his imagination. He felt he had found a treasure. Shall we try and see how powerful it is? He controlled the devil bomb and sent it towards an open space in front of him. The sparrow then slammed onto the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise and the ground shook. A powerful wave swept the surroundings, and a large crater was formed. Dust filled the sky and the nearby trees were destroyed. Wang Ting stepped back and appeared 100 meters away in an instant. He covered his face with a hand and exclaimed when he saw what happened. "Whoa!" Nihility appeared next to him and looked on in surprise. "It's very powerful." "It is. And I only used 10% of the dose. If I use a stronger dose, it'll be to flatten the devil ovum." Wang Ting smiled. "How did you do it?" Nihility asked curiously. "I mean, how did you manage to master bomb making in such a short time? It shouldn't be that easy." The clone knew a little about attribute bubbles, yet he didn't quite understand how they work. As far as he knew, Wang Ting had no opportunity to collect the related attribute bubbles during those days. Being the case, how did he manage to master that crafting skill? "I'm so talented that making a devil bomb is a piece of cake," Wang Ting said. "There's no way I'd believe you." Nihility rolled his eyes. "I need you to deal with Bear Brain tomorrow." Wang Ting suddenly acted serious. "I'm going to deal with Devil Emperor Bear Brain?" Nihility was stunned. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded solemnly. "I have to personally deal with that devil ovum." "Wouldn't I be discovered if I dealt with Bear Brain?" Nihility frowned. Wang Ting replied, "I'll grant you the devil armor techniques and the dark domain for a while. It shouldn't be a problem to deal with Bear Brain." There was a certain connection between him and the clone. Some skills and enlightenments could be transferred. "All right." Nihility nodded. Some things still required Wang Ting to do it on his own. Putting the devil bomb in the devil ovum was the key, and he couldn't do it in Wang Ting's stead. The two of them discussed a few details and Nihility went back to Wang Ting's body once more, to wait for the next day. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. To be honest, the creature felt nervous with the prospect of facing Bear Brain. He didn't know how Wang Ting was able to deal with him, even maintaining close contact with the latter every day without being discovered at all. They even got along. The next day, Nihility went out with Devil Emperor Bear Brain according to plan, while Wang Ting personally went to the place where the devil ovum was. However, he didn't touch the object. After all, they had some unpleasant memories. If he simply appeared in front of the thing, it would probably just explode on the spot. Wang Ting saw Jackery and murmured, "This goblin apparition is really ugly." He immediately appeared in front of the goblin, startling the latter. "Master?" Jackery was hesitant. Drawing from their connection established with the enchantment, he could sense that the one before him was the one who started controlling since the day before. However, he seemed different somehow. The first person was shrouded in dark purple mist, but he was now shrouded in a black mist today. The aura was different as well. "It's me." Wang Ting ignored the fellow's doubts and nodded. "I have something for you to do today." "Master, please give your orders." Jackery's heart skipped a bit, but he could only obey. Wang Ting took out the devil bombs and passed them to Jackery. "I want you to put these devil bombs inside the devil ovum." The bombs were shaped into small spheres, akin to beans, which was the smallest shape our hero could achieve. "What? Devil bombs?" Jackery's eyes widened in surprise when he saw what he was holding. "This is the devil bomb. But where did Master obtain them? Could it be that he made them the day before?" Jackery found the possibility absurd and unbelievable when he thought about it. His new master had just gotten a hold of the production methods from him the day prior. How was he able to make them? The goblin had tried countless times and failed miserably. However, he counted the small spheres in his hand and noticed there were 18 of them. He had handed over 18 sets of materials the day before. This is too coincidental. Was there really someone who could produce a devil bomb after seeing it for the first time? It was perfect. This is impossible. Jackery looked bewildered. He couldn't help asking, "Master, where did these devil bombs come from?" "I made them," Wang Ting answered. He knew that the goblin apparition was obsessed with the devil bomb crafting. But, causing the one controlled to experience a stronger sense of yearning, the deeper the influence of enchantment would be. "Why? You don't believe me?" Wang Ting smiled, although unwilling to explain. Forget it, bring me a few more sets of materials and I'll make some again. I'll go with you and put them into the devil ovum. The goblin's eyes lit up upon hearing that Wang Ting was going to make devil bombs on the spot. As for the last sentence, he ignored it automatically. Nothing was more important than making devil bombs. He immediately took out the materials and laid them on the table. He then looked at Wang Ting anxiously. Please. Wang Ting saw his expression and snickered. He immediately began making them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zachary's eyes widened to an extreme, reflecting so much obsession as he kept muttering to himself, I see, I see. No, it's too fast, too fast. I can't see it clearly, alas. He feared disturbing Wang Ting, and could only watch the bombs as they were produced one by one. Although he saw part of the process, he couldn't see the last part clearly. He was scratching his ears and cheeks frantically, as if ants were crawling all over his face. The whole process gave him an unbearable feeling. Wang Ting stopped and said, I'll consider teaching you if you finish what I told you to do. Zachary snapped out of the shock and looked at Wang Ting with fiery eyes. Rest assured, I will definitely place the devil bombs in the devil ovum according to your wishes. This time, the fellow showed no hesitation and answered swiftly. Wang Ting was speechless. That goblin apparition had thrown all dignity to the ground. He even hid a shred of spiritual power inside the bombs so he could sense their states and control them at any time. That way, the ovum would have no chance to discover them. It was Wang Ting's original idea, using the origin of darkness to prevent the devil ovum from detecting them. Zachary saw that and was shocked again. He was trying to guess Wang Ting's identity. Who's this person, since he's able to use the origin of darkness? If he's a fellow apparition, why do something like this? However, he was prudent and didn't talk about this. He just injected the devil bombs into the devil ovum through the tube at the top of the ladder, along with the origin of darkness. Sure enough, the ovum didn't find anything unusual. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He left the place after giving Zachary instructions. He wanted to get in touch with General Cameron to launch an offensive. Everything had been set, only the last step had yet to be finalized. Chapter 13:20 Look at the sky, it's going to rain soon. While our hero Wang Ting was getting everything ready, numerous orders were being relayed, back at Defense Planet No. 29's headquarters. The military hub started operating like a giant machine. Countless well-trained troops were starting to gather. Everything was happening in secret. The dark apparitions didn't notice a thing. General Cameron was extremely careful. Even while he was sending orders to gather the troops, the message being sent was that it was just a drill. Only the highest authorities, the generals, knew about the real plan. There was definitely no problem with them. The invasion of the devil-mind dark apparitions infuriated General Cameron, making him grow vigilant. This time, every general taking part in the plan was tested and filtered carefully to prevent any infiltration. General Cameron was at the moment standing in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window in the command building. He sternly glanced into the distance, worry showing in his eyes. General Chi Yuanzhu and the others were also there. They were discussing battle strategies. The other generals noticed General Cameron's worried gaze. General Chi Yuanzhu exchanged glances with the other generals before asking, General Cameron, is Colonel Wang Ting all right? Everyone's gazes flickered. That was their main concern. Is everything truly all right? They believed Wang Ting, but the matter sounded a little unrealistic. Was he really able to sneak into the apparition's den and snatch the devil ovum? That wasn't something an ordinary person could do. However, the lead general chose to believe and bet on Wang Ting. He mobilized all the troops to cooperate with the young hero to launch a full-force attack on the dark apparitions. Definitely a mad decision. Everyone felt it was unlikely for the general to take that kind of decision. If he hadn't reviewed the plan multiple times, they would have thought he had been substituted. General Cameron turned slowly and scanned the crowd. Then, he replied with a smile, "I stand firm about this decision. I believe in Colonel Wang Ting. He has never disappointed me." Silence. No one spoke. They were stunned. This wasn't the answer they expected from him. That's too subjective. It wasn't something a decision-maker should say. However, upon careful thought, they realized that he was right. Wang Ting had completed every mission to perfection, and couldn't find any fault in him. The Devil Mind Race's invasion of their headquarters was a huge matter. Now, they knew that Wang Ting had already snatched the Devil Ovum in the past, and even captured a Devil Mind creature. Everyone was dumbfounded. Both the Ovum and the Devil Mind Race were troublesome presences. Humankind found it hard to deal with them. In the end, Wang Ting took care of both. He had done so many things in silence, making understandable why General Cameron had high hopes for him. Their leader continued, "Don't feel pressured. I will take full responsibility for my decision. I will present my resignation and take the blame if anything happens." Everyone's expression changed. "No!" General Chi Yuanju was quick to shout. "We made this decision together. How can you take all the responsibility?" General Yukari shook his head. "That's right. We are prepared to bear the consequences since we've all agreed. All of us have been through countless wars. We are not afraid of one failure," said General Kimberly in a low voice. The other generals agreed. Their words were filled with resolution and fearlessness. General Cameron moved his lips, but chose to swallow his words. All he said in the end was, "All right, let's make this our final attempt and fight for our lives. Let's fight for our lives." Their gazes turned firm as they shouted in low voices. It only took 3 days for all the military power in Defense Planet number 29 to move quietly. Aside from a skeleton crew that stayed to guard their base, the other martial warriors had boarded battlecrafts and went to the mountains by the outskirts of the apparition's base. Then, they split into smaller teams and snuck into the mountains. However, only a few of the military units infiltrated the mountains. The other teams continued lurking elsewhere, using military exercises as an excuse to avoid arousing the creature's suspicion. Dark apparitions were spread all over the planet. If they moved too openly, the apparitions would definitely discover their real motive. Back on the mountain's outskirts, General Cameron also ordered another batch of martial warriors to seal off the region and to kill any suspicious creatures, all to prevent them from sending news back to their base. Elsewhere, inside the Devil Armor Race's territory, Wang Ting sat under a tree and muttered to himself with a sharp gaze, "Are we starting?" Jared was standing close by. What the other said made him curious and asked, "What's starting?" "Look at the sky, it's going to rain soon," Wang Ting said indifferently. "Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site." Thanks. Jared looked up. Indeed, the sky was turning dark. Rain was imminent. "You're right." Jared was puzzled. He didn't understand the meaning of what the other said. Do we even need clothes? They weren't like the vampires or the werewolves who needed some clothing to cover their sensitive parts. Wang Ting went for his daily training with Devil Emperor Bear Brain like usual. His domain had already reached the 4th level after those few days of training, and its power rose tremendously, too. Dark Domain, 300/4000, 4th level. Among all his domains, this was the first one to reach the 4th level. It wasn't an easy journey. This was his strongest domain. His metal, black metal, and his meteorite shower domains had also reached the 4th level. He was almost undefeatable among Cosmos stage martial warriors and below with his current abilities. This proved how powerful 4th-level domains were. Also, Bear Brain's personal guidance had allowed him to have a change in quality of his dark domain. It was more profound and stronger than his other fourth-level domains. Even Wang Ting had to admit that Bare Brain had taught him well. He wouldn't have achieved this on his own. Wang Ting silently thanked him in his heart. This is a good person, no, a good devil. Two pitch-black domain spheres collided above the forest. No sound was released. It seemed that all noise was constrained within the two phenomena. However, the space around them began to distort. Thin dimensional rifts started to appear as the air was unable to withstand the great pressure. The two spheres kept colliding, none able to suppress the other. An hour passed quickly. The two black spheres finally separated and gradually dispersed, revealing Wang Ting and Devil Emperor Bare Brain. The former blinked and quickly collected the attribute bubbles produced by the exchange. Dark Domain *150 Dark Domain *220 Dark Domain *120 Our hero immediately felt his Dark Domain becoming stronger as the bubbles merged into his body. He was elated. Dark Domain 790/4000 4th level. You are the most talented dark apparition I've ever seen. Bare Brain looked at Wang Ting with a troubled expression. He felt emotional. It's all because of your guidance, Wang Ting replied. Bare Brain was satisfied by the response. Teaching a highly talented disciple gave him a great sense of achievement. You have grasped the first phase of the transformation, which is called actualization. You have turned your domain power into something solid, making its strength at least 3 times greater than other domains at the same level. Actualization. Wang Ting repeated the word. He recalled the changes to his domain over the past few days and felt that the description was accurate. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Are there other phases?" Bare Brain glanced at him and replied calmly, "Of course. However, it's too early for you to know about them." This fellow is quite bold. He just grasped the actualization phase, yet he's already eyeing the other phases. Wang Ting felt at a loss. These formidable characters always like to leave me hanging. Looks like it'll be impossible to find this out through this guy. Never mind. I'm lucky enough to learn of the first phase. I can't ask for too much. Maybe I'm too greedy, Wang Ting thought. If Bare Brain hadn't executed the actualization phase, he wouldn't have been able to collect attribute bubbles, so who knows when he would grasp it. Contentment needed to be learned. If others knew he attained full grasp of the actualization phase within a few days, they might have turned red with envy. Also, having attained this phase on one of his domains, he could attain the same with the others. This was his greatest gain. He started to get excited as he thought about this prospect. "Thank you, sir." Wang Ting thanked him sincerely. "There's no need to thank me. I wouldn't have taught you if you weren't a genius. You created this opportunity for yourself." Bare Brain waved a hand and disappeared. "Leaving me here again?" Wang Ting stretched his back. The devil armor covering his body disappeared slowly, revealing his true self. His gaze became stern as he said, "It's about time." Concurrently, somewhere in the mountains, within a giant, camouflaged battlecraft, General Cameron and the other generals stood in front of the control station, grim-faced. The atmosphere was tense. Suddenly, he opened them and said, "General Cameron, we can start." "Yes." The generals' gazes became sharp and their fighting aura took over. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Somewhere in the forest, numerous battlecrafts received an order and started charging energy. The force cannons gave off dazzling glows of different colors, all aimed at the valley where the dark apparitions were located. In a matter of seconds, the cannons finished charging and fired. Countless shots soared through the sky, leaving a trail of light behind them as they rushed to the creature's hiding place like a net. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying explosions were heard. The dark apparitions stared at the sky in astonishment before the entire valley exploded. Chapter 1321 All the human martial warriors will be buried here. The sudden cannon rain caught the dark apparitions by surprise. Many dark apparitions were left in shock. Then, they felt endless fear. Passing from astonishment to fear merely took a split second. Their faces showed troubled expressions. They didn't have any time to react, and could only watch the attacks as they landed. Their dazzling glow was like watching fireworks, beautiful and glaring. The pupils of all dark apparitions constricted. P&D N-1. Co-M explosions were heard. Force volleys plummeted down, and a large number of the dark forces were swallowed by the explosions. Numerous apparitions were killed in a matter of seconds, their bodies shredded to pieces. They couldn't be any more dead. Many other apparitions were heavily injured too. Cries of agony pervaded the area. Enemy attack! There was terror and anger in their shrill cries. Their voices echoed in the sky and soared right to high heaven. That voice was like that of a beautiful lady who had just taken off her clothes to bathe, and a pervert suddenly showing up and sniggering at her. This was the cry of the affronted lady. Roar! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Activate the defense shield immediately. All the apparitions finally reacted. Shouts of fury were heard amid the grandiose mess. The obelisk-scale dragon beast was alerted. It gave off a thunderous howl. Many cannon shots landed on the massive creature, waking it up from its deep sleep. It was uninjured, but the building on its back was damaged. Devil Emperor Bearbrain rushed out from the building and showed up in the sky. His face was frosty, gaze as cold as ice. Jeffred, Shueluan, and the other mid-tier Devil Emperors also showed up. What's happening? They stared at the scene, disbelief on their contorted faces. Boom! 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 Just then, another round of force blasts rushed towards them from afar. Activate the defense shield, Bearbrain said in a cold voice. A low-tier Devil Emperor rushed over hurriedly and shouted in fear, "Sir, someone damaged the defense shield." What? Jeffred and the others were stunned. How did this happen? Who damaged the defense shield? Shueluan grabbed the dark apparition and asked furiously. The underling was terrified. He stuttered, I don't know. Useless. Bearbrain was indignant. The lesser devil exploded into blood mist before being able to scream in pain. The force blasts landed right after. A light shield surrounded Bearbrain and the other Devil Emperors, blocking the impact. Boom! The defense shield vibrated, shattering instantly amid the explosions. Both the blasts and the shielding were obliterated, proving how powerful the attacks were. The blasts had been fired from celestial level, cosmos level, and even heaven level battlecraft. Their power was undeniable. Bearbrain's expression became even darker. Considering the attack's magnitude, the other party had certainly made preparations. But how is this possible? They were extremely well hidden, so how did anyone find them? Furthermore, the other party headed straight to their base, and they didn't notice a thing. This is impossible. Bearbrain racked his brains, but he didn't understand how this happened. Having a spy amongst their ranks was inconceivable. Boom! 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 Waves of explosions crashed towards them. The cannon fire reached the apparitions and exploded. The creatures started to evade the attacks after the first round of panic. They were within the forest. It would be hard to home in on them once they went further in, especially when considering their speed. Even if it was a wide-range attack, the effects would be minimized. That was why General Cameron ordered the cannon fire to stop and launched the full-force attack. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Kill. Kill. Battle cries erupted all around the mountain. Martial warriors hidden in the dark charged out and killed the escaping apparitions. Never did the latter expect so many human martial warriors coming out from hiding. They had been focused on running and couldn't react in time. Many of them were slaughtered. It's the human race. Shueluan and the other dark apparitions gritted their teeth in anger when they saw this happen. They were intercepted by enemy humans. This was a first. They were always the ones invading human territory and conducting massacres in their regions. Now, things were different. They were the ones getting butchered. What a humiliation! "Sir, what do we do now?" Jeffred asked anxiously. Bear Brain was furious. Anger boiled inside him like lava. His expression turned hideous as he said, "Since humans are looking for death, let's push forward the final battle. It'll make them pay the price. Open the dimensional rift and bury all humans here." "Yes." Jeffred and the others had sinister smiles, gazes turning cold as they replied with excitement. It had been a long time waiting for that moment to arrive. Since the humans were attacking, they could finally vent their frustrations and anger. Boom! Suddenly, frightening force fluctuations were radiated by Bear Brain's body, turning into a black pillar of light that shot into the sky. The dark clouds churned and spun furiously. The black pillar crashed into space and gave off an immense amount of force. Space became distorted and started to crack due to the pressure imposed by the pillar. The pillar broke through and the nearby space collapsed, shattering like glass and turning into dust, disappearing into the pitch-black emptiness. A deep and black tornado was formed. Terrifying fluctuations originated from within. Wang Ting was dashing above the forest when he noticed the phenomenon. His expression changed. Dimensional rift. The dark apparitions opened the dimensional rift. At first he thought that he knew everything about the apparitions' resources. He didn't expect them to have a hidden trump card. They already knew the space coordinates, so they just needed to open it. Wang Ting was astounded. His face turned gloomy. That was out of his calculations. There had been no news about the dimensional rift in the information he collected. He was unaware that only the Devil Emperor Bear Brain knew the coordinates. The other apparitions knew nothing. Also, this was done as a cautionary measure. It wasn't supposed to be used unless absolutely necessary. This moment called for it. Just then, a few sonic booms rushed towards the young hero. Wang Ting turned and saw General Cameron and the others, instantly showing up next to him. "Colonel Wang Ting." General Qi Yuanzhu and the others sized him up before asking with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Wang Ting said in an upset voice. "This isn't the time to talk about this. The dark apparitions have opened the dimensional rift. A large number of apparitions may land on this planet. Don't worry, I predicted that this could happen, so we planted our battlecraft all around the place to seal off the mountains. Even if they do come, they won't be able to leave. I will make sure they never go back," said the leading general in a confident tone. "That's good." Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Boom! An explosion resounded in the sky all of a sudden. Silver bolts of lightning were shot down from the abyss high above, lighting up the dark environment. The space tornado kept expanding amid the lightning and thunder. Soon, it was a few meters wide. The dimensional rift has opened in its entirety. "Let's hurry over," General Cameron said quickly. "Let's go." Everyone rushed towards the valley. The human warriors would be at a disadvantage if too many apparitions showed up at once. They needed to stop them. Boom! Thunder and lightning echoed in the forest. The dimensional rift had become a few hundred meters wide, encompassing the entire sky. There seemed to be no end to it. Suddenly, a sinister red glow appeared, coming from somewhere beyond the dimensional rift. A giant crimson eyeball appeared behind the tornado. Terrifying spiritual fluctuations swept out as it looked down. Distortion, frenzy, evil, rage. Negative emotions were spread, filling up the sky. Devil Titan. Everyone's expressions froze, pupils shrinking. Chapter 13:22 Solar Dragon Race, Predicament. Devil Titan. Everyone looked bewildered at the moment, their faces were full of shock. The eye appearing from somewhere beyond the dimensional rift turned out to belong to a Devil Titan. The confidence of General Cameron and the others was shattered instantly. All the humans looked solemn. Ominous premonitions welled up in their hearts. A Devil Titan was enough to wipe out all the martial warriors present. Devil Titan. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, his expression grave. He had encountered the same scene before. Back in the Xingwu continent, when the dimensional rift opened, there was a huge eyeball watching them from beyond. A long time had passed, yet the two images overlapped each other. Back then, the people in the continent called the creature Devil God. It was just a stronger dark apparition and not a real devil god. Nevertheless, it was still scary. Wang Ting learned what the name meant as his horizons widened. Not even a devil titan would dare call itself devil god. The devil god name was a taboo. However, even if the devil titan wasn't a devil god, it was still terrifying. That beast wasn't something they could deal with. Just the chaotic spiritual attack of that eyeball was able to affect all the fighters below. That sort of influence was extremely deadly in battle. The dark apparitions wouldn't give them a chance to recover. Fortunately, the humans were familiar with their tactics and immediately lowered their heads, all to avoid locking stares with the massive eye. Even so, many low-rank martial warriors were still unable to withstand. Their spirits collapsed and went mad, having seen something terrifying, and whispers of demons sounded in their ears. Damn it! General Cameron and the others saw this and looked grim. After such development, they were still lacking that final touch in their planning. No one would have imagined that the apparitions would summon a devil titan. Aren't they afraid of crossing realms? General Qi Yuanzhu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. General Cameron took a deep breath and calmed himself down. This devil titan is smart. It is still on the other side of the dimensional rift. It hasn't landed on this planet. That doesn't count as crossing realms. General Yukari roared, bastard. We were outmaneuvered by the apparitions. Bare brain, I didn't expect that I would have to take action. You messed up everything, said a cold, hoarse voice which came from the other side of the rift and echoed in the sky. General Cameron and the others immediately stopped talking and looked up. Sir, this is my fault. I'm willing to go back and accept my punishment after we're done with this battle, Devil Emperor Barebrain replied. The black mist surrounding his body dissipated, revealing a tall and strong figure. He looked human, yet he had two dark red horns on his head and was covered with dark red scales. There was a sense of nobility to him. He exuded pride and power above all bloodlines. The Solar Dragon Race. General Cameron exclaimed in surprise when he saw the creature's true appearance. What? The Solar Dragon Race? General Qi Yuanzhu and the others turned their attention away from the giant eyeball and looked towards Devil Emperor Barebrain. They were filled with surprise. It really is a solar dragon. Why is one of their kind among the dark apparitions? General Kimberly frowned. Wang Ting interjected, That's a devil-mind dark apparition. No one understood that dark apparition better than him. After all, they were still discussing dark domain matters an hour before. Ah, what a wonderful experience! A devil-mind apparition! The generals and those who overheard had a sudden realization and were shocked. This devil-mind creature actually snatched a body from the solar dragon race. Unbelievable! The dragons would go mad if they ever found out about it. This devil-mind monster is terrifying. To think he could even take a solar dragon's body. Wang Ting understood the situation. He knew what the solar dragon race was after going over his bonded beast's memories. They were a powerful race that only appeared in rumors. Ordinary people would never have the chance to encounter them. They were different from the Parker's family who bathed themselves in dragon blood and obtained the dragon blood battle physique. They hadn't been bestowed with solar dragon powers. They themselves were solar dragons. The members of that monster race could transform into powerful dragons and traverse the starry sky. They were almost invincible among fellow martial warriors of the same stage. The Parkers couldn't even compare to them. After interacting for such a long time, Our hero didn't even realize that his mentor No Brain had taken a body from the solar dragon race. It was unbelievable. "I want you to present me with this planet to make up for it," said the cold voice from the other side of the dimensional rift. "Yes." A gleam of red light flashed across Bearbrain's eyes as he replied in a low voice. Instantly, a cold, killing intent emanated from his sight as he roared loudly, "Kill them! Kill every single human!" Roar. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, Roar. The dark apparitions' morale skyrocketed after the Devil Titan appeared. Their murderous intent rose and every one of them charged towards the surrounding martial warriors. A killing spree ensued. General Cameron and the others didn't look good. Their advantage was lost with the Devil Titan's appearance. The tables were turned. Even though the massive monster wasn't planning to cross over, its influence was too great. It was like a sharp sword hanging above everyone's heads which could fall at any time. Everyone's morale was greatly impacted. The spiritual attack was also a massive problem. Humans would be constantly affected if left unsolved. They would go crazy after their spirits collapsed. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as he spoke calmly. "Generals, this is not the time to be dazed and confused. We need to think of ways to deal with the creature's spiritual attack." "That's right," General Cameron said in a rush. "We have to block their spiritual attack." Never slowing down, they talked as they rushed to the valley. The place was directly below the massive eyeball. Boom! Waves of terrifying spiritual power burst out from their bodies and formed an invisible barrier to resist the spiritual fluctuations sent out from above. Boom! Two invisible spiritual powers clashed against each other. Wang Ting's spiritual power was also in the mix to defend against the Devil Titan. The Devil Titan noticed this and looked over. The visible eye showed contempt. An even more terrifying spiritual power was then radiated. Boom! The chaotic and horrifying spiritual attack slammed against the barrier formed by Wang Ting and the others, causing it to shake violently. The generals looked pale. They felt as if their heads were being hammered, and there was buzzing in their ears. They almost fainted. "We can't go on like this. This is impossible," General Qi Yuanzhu and the other officials exclaimed in despair. Xueluan scoffed and said sarcastically, "To think that you wanted to resist his spiritual attack. How laughable." Devil Emperor Bearbrain commanded, "Don't mind them. Take advantage of this window, and kill off the surrounding humans to break through the encirclement." "Yes." Xueluan and the other dark apparitions replied instantly. They immediately dispersed and charged towards the human fighters below. Those mid-tier Devil Emperors were considered among the strongest on defense planet number 29. A large number of humans were killed in a blink once they entered the fray. The stench of blood filled the skies. "This isn't good," said General Cameron when noticing their actions. Then, he shouted, "All Heaven Stage martial warriors, stop them." As soon as he gave the order, several rainbow streaks were seen around the forest as they rushed towards the mid-tier Devil Emperors. Boom! 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 Both sides clashed, causing terrifying explosions while the aftershock of their moves was swept across the forest. There were many Heaven Stage martial warriors among the human forces. They represented the strongest of their kind. However, General Cameron and the others were being suppressed by the Titan's spiritual attack and were unable to fight, which caused the scales to tip in the dark apparition's favor. Before long, the few Heaven Stage experts were defeated, who crashed onto the ground. What a predicament! The human martial warriors were in a predicament. The generals looked anxious, wanting to rush over and help. Boom! There was another spiritual attack slamming against them. Even with Wang Ting's strength pooled in, it was still difficult. Inside our hero's mind, the 9 Treasures Pagoda shined with a golden brilliance as it dispelled the chaotic spiritual attack. This Devil Titan spirit is at the high-tier Devil Emperor stage, Wang Ting said. It's too powerful. Our spiritual power is far too weak. General Chi Yuanju was feeling hopeless. Generals, I have an idea, but I would need to rely on your spiritual powers. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. What is it? General Cameron asked anxiously. P&D N-1. General Cameron frowned and refused without hesitation. No, detonating a spiritual body will cause great damage to your spiritual power. The other generals shared the same opinion, also shaking their heads. Detonating a spiritual body would damage one's spirit. If things were more serious, he could damage his soul origin and affect his future cultivation. It would be fine if it were someone else, but Wang Ting was different. His talent could lead him to the eternal stage. Every eternal stage martial warrior was a huge asset to humankind. They couldn't let him take such a risk, just to protect a planetary sector. It's okay. I know what I'm doing. Wang Ting had a warm, fuzzy feeling but insisted on it. Chapter 1323 This human is cheating. 1. General Cameron and the others were stuck in a dilemma. The war was important, but Wang Ting was just as important. I will ignite my spiritual body. Since the Titan still has its qualms and doesn't dare cross realms, I think I can force it back with my spiritual power, said General Cameron in a low voice. His gaze was firm. You can't do that. The other officials were shocked. General Cameron replied, It can be done. I have reached the bottleneck of the universe stage. After all these years of guarding defense planet number 29, life and death means nothing to me anymore. Winning this war is of greater importance to the whole human race. General Cameron, the bare brain is a high-tier devil emperor. Only you can take him on. You cannot self-destruct. Wang Ting Ada, you may have also forgotten about my other identity. I'm a Grandmaster Alchemist. I can make pills to heal any damage to my spiritual body. I can recover even if I get hurt, so don't worry. Wang Ting smiled. Also, I'm not stupid. I wouldn't joke about my future. Grandmaster Alchemist? General Chi Yuanju and the others were stunned. The officials didn't know he was a Grandmaster Alchemist. How could there be such a young Grandmaster Alchemist? They found it hard to believe. General Cameron saw everyone's expression, so he explained on Wang Ting's behalf. Colonel Wang Ting is indeed a Grandmaster Alchemist. Feeling somewhat convinced, he asked after some hesitation, Are you sure you'll be all right? It'll be too late to regret later. Don't worry. Wang Ting turned serious. He said in a firm tone, I'm afraid of death. I wouldn't sacrifice myself to protect others. Everyone was speechless. Is it okay to say that you're afraid of death so openly? It was taboo for military martial warriors to fear death. They would be looked down upon. However, when Wang Ting said this, besides wanting to laugh, no one felt he was truly afraid of death. Instead, his words felt a little heroic. All the officials took this as Wang Ting consoling them. The latter would be stunned if he knew what they were thinking. No one believed him, even when he was telling the truth. Wang Ting knew his own ability. He had 2 9 treasures pagodas. One self-destruction wouldn't affect him much. He might not even feel the pain, let alone suffer injury. Even if there was pain, it would only be felt by the devouring nihility beast clone. The bonded beast had thick skin and a spiritual power so strong that destroying one of the pagodas wouldn't do a thing. What's more, he could pick up attribute bubbles to heal his spirit. He had an advantage no one else had. So, he wasn't worried. Oh, the devouring nihility beast clone felt a chill down his spine all of a sudden. There's no time to waste. Let's do this, Wang Ting said. General Cameron gritted his teeth and finally agreed. All right, let's go with Wang Ting's proposal. They knew it was an emergency. There was no time to hesitate. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks Wang Ting, be humane. Nihility was on the brink of tears. He wanted to draw circles on the ground to curse at someone. He seemed to have forgotten for a moment about what he said in the past. He belonged to Wang Ting. There was nothing wrong with the young hero using his beast's pagoda. The artifact swiftly expanded and turned into a building a few hundred meters tall. His bonded beast clone was extremely powerful. Thus, his pagoda was also enormous. It was colossal. A dazzling golden light erupted from the pagoda, attracting numerous gazes. Even the eyeball in the sky turned to look at the unique building. Its pupils seemed to have shrunk. General Cameron, General Qi Yuanzhu, and the others. This is the spirit pagoda Wang Ting created? Everyone was stunned. If someone told them this was a real pagoda, they would straight out believe it. However, it was a bit over the top to say it had been made using spiritual power. This pagoda was a little overboard. General Qi Yuanzhu couldn't help but ask, "Is this your pagoda?" "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. He asked, "Is there a problem?" "No." General Qi Yuanzhu shook his head in astonishment. He didn't know what else to say. General Cameron and the others gave weird stares to the young official. They wanted to speak, but didn't know if they should. That was especially the case for General Cameron. Just a moment before he was still claiming he should self-destruct his spirit. Now, thinking back about it, his spiritual power was stronger than Wang Ting's. It wasn't as dense. Thus, even if he self-destructed, the strength would fade later. However, Wang Ting's pagoda was different. The general could tell it was made using some secret skill. It looked extraordinary. If they did instill the artifact with their spiritual powers, the potential would be terrifying. It couldn't be compared to an ordinary self-destruct move. General Cameron felt morose. His self-destruction offer couldn't be compared to the power of a junior. What was the point of living? He felt like crying. "Everyone, please send in your spiritual power," Wang Ting said in a low voice. He disregarded all their expressions. Everyone regained their composure and quickly replied, "Yes." Then, they activated their spiritual powers. Golden streams seeped out from their foreheads and flowed into the Nine Treasures pagoda. A clash would usually occur inside the pagoda if other people's spiritual power tried to go in. However, Wang Ting suppressed the artifact's response. Chapter 13:24 This human is cheating. 2. Actually, our hero didn't need to worry about energies clashing. He just had to make sure that the pagoda wouldn't burst after receiving all that power. The more violent the clashes, the more frightening the explosion would be. Of course, the Nine Treasures pagoda needed to hold for a while and not burst beforehand. Everything would be lost otherwise. The pagoda started to vibrate fiercely as the generals infused it with their spiritual powers. The artifact began to give off a continuous and ominous fluctuation that made people's hearts shudder. The giant eyeball on the other side of the dimensional rift was able to sense something. His icy voice resounded in the air. "Stop them. Destroy that pagoda." Boom. A few figures charged towards Wang Ting right after the command was made. Humph! General Qi Yuanzhu and the others snorted and dashed forward. They positioned themselves to protect Wang Ting behind them. Their spiritual power continued to flow into the pagoda while they greeted attacks from the mid-tier devil emperors who darted over. Boom! 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 Eruptions echoed in the sky. Impacts of force were swept through the surroundings and the space was shattered. Pitch-black lines started to appear. The human high officials were Heaven Stage martial warriors, so they were extremely powerful. Every single attack was frightening, causing a huge explosion. The apparitions around them wouldn't dare get close. All of them kept a safe distance. As for Wang Ting, he wasn't affected since General Cameron was protecting him. This allowed him to focus on handling the pagoda, which would explode at any moment. Honestly, the artifact would have burst to pieces had he not built it with his divine flames and the heaven-earth calamity lightning, as well as the two godly hammers. This followed a process similar to forging weapons. The better the materials, the tougher and longer-lasting the weapon would be. It wouldn't fail easily. Wang Ting felt fortunate he chose those 2 hammers. The process to make them was arduous, but their effects were good. Both humans and apparitions felt their hearts racing when they saw that scene. Even General Cameron felt his head going numb. He could end up in heaven real fast if the pagoda exploded right in front of him. This is unnerving. His confidence in Wang Ting grew. What a weirdo! Stop him! The blood-chilling voice on the other side of the rift resounded again. It was a pitch higher than before. He's afraid. General Cameron raised his head with a smirk. Boom! Bare Brain had yet to make a move. Just then, he disappeared again. Wang Ting squinted. He saw how space some distance away became distorted. A muscular arm stretched out from the void in an attempt to grab him. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. General Cameron furrowed his eyebrows and gave a loud bellow. Move! He clenched his fist and hurled it toward the arm. Neither of them used any battle technique. It was a simple battle of palm against fist, but the energy they contained was alarming. It felt as if all force had been compressed and harnessed by the 2. Bang! The 2 arms collided, producing a dull thud. Both parties separated immediately after that exchange. General Cameron retreated a few hundred meters back, while the arm disappeared back into the void. The human leader turned serious. He shifted his body and threw punches in a certain direction in the air non-stop. Bare Brain was forced to appear and resist the general's punches. What a close call! Cold sweat dripped down Wang Ting's forehead. He was almost squashed to death by the Devil Emperor. Their recent master-disciple interaction that took place for many days allowed him to finally understand how powerful that Devil Emperor was. Damn it, he's cuter when he teaches me. He's so scary when he gets fierce. Wang Ting, are you okay? Said General Qi Yuanju while standing in front of the hero. The latter's face was pale. The exhaustion of his spiritual power would affect his future battle. Wang Ting frowned. He looked at his pagoda floating above him. There were small cracks on its surface, a glaring golden light shooting out from within. It would burst at any moment. However, he felt that it could still bear the pressure. A little more. All the generals showed black faces, but they listened to him. Wang Ting wasn't idle either. He activated his spiritual power and also feeded it into the artifact. Let's go all out. Wang Ting had a little madness in him. Since things had gone that far, might as well go all out. Crack. The 9 Treasures Pagoda was starting to make clear and crisp cracking sounds. More and more cracks started to appear as time passed, covering the entire structure and making it look a bit eerie. Wang Ting frowned and quickly shouted, "Enough! Enough!" General Qi Yuanju and the others had been waiting for that word the entire time. They stopped injecting spiritual power the moment they heard it. They would have emptied everything they had if they kept at it a while longer. Bare Brain looked grim when he saw this. He stared at Wang Ting and disappeared from the spot where he was. Boom! A battle blade appeared in General Cameron's hand. He slashed and the blade glow cut through the air, knocking the Devil Emperor back. "Move!" said the frosty voice coming from Bare Brain's mouth. Chapter 13:25 This human is cheating. 3. I'm here so don't think about getting any closer. General Cameron remained calm. His face was slightly pale due to spiritual power depletion, but the resolution in his eyes didn't dwindle. An appalling aura exploded from his body, which surged towards Devil Emperor Bare Brain. Wang Ting wouldn't dare to tarry. He quickly directed the 9 Treasures Pagoda towards the giant eyeball in the sky. "Human, you are courting death!" roared the ruthless and evil voice from beyond the dimensional rift. Its crimson gaze seemed to solidify into matter as it stared at Wang Ting. There was a horrifying spiritual attack condensed within. The massive beast could feel the vast and immense spiritual power within the Nine Treasures Pagoda. If the artifact exploded, the consequences would be unbearable. That was why the Titan retracted all his spiritual power and focused it on Wang Ting. The latter became serious. A blinding light blossomed on his forehead, and another pagoda flew out to resist his opponent's spiritual attack. Boom! The second artifact vibrated and almost collapsed. However, it was sturdy enough so it forcefully resisted the spiritual attack. Wang Ting's spirit was only in the celestial realm, but his accumulation was astonishing. One could think of him as a normal celestial realm spirit. Furthermore, the Devil Titan didn't pass through the rift, so he could only release a third of his spiritual power. Our hero would have been incapable to withstand the attack otherwise. Nevertheless, cracks still appeared on the second pagoda. It was about to break. Wang Ting felt a sharp pain in his mind. That was a sign his spirit was injured. His expression changed, and he hurriedly collected the attribute bubbles around him. There were many spirit attributes that could replenish his consumption. Constellation Force, Dark. * 1300 Celestial Realm Spirit * 280 Constellation Force, Earth. * 2500 Constellation Force, Wood. * 2100 Space * 230 Celestial Realm Spirit * 350. He didn't care about the kind of attributes collected as long as they were of the spirit kind. Replenish, replenish. Wang Ting felt a cool stream running through his mind, lessening the pain. The cracks on the pagoda began to gradually heal. The giant eyeball on the other side of the rift was confused. Why is there another pagoda? Does this human mass produce them? Is one not enough? Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, even the human generals were surprised. Another one? How many spirit pagodas does he have? While the Devil Titan was caught distracted, Wang Ting took the chance and released his spiritual power furiously. He pushed the Nine Treasures Pagoda, increasing its speed so it shot out like a rocket. Boom! The Nine Treasures Pagoda covered a few hundred meters in an instant and got closer to the dimensional rift. Damn it! The giant eyeball got agitated. The ominous creature controlled his spiritual power and launched an attack toward Wang Ting again. Boom! The chaotic and frightening spiritual attack slammed onto the Nine Treasures Pagoda again. It shook violently and more cracks appeared. Collect more bubbles. Wang Ting turned serious and frantically seized bubbles to heal the damage done to the pagoda. The giant eyeball snorted with a contemptuous gaze. Break! Boom! The third spiritual attack arrived. But, to the monster's bewilderment, the pagoda remained intact, even though the number of cracks increased. It showed no signs of breaking, and the cracks actually seemed to be healing. That behavior was intriguing, completely beyond what the Titan knew. Is this human cheating? Is there no end to his spiritual power? Charge! Wang Ting released all his spiritual power. All the collected attribute bubbles added many points to his spirit, thus replenishing his spiritual power too. He gathered all his power and aimed it at the bottom of the pagoda floating in the sky. Boom! The third acceleration. The pagoda was near the dimensional rift. The final ramp up in speed managed to make it crash into the dimensional rift. Such a move was completely unexpected by the foreign creature. It was too late by the time he reacted. Wang Ting sneered as he let out a curse. F*****ku. Boom! The next moment, a loud explosion originated from within the dimensional rift. The pagoda exploded. An endless golden light filled up the rift, with a scary spiritual fluctuation sweeping through the sky. There were flames and lightning flashing in the golden light as well. That was the power of the divine flames and the calamity lightning sealed within the pagoda. Such appalling strength astounded all the dark apparitions present. How is this possible? Xueluan and the other mid-tier devil emperors were overwhelmed by disbelief. Their devil titan was attacked by a mere celestial stage warrior from the humans. It was like an ant trying to move an elephant. All of it felt like a joke, yet he did it. What a humiliation. Chapter 1326 Are You a Broken Recorder? Countless dark apparitions looked up at the sky in bewilderment. The humans were also surprised. They looked up in awe. Wang Ting's ability wasn't a secret among the human martial warriors, but that was precisely the reason why they were dumbfounded. Honestly, was that attack launched by a celestial stage martial warrior? An angry roar resounded in the sky, originating from beyond the dimensional rift. It was the Devil Titan. The faces of the apparitions changed. Not even Xueluan and the other mid-tier Devil Emperors could avoid being fearful. Sir Devil Titan is angry. They looked at Wang Ting as if declaring the latter's doom. This fellow is dead. He's a dead man. Wang Ting was unhappy. F***K, why are y'all looking at me like this? Do you think I'm going to die soon? Will the Titan dare to cross the rift? Wang Ting felt a little uncertain. Although he didn't care if the other party decided to cross to their side, he thought running away would be for the best. He dashed to make his escape into the distance, running away after the explosion. It felt amazing. Real men never look back at explosions. Roar. A furious bellow resounded behind him just then. It was earth-shattering. Blood started dripping down the ears of both humans and dark apparitions alike. Damn it! General Cameron's expression had a complete change. He felt anxious as he shouted, "Wang Ting, run!" Without hesitation, Wang Ting increased his speed to the maximum. Not even his shadow could be seen. The golden light within the dimensional rift hadn't dispersed completely when an enormous black limb suddenly emerged, quickly sweeping downward. The massive limb moved as fast as lightning, reaching the bottom in the blink of an eye. It was heading in Wang Ting's direction. Wang Ting's expression looked ugly. F***K, this apparition is unreasonable. Why is a Devil Titan attacking a celestial stage martial warrior like me? Where is his dignity? Also, isn't he afraid of attracting an eternal stage martial warrior if he crosses the border? The young hero underestimated the Titan's anger. The latter didn't think too much about the repercussions for that daring move. Since Wang Ting had angered him, he would personally take action and kill him. No one could stop him. To him, killing a celestial stage martial warrior was as easy as squashing an ant to death. Swoosh! The black limb moved extremely fast, leaving a black-colored trail in the air before he finally arrived close to Wang Ting. Then, it aimed at Wang Ting's heart like a long black spear. The latter sighed. A chill went up his spine and goosebumps started to appear on his skin. He felt a strong sense of danger and death urging him to turn around. His pupils shrank. He's this fast? Our hero was thunderstruck. There was only one thought left in his mind: you won't kill me. Wang Ting wasn't someone who would easily give up. No matter how strong the opponent, he had the guts to go head-on. He gritted his teeth and his gaze became ruthless. A crimson, universe-level battle sword appeared in his hand. It gave off a brilliant glow, and an extremely powerful space fluctuation swarmed out of his body, to then suffuse the battle sword and forming a sword glow. The glow wasn't formed by any type of force. That was the condensation of spatial power. It was extremely sharp, virtually able to cut through anything. Wang Ting's most powerful skill was the space tornado, but there was obviously no time to execute it at the moment. That was why he chose to use his Godslayer sword scripture. It was the most powerful legacy from the Great Qian Empire, and was definitely not subpar. Within a few seconds, countless sword auras erupted from the battle sword, spreading in all directions and causing cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Wang Ting stared at the black limb intently as it closed in on him. He instilled all his space power into the battle sword. The black limb reached him in the blink of an eye. It was less than a meter away. The limb was covered with an extremely powerful constellation dark force, forming a sharp glow. A strong wind rushed toward the fleeing human. His black hair danced wildly in the air, slapping his face until it hurt. Thin wounds appeared on his face. That gale would have rendered him grievous injuries if his physique wasn't strong enough. That human is dead. Llewellyn flashed a menacing smile when he saw this. Jeffred and the other mid-tier Devil Emperors snorted in disdain. He angered Sir Titan. Any resistance is useless now. Death is the only option. Wang Ting could feel the imminent death creeping on him. However, he didn't panic. He was extremely calm, in fact. Suddenly, he glared at the hand/tentacle and shouted furiously, "Slaying God!" Boom! He immediately slashed the incoming appendage. A terrifying sword glow was released, turning into a silver-white ray of light that crashed into the black hand/tentacle. Both the silver-white sword glow and the black limb froze for a second, like the effect of someone pressing the stop button. However, a blinding black glow soon burst from the black hand/tentacle. Its power increased tremendously, and the silver-white sword glow couldn't stop it anymore. The latter began to give off cracking sounds before it broke, turning into silver droplets of light. The residual force swept through the surroundings. Wang Ting made use of the impact to propel himself back. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Thinking of running away? Space Flash. Wang Ting turned serious and instantly executed his spatial skill, disappearing on the spot. Huh! The Devil Titan who stood beyond the dimensional rift was surprised. He didn't expect Wang Ting to evade the attack and exclaimed, "Space skill!" 1,000 meters away, space distorted and Wang Ting stepped out from the void. He looked at the sky with a poker face, although nursing a lingering fear. His back was drenched in cold sweat. What a close call! He almost got killed by the Devil Titan. That creature was just too scary. It had merely used an ounce of strength through the dimensional rift, yet it was an attack our young hero couldn't resist. The human managed to escape from Lord Titan. Is he really at the celestial stage? Even Devil Emperor Bearbrain was shocked. He sized up our hero intently. This human is definitely a cosmos stage genius. The talented Justin, the armored talent he had high hopes for, was not that human's match. Their stages were the same, one at the celestial stage while the other was at the Devil King stage. However, Justin wouldn't be incapable of blocking the Devil Titan's attack. The gap was vast. There is something off with this human talent. Something wasn't right. The generals were in disbelief. At first they thought that Wang Ting was doomed. There was no time for them to save him, even if they wanted to. However, he still managed to escape from the Devil Titan. The result was out of everyone's expectation. Colonel Wang Ting's ability was a mystery. They couldn't see through it. He actually managed to block an attack from a Devil Titan. Where is his limit? They were flabbergasted yet relieved at the same time. It was a relief that Wang Ting didn't die. It would have been a great, irrecoverable loss to them. Concurrently, the explosion in the dimensional rift finally calmed down. The golden rays scattered and the glow produced by the power of the divine flames and the calamity lightning was also dispersed. Nothing remained. Wang Ting took a careful look. He wanted to know if their last attempt at destroying the Nine Treasures Pagoda was able to injure the Devil Titan. All their efforts would have been a waste otherwise. The light disappeared, revealing the darkness beyond the rift. The huge eyeball seemed to have disappeared. Success. Many human warriors felt elated. There was nothing to fear since the chaotic spiritual fluctuation was gone. Bearbrain furrowed his eyebrows, feeling astounded. Was Sir injured? Was that why he attacked the human in rage? Wang Ting's expression changed before he could feel happy about the outcome. Something's wrong. The darkness beyond the rift started moving. A tinge of red light seeped out from the edge. Then, the red light got brighter and bigger. That was the Titan's eyelid. He had closed it then, and was opening it once again. The giant eye appeared above the humans once more. The crimson glow radiated was thicker, giving off an intense evil aura. It was enough to suffocate. What is happening? There was a huge commotion. All the human martial warriors turned pale, despair on their faces. The Devil Titan was unscathed. How could they counter such an enemy? Did they have any chances of winning? Many martial warriors were affected, and started to doubt themselves. If it wasn't for their willpower, they would have turned tail and run away. General Cameron and the others had gloomy expressions too. Are we going to lose this war? Roar. Long live Sir Devil Titan. Victory for our Sir. In comparison, the dark apparitions' morale was sky high. They started shrieking and howling like wild animals. The giant eyeball ignored the dark apparitions below. He moved his pupil and fixed his gaze on Wang Ting. His icy voice was heard. You cannot escape. Wang Ting fearlessly looked back and replied abruptly, You're injured. Everyone was stunned. Was the Devil Titan injured? The Devil Titan scoffed. You're tempting fate. You're injured. Wang Ting repeated firmly. How dare you? You're injured. Wang Ting repeated. Everyone. The Devil Titan. You're injured. Enough. The Devil Titan screamed. Are you a broken recorder? Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to confirm my guess. Wang Ting scratched his head. Then, he smiled and continued, It's good that you're injured. I didn't blow up my 9 treasures pagoda for nothing. The Devil Titan. Chapter 13:27 You're probing the gates of hell. The Devil Titan went silent. His gaze turned sharp. This human is sneaky. To use such a despicable way to check if I was injured. At first, the creature wanted to pretend he was all right, to escape the embarrassment of being injured by a celestial stage human. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to hide it, he got exposed in the end. His urge to kill Wang Ting rose even higher at that moment. This human has to die. The human warriors were stunned. The Devil Titan is indeed injured. The generals didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wang Ting was such a weirdo, to actually render the Devil Titan speechless. No one had ever done that in history, and neither would anyone in the future. They felt that no one would dare to do this. General Cameron had a sudden thought, is he using this method to motivate our soldiers? His gaze turned firm and he swiftly shouted, Everyone, the Devil Titan is injured. It won't dare to cross the rift. We are not afraid of fighting. Kill! All the human forces regained their composure. Radiance was back in their eyes. General Cameron was right. The Devil Titan was indeed injured. It would be even more reluctant to cross over. They would have nothing to worry about. All the martial experts present were seasoned warriors. They had probably been taken aback moments before, but their confidence returned. They weren't afraid of fighting. Kill! 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 Myriads of fighters shouted loudly to ignite their battle intent and quell the lingering fear in their hearts. All the humans raised their weapons and charged towards the surrounding apparitions, resuming the tragic war. Most of the apparitions were killed or injured by their prior sneak attack, giving humans the upper hand. They wouldn't have lost the advantage if the Devil Titan hadn't appeared. However, the Titan was injured, so it couldn't use spiritual attacks anymore. This gave them the chance to retaliate. Devil Emperor Bearbrain was enraged when he saw this development. Bastard! The Titan was silent. Killing intent welled up in his eyes and a few black appendages shot out from his eyeball, twirling towards Wang Ting at a high speed. Oh my, you're trying to silence me! Wang Ting looked stern, but his mouth never stopped moving. He kept stimulating the other party while using Space Flash to evade the tentacles. Come and catch me! He was prepared this time, so used his spatial move immediately. The black tentacles couldn't touch him. Die, said the Titan's cold voice, ringing through the dimensional rift. The speed of the tentacles increased. They intertwined in the air, forming a huge net to catch the young hero. Wang Ting was almost caught, but he managed to avoid it by a narrow margin. He reappeared in the distance. Then, he hooked his fingers, beckoning the massive titan in the sky. Silence. Everyone was speechless. They were worried for Wang Ting. He couldn't win against the titan, yet he dared to continue provoking him. Is he trying to die faster? The devil titan was going berserk. This human lad is infuriating. He was a devil titan. No one had ever dared to provoke him. Roar. The devil titan couldn't bear it anymore. He stretched a giant black arm through the rift. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. The arm was covered in black scales with sharp fingernails. He sent a clawing attack towards Wang Ting, like multiple sharp swords. You have a short temper. Wang Ting felt shocked. He thought it would take a while to lure the titan, but all it took was 2 taunting sentences. He started to self-reflect. Did I go overboard? After all, he angered a devil titan. However, it wasn't the time to think about this. Saving oneself was more important. Wang Ting didn't had time to think. He executed a space flash, only to realize that the space around him was sealed. The enclosure was as sturdy as rock, preventing him from using space power. That was how powerful the Titan was. This time, the creature did cross through the rift. Just an arm passed through, but it was enough to freeze space. Damn it! Wang Ting's expression changed. He gathered space power on his battle sword and slashed down, aiming to break the spatial lock over the area. Boom! Explosions occurred. Sword glows cut through the air, but they were useless. The space remained firm. Wang Ting's pupils shrank. He was dumbfounded. Stubborn and useless. The Devil Titan's snigger was heard. His giant arm swiftly clawed down. He seemed to be a little afraid, so he acted as soon as he could. Wang Ting, General Cameron and the others were appalled. They didn't expect the Titan to attack Wang Ting again. It would be too late to save him now. Angering Sir Titan. You must have a death wish, said Bearbrain with a snort, then moved to block General Cameron. Move! The latter howled in anger. He wielded his battle blade, wanting to force the Devil Emperor back. Bearbrain wasn't afraid. A large, dark red battle mace appeared in his hand. He threw it toward the enemy. A loud explosion occurred, and all the blade glows were blocked. Take care of yourself, Bearbrain said heartlessly. His gaze turned sharp as he carried his battle mace and rushed towards General Cameron. An intense battle ensued. On the other side, Wang Ting's expression turned gloomy. His pupils were like pinpoints when he saw the giant palm clawing towards him. Wang Ting, do you need me to act? The devouring nihility beast's grim voice rang in Wang Ting's head. He could send the latter into his devour space, which was a special talent of their race. The Devil Titan couldn't stop him, even if he sealed off all the space. But that was just a temporary fix. He would only be able to evade the attacks for some time. Once a face-to-face encounter took place against a Devil Titan, Wang Ting could be pulled out from the devouring space. Fortunately, his opponent was on the other side of the rift, and was unable to go all out. Wait! Wang Ting stared at the giant palm intently and took a deep breath. The beast clone was speechless. You're probing the gates of hell. The atmosphere turned extremely tense. The risk of death floated above Wang Ting's head. A strong gale blew his hair all over due to the claw rushing down and its frightening pressure boring down. Boom! Wang Ting started plummeting. The distance got closer and closer. 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. The giant palm had finally reached a limit. Our hero could barely suppress his emotions. The chance he was waiting for didn't appear. Die! The Devil Titan's frosty voice made the sky tremble, turning people's blood cold. Nihility! Wang Ting called in his heart. The bonded beast was about to make a move when a dazzling ray of light suddenly flashed past the Titan's arm. Splat! Ah! An agonizing cry was abruptly uttered. Chapter 13:28 The aura of the sword sweeps through thousands of miles, bringing fear upon thousands of lands. Screams of agony echoed in the skies. Wang Ting was stunned. General Cameron was equally stunned. Everyone was in a daze. Even the dark apparitions were filled with shock. What just happened? What happened? Where did it come from? The cries were so miserable and heart-wrenching that it brought tears to anyone who heard it. Everything happened too fast. No one knew what actually happened. In the blink of an eye, a huge arm fell from the sky, black blood raining down. The scene was spectacular. Crap! Wang Ting suddenly returned to his senses and avoided it. The arm was just above, rushing down towards him after being cut off. The black blood was pouring down towards his head. Swoosh! Wang Ting used Space Flash and got away from the risk area, appearing thousands of miles away. Boom! The huge arm crashed onto the ground with a loud bang, flattening the surrounding trees. Sizzle! The black blood dripped down as well. It was extremely corrosive, forming pits and producing black smoke. The large tree thicket suffered more damage. They withered and rotted when they came in contact with the black blood. Some dark apparitions and martial warriors screamed as they also made contact with the blood and instantly melted. There was no hope in saving them if vitals were touched. Some had to sever their limbs to survive, once realizing they couldn't stop the black blood's effect. It was extremely bloody and tragic. Many saw this and were dumbfounded. I got lucky. Wang Ting broke out in cold sweat and quickly checked himself, finally relaxing after seeing that no blood had touched him. He immediately shouted, "Get out of the way!" There was still a lot of black blood pouring from above. All the martial warriors fled one after the other. Roar! Who is it? Who dared to cut off my arm? Show yourself! Enraged, powerful roars could be heard. It felt as if the ground was about to shatter. Countless human warriors and apparitions covered their ears in agony, feeling as if their heads were about to burst. Scary! The Devil Titan was even more horrifying when angered. Even Wang Ting was frowning. He would have been similarly affected as well if the Nine Treasures Pagoda hadn't blocked out the sound. However, he felt that something was flowing down from his nose. His finger was dyed red when he wiped to check. He was having a nosebleed. Wang Ting's expression changed somewhat. So powerful! He had already blocked the sound, but the impact still caused him a nosebleed. Fortunately, the damage was minimal and he could recover quickly. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He looked towards General Cameron and the others, finding they weren't feeling well either. They were frowning, noses also bleeding. He didn't think that even Heaven Stage and Universe Stage martial warriors were incapable of stopping that power. The Devil Titan was truly terrifying. The surrounding apparitions were also affected, especially those of low rank. They were hugging their heads and screaming in pain. Wang Ting's expression turned strange. This Devil Titan is ruthless. He doesn't even let his people off when he's pissed. Devil Emperor Bear Brain and the other apparitions were so shocked at the moment that their faces showed completely different expressions, realizing that the screams were from the Devil Titan himself. His arm was cut off. Who was it? Who the hell did it? He was able to cut off the Devil Titan's arm. Suddenly, everyone's eyes narrowed. A figure gradually appeared in the sky. It was a man with snow-white hair draped over his shoulders, fluttering gently in the breeze. If seen from the back, one would probably think he was an old man, but he was young, with smooth skin. He was so handsome that he looked younger and more gorgeous than an 18-year-old. His appearance caused the whole world to go silent, as if everyone surrendered to his presence, not daring to make a sound. Dead silence. Eternal stage. It was an eternal stage martial warrior. Wang Ting was shaken. He couldn't calm down in a long time. His gaze was fixed on the white-haired figure that suddenly appeared. The eternal stage expert demeanor was extraordinary, awing them all just by being there. Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but think about surrendering. Fortunately, our hero's willpower was firm. He didn't lose his composure. Finally, I didn't risk my life in vain. Wang Ting looked at the figure and let out a deep breath. That's right. His crazy move was to attract the Titan over, all to attract the attention of the eternal stage martial warrior. Since the powerhouse did appear, the monster was no longer a threat. General Cameron and the others were overjoyed and exclaimed in surprise, "By Shan Ho!" No words could describe their emotions. An eternal stage martial warrior had finally appeared. Wonderful! They could finally set their worries to rest in regards to the Devil Titan. The latter would no longer try doing anything reckless since the expert showed up. Moreover, the one who appeared was a marquis, by Shan Ho. He was renowned in the great Qian Empire, and was incomparably powerful, a transcendent and peerless individual, able to suppress a whole planetary sector. To actually lop off the Titan's arm before he even appeared, that was the best proof of his strength. The human warriors heaved sighs of relief. The sword hanging above their heads was destroyed, and could no longer threaten them. An eternal stage marquis' strength was incredible. By Shan Ho! Wang Ting was taken aback when he heard the high officials call his name. Round Ball's shocked voice could be heard in his mind, "Wang Ting, he's an eternal stage marquis. An eternal stage marquis." Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he didn't know the term. Considering his current strength, such a level was unsurmountable. However, Round Ball understood well and immediately explained, "The eternal stage is categorized into three: ordinary eternal stage marquis and eternal stage dukes. These are not your usual country titles. They are used to name the strong. Only the powerful, renowned warriors would obtain such titles. So, this by Shan Ho is extremely powerful." Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he thought about this. He was unaware of the subdivisions among eternal stage martial warriors. Round Ball said, "He's not just powerful. It would be as easy as pie if he wanted to kill peers at the ordinary eternal stage." "So terrifying!" Wang Ting gasped. Any warrior at the eternal stage was already powerful in his perspective. Be them ordinary, marquis or dukes, they were still superior existences in the eyes of the world. To think an eternal stage marquis could easily kill an ordinary peer. What horrifying strength! It was unbelievable. This by Shan Ho is more handsome than me." Wang Ting rubbed his chin and saw this as a challenge. He had recently advanced to the unmatched handsomeness stage. Now, someone more handsome than him showed up. He felt that the grading of his looks wasn't that accurate after all. Round Ball was speechless. Even in the serious situation he's in, he can still go on about who is more handsome. What is he thinking? While the humans relished such a development, the dark apparitions were in despair. They looked at the white figure in horror, desperately wanting to escape from that place. Frightening. Extremely terrifying. That human warrior had rendered them powerless, completely unable to resist. Even the powerful Devil Emperor Bearbrain was pale-faced, not even daring to make eye contact with the mighty human, for fear of being instantly crushed to death. Bai Shan Ho didn't even look at the other apparitions. He raised his head and looked emotionlessly at the Devil Titan peering through the dimensional rift. "You! Eternal stage human!" The Titan's huge eye squinted as he glared at Bai Shan Ho. Bai Shan Ho said calmly, "Scram? Bastard!" roared the foreign monster, feeling humiliated. A few massive palms appeared at the sides of the rift, as if attempting to make the rift wider and cross the realms. "You have a death wish." A bright longsword appeared in the human expert's hand and he sent a light slash. Boom! White light swept across the sky. A sword glow flowed like a river as the energy shuttled through it. The whole world paled in an instant. The sword auras swept through thousands of miles, bringing fear upon thousands of lands. Everything disappeared, as if only the sword existed in everyone's eyes. What? The Devil Titan narrowed his eyes as if witnessing an unbelievable sight. He looked horrified. Why is he so strong? Idiot! Baishanho said disdainfully. Eternal stage human. You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid of violating the treaty and starting an eternal war? Shouted the Titan. However, there was a trace of fear. He couldn't stop that sword. He would die by the sword. There was no doubt about it. He was afraid, and was in no way ready to take the blow. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't, having realized he had been locked on. No matter where he went, he would be slashed by that sword. It was the power of an eternal stage martial warrior. It was inevitable. You climbed here yourself. What has it got to do with me? Baishanho was calm. The sword he was holding disappeared. He then hovered with hands behind his back while his white hair fluttered. The sword glow didn't stop. It seemed to be slow, but it spanned an unimaginable distance in a blink, directly sinking into the dimensional rift. No! Roar! Ah, the cries were filled with pain. Then, the sound gradually faded. Chapter 1329 I'm so scared, don't come over. The sword glow disappeared and the Devil Titan was gone. Everything returned to calmness as if nothing had ever happened. The dimensional rift was still present, but there was nothing on the other side. No sound was heard, the silence was eerie. He's dead? Both humans and apparitions were in a daze. The terrifying and powerful Devil Titan was killed just like this? One attack. A single attack. Everyone was in disbelief. He's so powerful. Wang Ting stuck out his tongue. He had a first-hand experience of how strong an eternal stage Marquis was. How atrocious. It was completely beyond his wildest imagination. If the eternal stage human acted without any qualms, the whole defense planet number 29 wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from him. Just like the Devil Titan. If the being's true form appeared, he could have squashed the planet with a single hand. The humans would have had no chance to resist. That was why the Eternal Treaty was established. The treaty was put into effect to prevent eternal stage powerhouses from taking action. The light and dark factions made compromises, setting mutual restrictions. Should any high-tier experts dare to ignore the treaty, they would end up just like the Devil Titan. In fact, the Devil Titan was hard to kill, even if two eternal stage warriors joined hands. However, eternal stage marquises were in a different league. The monster struck a hard rock, and could only blame himself for being unlucky. Devil Emperor Bearbrain and the other apparitions looked as if they had seen a ghost. Waves of astonishment crashed inside their hearts. An indescribable sense of fear was creeping in. Fear began to spread. Baishanho glanced around him calmly. All the dark apparitions took a step back out of reflex when his gaze reached them. None of them dared to look at him directly. Bearbrain included. And yet, Baishanho looked at the latter in the face and gasped softly. A body of the solar dragon race. Bearbrain felt his head go numb. An unprecedented sense of danger rose in his heart. The other party seemed to be assessing his prey. That was the gaze of a tiger who had laid eyes on a rabbit. Bearbrain felt he had become a rabbit, which was really uncomfortable. Mind you, he was a high-tier Devil Emperor, invincible in his own realm. Never had he cared about any human warrior, but he was being looked down upon at the moment, seen like an easy kill. Just then, a snort was heard coming from the other side of the rift. Humph! An intense wave swept through, hitting all the human warriors and leaving them pale-faced. Wang Ting raised his head abruptly. His expression changed. Devil Titan. Another Devil Titan. It was a much stronger creature than the one before. Another one who came to die. Bai Shanhao's expression turned cold. A powerful aura was radiated by his body, pushing back the other party's momentum. Everyone was finally free of the pressure, and collective sighs of relief were heard. This boss sounds confident. Looks like he knows what he's doing, Wang Ting muttered to himself. He has the ability, Round Ball said with disdain, unlike you. You love boasting when you can't even fight. Hey, what do you mean I love boasting? I'm a humble person, Wang Ting said unhappily with a black face. You? Humble? Round Ball gave him an "are you kidding me" expression. Bai Shanhao, do you want to start an eternal stage war? Said the frosty voice through the rift. The threat was obvious, and the monster's voice sounded different. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It's the osteoporosis-plagued old guy, Bai Shanhao replied calmly. Want to fight? Come over then. Don't waste time. The massive dark apparition on the other side of the rift choked. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him for me! He must die, said another frantic and mad voice. However, the fellow sounded extremely weak. It had to be the Titan who was attacked. You're not dead? Looks like your luck is plenty, you midget, Bai Shanhao said. Wang Ting too was astounded. He's not dead. Is that devil Titan a cockroach? Roar, human, I must kill you. The devil Titan went berserk. He wished he could charge over and duke it out with the human. Come and kill me then. I'm right here. Don't rage over there on your own, Bai Shanhao said. Wow, really straightforward. This boss personality is just like mine. Wang Ting touched his chin. Don't try to put feathers in your cap, Round Ball said. What do you mean? Wang Ting asked angrily. Who gave you the face to compare yourself with an eternal stage marquis? Round Ball glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Wang Ting was infuriated. Round Ball was belittling him. The affronted Titan wouldn't dare cross over, so he beseeched the other. Death Bone, kill him for me. I can promise you anything. Enough! The other devil Titan sneered. Idiot, we wouldn't be at a disadvantage if you hadn't made a move first. The second Titan was exasperated. He gritted his teeth and said, It is all because of this human. Wang Ting felt the monster's gaze on the other side of the rift land on him. Not only that, everyone else turned to look at him. All that attention scared him a little. Why are you looking at me? Wang Ting asked angrily, then said, This has nothing to do with me. He's just stupid. Roar, what did you say? The first Titan wanted to vomit blood. Isn't this so? You almost lost your life when trying to kill a celestial stage warrior. Aren't you stupid? Wang Ting mocked. The devil Titan. General Cameron and the others. This fellow is quite courageous. He even dares to mock a devil Titan. But, upon remembering his past actions, it wasn't strange. After all, it was just a verbal exchange, while their first clash was with real blows. Bear Brain was speechless as he looked at Wang Ting. This irritating human should have died a long time ago, but he's still alive and kicking. How frustrating. Spirit Arm, you are becoming more and more childish. To actually be triggered by a celestial stage warrior, Death Bone replied with an eerie tone. Ha ha ha, interesting. Bai Shanhao gave Wang Ting a glance in approval. He knew that the latter had drawn him over. This young man is smart, making the Devil Titan attack to catch my attention. I will kill you. Devil Titan's spirit arm squeezed the words through clenched teeth. I'm so scared. Don't come over, said Wang Ting, pretending to be scared. Everyone was speechless. Where is his dignity? Bai Shanhao sized the young hero up with interest. You! Devil Titan's spirit arm was so angry he couldn't find words. The seemingly harmless reply was humiliating. After all, he couldn't go over. That was his weak spot. Wang Ting understood how amazing it felt to have a big boss lending a hand. Are y'all fighting? Bai Shanhao smirked. If not, leave and stop wasting my time. Bai Shanhao, we'll battle it out one day, said Deathbone coldly. "I'll be waiting," the human expert replied fearlessly. "What? This is it?" Wang Ting didn't know what to say after hearing their conversation. They seemed to be scheduling a fight. "We can't fight today, so let's catch up another time. Don't think too much. Eternal stage experts don't easily take action. It is a miracle that you make the Titan angry enough to attack you." Round Ball shook his head. Then, it gloated. "Anyway, that Titan is in a poor state, too. He probably lost half his life, even if he survived. I think he's seriously injured. A pity he didn't die." Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp. Round Ball stuck out its tongue when noticing Wang Ting's killing intent. "This fellow is nursing a grudge." "Humph." Titan Deathbone snorted. Then, he laughed and said, "The war hasn't ended. Do you think you can win?" Bai Shanho frowned. "Bare Brain, use the devil ovum," Deathbone ordered. "Yes." Bare Brain blinked and pushed his hand down. The ovum flew out from the back of the obelisk scale dragon beast and floated in front of him. Bai Shanho squinted when he saw the object. "I can't make a move, but neither can you. Let's see what your people can do now." Deathbone laughed. Chapter 1330 Amalgamation. The Terrifying Devil Ovum. 1. Everyone's hearts shuddered as Devil Titan Deathbone's voice echoed in the air. The giant, pitch-black ball of flesh floated in front of Bare Brain's chest like a black heart, pulsing non-stop and giving off an evil, chaotic, and dark aura. The ominous influence swarmed in the air. The aura alone was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. Dark clouds seemed to be hanging over their hearts. The Devil Ovum. That was the Devil Ovum. The source of chaos and the start of a dark rebellion. The human warriors were familiar with that thing. Its notorious name frightened them, causing them to panic. In all of human history, there had been no way to stop the ovum after making an appearance. All living creatures in the Light faction would be affected and fall into darkness. There was a time when a devil ovum exploded on a planet, and all life forms were turned into dark creatures before they could react. No one escaped. It was a tragedy. The situation wasn't timely controlled in the end, and the devil ovum started affecting all the planets within the galaxy. Countless life forms became slaves of darkness. It was a living hell. One could imagine how frightening the battles had been. Everything perished. Nothing survived. Places turned into deadlands. This would always happen once the devil ovum appeared. Hence, it was impossible for the martial warriors to remain calm when they saw a real devil ovum in front of them. Not everyone had seen one. The majority had merely learned its notorious name. Not having seen it before made their fear run deeper. Uncertainty was always scary. The devil ovum was totally infamous. If something went wrong, the entire defense planet number 29 would be buried because of their decision. They were feeling on edge at that crucial moment. Also, is this devil ovum the one we saw before? The size and appearance was completely different. The dark aura radiated was purer and denser. It was blood-curdling. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. After all, the one collected by Wang Ting was immature. It wasn't as big and the aura wasn't thick. However, this time, Bare Brain used his darkness origin crystals to feed the ovum. This one was already mature. It could charm and contaminate people on its own. There was no need to assign someone to control it. "Did you stuff it with pig feed?" Wang Ting exclaimed. He had seen it the day before, and it wasn't that big. How could it grow so much within a day? He could swear they gave pig feed to the thing. Bare Brain turned and felt the corners of his eyes twitch. He almost vomited blood. To hell with pig feed. Which devil ovum would eat such a thing? This is a devil ovum, not a pig. Bai Shanho looked at Wang Ting, rendered speechless. The tense atmosphere was broken by the young lad in an instant. As for the other human warriors, the muscles on their faces trembled, not knowing what expression to show. However, they had to admit that the weight on their hearts seemed lighter after such disturbance. They looked at the devil ovum again, and couldn't help but think of a fat and pink creature, and the former wasn't as scary anymore. It even looked a little funny now. "Ignorant kid," said Devil Titan Spirit Arm with contempt. "Me? Ignorant?" Wang Ting's expression looked strange. He continued, "I snatched the devil ovum and took it back to my base last time. How can you say I'm ignorant?" "What?" Spirit Arm was surprised. He didn't know about this. Bear Brain's expression froze. F***K, this boy exposed this matter. He wanted to cover it up at first. Losing such a precious thing wasn't a small matter. They managed to recover it, but he would surely be reprimanded if the Devil Titan learned about it. He looked at Wang Ting as if wanting to kill him. "Bear Brain, what does he mean?" Devil Titan Death Bone asked in a cold voice. "Sir, this..." Bear Brain didn't know how to explain. Bai Shanho laughed and started spouting nonsense. "Ha ha ha, Deathbone, you didn't know about this? We took the devil ovum from you and researched it thoroughly." Naturally, he wouldn't pass up a chance to one-up the dark apparitions, even if it was just a verbal exchange. "Bear Brain." Deathbone's voice turned grim. He had a bad feeling about this. The devil ovum had never been in human hands before. If they were telling the truth and they truly conducted some research on it, there was a chance that the ovum's effects would be heavily diminished. The item was like a nuclear weapon to them. If deciphered, they would lose all advantage. Bear Brain gritted his teeth and squeezed out a reply. "Sir, they did snatch the ovum, but we quickly recovered it. It is impossible for them to have any findings in such a short time." There was cold sweat on his forehead. "Humph, it better be that way." Deathbone snorted. "It might not be." Wang Ting smiled. "Bastard." Bear Brain was shocked. He wished he could stitch up the boy's mouth. Chapter 1331 Amalgamation. The Terrifying Devil Ovum. 2. The human was purposely making things difficult for Bear Brain. He had just pacified his Titan superior, but the fellow jumped up to unsettle the nest again. It was inhumane. If he ever found out that Wang Ting was Justin, the dark apparition whom he had high hopes for, he would probably want to slap himself. Bear Brain took a deep breath and asked, "What do you mean? Didn't you say we don't know anything? Why don't I prove it to you?" Wang Ting chuckled. He felt a little guilty. "No, Brain, don't blame me. We belong to different races, so we have no future together." Bai Shanho felt even more satisfied with Wang Ting's performance. This fellow's not bad. He knows how to keep the conversation going. Let's see what he's planning to do. "How will you prove it?" Bear Brain felt that the human kid was going to make trouble again. He was nervous. "Let me call the devil ovum and see if it'll respond to me." Wang Ting pretended to be mysterious. Bear Brain was speechless. What kind of stupid method is this? Why would the devil ovum respond to him? Wasn't he overthinking a bit too much? Bai Shanho was caught between laughter and tears. The lad's stratagem was quite strange. However, General Cameron had already told him about Wang Ting's plans through voice transmission a second prior. What faces would the apparitions make upon realizing that something was wrong with their prized ovum? How interesting that would be! No one noticed that the ovum shuddered at the sight of Wang Ting. The movement was minimal. Aside from the ovum itself, no one else had noticed. The ovoid entity was in a bad mood at the moment. Hatred welled up inside when it saw Wang Ting, but the feeling was soon replaced by uncontrollable fear. "It's him. It's him. This is the human that sucked up all my darkness origin and almost killed me. Someone even studied my body. That was the most somber period of its life. This human is a devil." They were meeting once again. It was far from that devil's hand, but it felt nervous for some reason. The sensation was akin to having something dangerous pressing on its body. The ovum wished it could leave that place and escape from that devil's vision. Haha, listen well. Wang Ting sensed the ovum's abnormal behavior and sniggered. Then, he shouted, "Devil ovum!" Silence. The latter didn't show any response. No sounds were made. The thing trembled. Ha ha ha! Bear Brain laughed and said, "See? Why would the devil ovum respond to a human like you?" "Oh yeah." Wang Ting gave the latter a strange smile. "You're just trying to draw attention," Death Bone snorted and said, "Bear Brain, quick, ignore him and have the ovum start contaminating. I want to see this planet be destroyed and turning into our dark territory." "Yes." Bear Brain turned serious. He then ignored Wang Ting's taunts and started to activate the ovum. "Devil ovum, looks like you don't recognize me anymore." Wang Ting squinted. Just then, the ovum gave a shrill cry as if having suppressed its emotions for a long time. It was unable to bear the pressure anymore. "This devil is too scary." Bear Brain was stunned. The Titan's Death Bone and Spirit Arm were also confused. They stared at each other in disbelief, wondering if the whole thing was an illusion. The devil ovum cried. Is it responding to the human? But it sounded a little fearful? Yes, fearful. The Titans were certain they heard fear in the devil ovum's cry. What is happening? Why would the devil ovum fear a celestial stage human? This is not right. Wang Ting smiled at Bear Brain and asked calmly, "What do you think?" Bear Brain controlled his astonishment, throwing an angry question instead. "What did you do to the devil ovum?" Wang Ting replied with some nonsense. "I told you that we've studied the devil ovum inside and out. It listens to us now, so it will respond to me." "Why should I believe you?" Bear Brain felt his world collapse. He didn't want to believe what the human was saying, but he couldn't be certain, given the ovum's response. Something he was unaware of took place, which caused the ovum to react. General Cameron and the others wore strange expressions. Their facial muscles twitched as they tried to hold their laughter when they saw Bear Brain's confused face. The high-tier Devil Emperor got fooled by Wang Ting. Is this fellow a bit daft? He's a bit low in the intelligence department. Death Bone couldn't watch anymore, so he urged, "Enough. Bear Brain, start now." Bear Brain regained his composure. He furrowed his brow, feeling he had been played by the human, so he shot a cold glance at the latter. He decided not to speak to Wang Ting anymore, in case he got distracted again. Boom! The next instant, a frightening force fluctuation erupted from Bear Brain's body. He raised his hand and the devil ovum flew up into the sky. What is he doing? Everyone's expressions changed as they looked up. A black light flashed past Bear Brain's eyes. An immense surge of constellation dark force flowed through like a powerful river. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.